Hello! We're excited to tell you that we now have a membership plan for you.
If you are interested, click on the link in the descriptions box.
If you like this video, please click on the like button and make a comment below so the video would get more views.
Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to get the next series or the next episodes.
The warehouse manager glared at Ye Honglong, thinking he should never have gone soft. He should have finished Ye Honglong off when he passed out. Then he wouldn't have been chased here. Ye Honglong looked a mess. Life was hard for everyone, and if he couldn't bring the warehouse manager back to clear his name, his job was as good as gone. Seeing the warehouse manager refuse to admit anything, Ye Honglong stumbled forward, trying to grab him, but two muscle-bound men blocked his way. One of them gave Ye Honglong a mocking smile. "I know you. Didn't you come here yesterday trying to get us to work for free? What, here to slander us again today? You managers just can't stand to see us living a little better, can you?" Ye Honglong, desperate, clenched his fists and swung at them. "I'll settle the score with you later. Right now, I need to take him back to report in." Originally, he just wanted to get some fuel to drive his car back from the city gate, but now he was caught up in this mess. Ye Honglong didn't even know if he could keep his job. He was determined to clear his name, no matter what. But now, with night falling, everyone who could be bribed by Ying Ruying had already been bought. Some stayed to work for her, while others, after signing confidentiality agreements, were sent to her base to do hard labor. So there weren't many people around. The two muscle-bound men patrolling had long been fed up with the management class. Seeing Ye Honglong make the first move, they didn't hold back. They immediately started beating him up. Ye Honglong was knocked down in the snow. He struggled to get up, trying again and again to crawl toward the warehouse manager, only to be beaten down each time. The warehouse manager covered his children's eyes, gritting his teeth and trying to ignore his guilt. "Ye Honglong, just go back. I'll be honest with you, I really didn't touch the supplies. I ran off with my family because I knew there was no way to explain this to the higher-ups." He emphasized again, "I really didn't do it." It wasn't that he was heartless, unwilling to go back with Ye Honglong to clear his name. He just knew there was no way to explain it. No matter what he said, he might end up getting shot. In a world like this, just not dragging others down was already good enough. He wasn't about to take the fall for the real culprit hiding in the shadows. He didn't mind dying himself, but he still had two kids to look after. Ye Honglong gritted his teeth, curled up on the ground, arms over his head, enduring the punches and kicks. Whatever Ying Ruying's people had eaten, they were unnaturally strong. Their fists and feet felt like sledgehammers. "All right, that's enough. Stop," a voice rang out. "Shi Yue Bai." Everyone on the snowy ground looked over. In the yellow-blue snowlight stood a giant figure. Maybe because she'd lost over 100 pounds, Shi Yue Bai's waist was straighter than before. Standing beside her was Ying Ruying. Seeing everyone looking over, Ying Ruying barked, "Didn't you hear the boss? I said stop. All of you, stop." Everyone fell silent. One by one they stared curiously at Shi Yue Bai. Even Ye Honglong, spitting blood in the snow, looked at her in shock. Everyone knew Ying Ruying had someone powerful backing her. They'd always assumed it was EJ. But now, out of nowhere, this fat woman appeared. Was she really the boss behind Ying Ruying? Now that they'd learned such a shocking secret, would they be silenced for it?
Very few people in the Wasteland could get as fat as this. They'd heard of the Shi family a few years back. They also knew that the Shi family had produced a monstrously fat creature. But no one paid much attention to Shi Yue Bai. After all, they could barely get by themselves. Why bother caring about some fatso like Shi Yue Bai? Later, when things got really desperate, people would joke, "Why not just butcher that fat pig Shi Yue Bai and eat her?" So now, seeing Shi Yue Bai here, being addressed as boss by Ying Ruying, left everyone present utterly shocked. Shi Yue Bai ignored the stunned looks on their faces. She walked forward, leaning on a long staff. Ying Ruang followed closely behind her. As Shi Yubai passed by, the crowd finally noticed that trailing behind her massive figure was a toddler barely over a year old. The little girl wore a lotus-pink down jacket and a bright red knitted hat. Her tiny hands were bundled in big, red woolen mittens. She tottered along in her little boots, stepping into Shi Yubai's huge footprints. When Shi Yubai, leaning on her staff, came to stand before Ye Honglong, Ye Honglong spat out another mouthful of blood. He struggled to lift his head, trying to get a clear look at the boss behind Ying Ruang. "I'm just doing what I have to do. If I don't bring someone back, I can't clear myself of suspicion." There was a hint of pleading in his voice. If Ye Honglong could avoid trouble, he certainly didn't want any. Did he really want to come all the way here, provoke Ying Ruang's people, and get himself beaten up? Of course not. He must have had no choice but to be so persistent. If he couldn't prove his innocence, his whole family would starve to death. Shi Yubai looked at Ye Honglong expressionlessly. Because she was looking down, a huge roll of fat bulged under her chin. "You don't need to go after him. He's innocent. I'm the one who took everything from your warehouse." Shi Yubai was willing to take responsibility for this. No one had questioned her when she'd moved the supplies from Shaolin Ye's tent. But if anyone had asked, she would have admitted it. She was the one who moved it. The warehouse manager, who had been relentlessly pursued by Ye Honglong, looked at Shi Yubai in surprise. For some reason, he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. After all, anyone would feel wronged if they were doing their job properly and suddenly got blamed for something they didn't do. Management jobs were getting harder and harder. With survival supplies dwindling, even the administrators were turning on each other. But it was still a job. With this job, at least his children could scrape by. So if he could avoid running, he didn't want to run. Now, with Shi Yubai openly admitting she'd taken the supplies, the warehouse manager finally felt vindicated. Ye Honglong snapped back to his senses. Then come back with me." He was fantasizing about bringing Shi Yubai to the management building so she could confess in person that she'd taken the supplies. Shi Yubai sneered. "You think I've got nothing better to do, just like you people, sitting around all day with nothing to do?" No sane person would agree to such a request. Despair slowly filled Ye Honglong's eyes. If Shi Yubai refused to go with him, with his strength, there was no way he could force her to the management building. If he went back now and found Liang Chenyu to confront Shi Yubai, that was unrealistic too. Never mind whether Liang Chenyu would even come. Even if he did, he'd probably end up just like Ye Honglong, beaten to a pulp. So, what am I supposed to do? Ye Honglong's voice was a desperate, angry roar. He lifted his head and accused Shi Yubai. "You're powerful. You can empty our warehouse without anyone noticing. But what did us low-level workers do wrong? This world isn't my fault. I just want to survive." He didn't know who to blame for this mess. People said the management system was at fault, but he had no say in the higher-ups' decisions. He'd tried so hard to please Liang Chenyu, so why did things still turn out this way? How was he supposed to survive now? Tears fell one by one on the dirty, yellowish snow. The icy wind howled, blowing snowflakes into his face. They stung Ye Honglong's cheeks. Shi Yubai silently watched him for a while. "You're right. This really isn't your fault. So I'll give you two options. Go back and tell the management you know nothing. Or come with me and I will make sure you and your family have food to eat." Ying Ruang stepped forward, looking at Ye Honglong's blank face. She added, "If you come with our boss, it'll be like you never existed in this city. You and your family will survive, but you'll lose your freedom. Ye Honglong looked back at Shi Yubai. He didn't know what would happen if he went with her. Logically, it was strange for Shi Yubai to have built up so much power. The Shi family had good relations with the mercenaries. Maybe the mercenaries were involved? If Shi Yubai had mercenaries backing her, where would she take his family? Would she send them to the front lines to fight mutant beasts? Or maybe Shi Yubai didn't have mercenary support. Then how did she build up her operation? Where did she get her food from? Could it be that Shi Yubai was backed by a team of cannibals? Cannibal teams never lacked food. When they ran out, they just ate people. Can I choose not to go? Ye Honglong was reluctant to change his life. He was different from the warehouse manager. He believed that as long as he proved his innocence, he could keep his job. Rather than risk an unknown future, he'd rather endure the present. Shi Yubai couldn't help but laugh, her smile cruel. You think I've got nothing better to do, just like you people sitting around all day with nothing to do? You think I've got nothing better to do, just like you people sitting around all day with nothing to do? You think I've got nothing better to do, just like you people sitting around all day with nothing to do? From the start, Shi Yubai had never planned to let Ye Honglong go. She turned heavily and ordered Ying Ruong, send all his family's old, weak, sick, and disabled to work the fields. Don't leave a single one behind. After the tireless efforts of hundreds, the foundation for the third wall was finally dug. Now everyone's energy was focused on building the third wall. The wall was designed by Shi Yi. Not only was it tall, it was also especially thick. It even had living quarters built into it. This was so there'd always be people on the wall, ready to rotate shifts and defend. Inside the third wall, the ground would be covered with soil for growing crops. So now, Shi Yubai needed a new batch of people to tend the fields. Ye Honglong and the warehouse manager from the administration system vanished without a trace. At first, no one paid any attention to the two of them. Even the office supervisor who had scolded Ye Honglong and told him to move the car away from the city gate had forgotten all about it. The first person to notice Ye Honglong was missing was Liang Chenyu. Liang Chenyu had some family matters to deal with and needed to borrow a car from the administration system. But after searching the entire administration building, he couldn't find any sign of Ye Honglong. Feeling frustrated, Liang Chenyu thought Ye Honglong was no longer fit to be his partner. Judging by his work efficiency alone, Ye Honglong was becoming more and more useless. Liang Chenyu went to check on the car assigned to the two of them, only to find it still hadn't been returned. His face darkened, and just as he turned around, he saw several administrators rushing over, looking even more anxious. Someone grabbed Liang Chenyu and whispered, "Something's happened. We just filed a report to get some gasoline from the warehouse, but the storage for gasoline and diesel is completely empty." This was a big deal. Without thinking, Liang Chenyu hurried over to the fuel storage warehouse. There was already a crowd gathered at the entrance. Everyone was pointing and gesturing at the empty warehouse. Some voiced their worries. "It's so cold these days. Without gasoline or diesel, we can't even warm up in the cars." Someone else muttered under their breath, "Is now really the time to worry about that? Warming up? The fire's practically at our brows and you're still thinking about keeping warm?" The administrator who had been scolded just pursed his lips and fell silent. Soon, word of the incident reached the upper management. The supervisor, the same office supervisor as before, immediately gathered all the remaining administrators to investigate. As for surveillance footage, there was no point checking. The few cameras they had showed no one going near the fuel storage area, except for the warehouse manager, who would occasionally make his rounds. Even the administrators who liked to gather for a smoke never went there, and the warehouse manager only rounded every few days as part of his job. The supervisor tapped the warehouse manager's face on the screen with his pen. The gasoline and diesel are missing.
Even if he didn't steal them, he's still heavily involved. The issue was he only checked the warehouse every few days and didn't even bother opening the door to look inside. With that, the other administrators all nodded in agreement. It was as if they were afraid of being blamed for the missing fuel. Now that there was someone to pin the blame on, everyone started criticizing the warehouse manager. After they were done with him, they turned on Ye Honglong. Someone pointed out that Ye Honglong and the warehouse manager had disappeared on the same day, and the last person Ye Honglong was seen with was the warehouse manager. But as for where the two of them had gone, no one knew. The supervisor slammed his hand on the table and questioned Liang Chenyu. Ye Honglong is your partner. Did he run off with the warehouse manager, or did something else happen? You really don't know? The supervisor stared straight at Liang Chenyu, his eyes full of irritation. Life was already exhausting enough in times like these. Now he had to waste his time dealing with these petty, trivial matters caused by useless people. Fortunately, thanks to Bai Han Song and the others, the administrative system still managed to receive batches of supplies and ready-made food. Even though these supplies were all contaminated with radiation and the levels were only getting higher, as long as the management didn't need to go out, the supplies and food, plus their previous stockpiles, were enough for them to live comfortably. Thinking of this, the supervisor cleared his throat and put on a stern face as he addressed everyone. This loss of gasoline and diesel pains me deeply. The warehouse manager and Ye Honglud are both missing, so we'll have to clean up their mess. From today, to make up for our losses, everyone's rations will be cut in half. As soon as he said this, the entire meeting room fell silent. All the lower-level administrators turned pale, looking helplessly at the supervisor. Even Liang Chenyu couldn't help but frown. Their rations had already been reduced from before, and now they were being cut halved again? Their families depended on these supplies and food they brought home. It was hard to imagine. If the rations were cut in half, wouldn't they and their families go hungry? Seeing no one dared speak up, the supervisor looked over at Liang Chenyu. Liang Chenyu caught the hint. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly started clapping. He was the first to stand up and support the supervisor's decision. Life is hard for all of us. We must stick together and get through this crisis as one. With Liang Chenyu setting the tone, even those who disagreed with the supervisor didn't dare say a word. After all, offending the supervisor could get them fired. Their families had gone all out to get them into management. If they lost their jobs now just for not going along with the supervisor's decision, it would be a huge loss for them. Some secretly despised Liang Chenyu, but on the surface, they could only follow his lead, clapping and putting on a show of unity. Behind closed doors, the supervisor called Liang Chenyu over and spoke in a low voice. You did well this time. I value you. But have you thought about it? In times like these, if you don't look out for yourself, you're doomed. Liang Chenyu replied, You're absolutely right, sir. Whatever you want to do, I'll follow your lead. He grinned, nodding and bowing to the supervisor, a far cry from the arrogant attitude he used with Ye Honglong. The supervisor smiled. You really think our gasoline and diesel just vanished into thin air? Everyone knows the warehouse manager is an honest man. He'd never steal from us. But just because he wouldn't, doesn't mean others wouldn't. There was no way the supplies could have disappeared for no reason. For someone to quietly steal so much gasoline and diesel from the system building without anyone noticing, it had to be an inside job. The supervisor had already figured it out. This was definitely done by someone higher up. If the people above him could do as they pleased, why couldn't he? A greedy glint of ideas appeared in the supervisor's eyes, and Liang Chenyu understood. As Liang Chenyu approached, the office supervisor lowered his voice and instructed him, We still have plenty of supplies and ready-to-eat food, don't we? I'm assigning you to guard the warehouse. Each day, quietly move a little out. Don't worry, the warehouse is so big. If a bit of supplies or food goes missing, no one will notice. Besides, it's not just the two of us doing this. There are plenty of people in management quietly taking what they need. The supervisor gave Liang Chenyu a heavy pat on the shoulder. Same old story. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. A gleam of excitement flashed in Liang Chenyu's eyes. In truth, he felt no guilt at all about stealing from his own side. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me. By their calculations, the warehouse storing supplies and food still looked packed from the outside, so it should be full inside too. Every time Bai Hansong and his people delivered supplies and food, they just stacked it at the entrance. No one ever went inside. Everyone just assumed there was so much stuff inside you couldn't even get in. Meanwhile, Ye Honglong and his family had already been sent to the gang's lair. Along with them came the warehouse manager and his two kids. He and Ye Honglong exchanged glances. Here in this strange place, they were the only two who knew each other. Callie and Moon barged in with a group of thugs, roughly snatching away the warehouse manager's kids and Ye Honglong's son. "What are you doing?" Ye Honglong, tense all over, rushed forward to grab his son back. His wife, who was mute, desperately gestured at Callie and Moon. But Callie and Moon's side had the numbers, and every one of them was muscle-bound. They were clearly used to handling this sort of thing. Before Ye Honglong could reach his son, someone stepped up to block him and his wife. Ye Honglong's son and the warehouse manager's kids screamed wildly in the thug's arms. That's when the warehouse manager realized he'd bet on the wrong horse. Cannibal gangs weren't unusual in the Wasteland. He thought his relative had found him a good gig. But he'd been tricked. This was a cannibal gang. They'd been brought here as food. "What you're doing is utterly inhuman." Ah! The warehouse manager, Ye Honglong, and their families cursed them out. But Callie and Moon was long used to being cursed. He casually ordered a few musclemen to take the filthy, disabled kids they'd just grabbed and toss them behind the public toilets. There, someone would clean up these kids who couldn't care for themselves, then send them on to the school. Ye Honglong's mute wife pounded on him in despair. She had no idea what trouble her husband had gotten into. Today, a group of people had stormed into their home without a word and knocked them out. When she came to, dizzy and disoriented, she, her in-laws, and child were already here. In fact, neither Ye Honglong nor the warehouse manager knew how they'd gotten here. They had no mind to care about such details. Their hearts were filled with terror and rage. Ye Honglong struggled so hard he almost knocked Callie and Moon over. Callie and Moon, angered, ordered his musclemen to beat them. These people didn't look like good guys at all, especially among survivors. What good person would be so buff? Everyone else was skin and bones, barely human. Where did these guys get all that muscle? Was it from eating other people? Is that how they got so strong? Ye Honglong and the warehouse manager felt they'd seen the truth and struggled desperately. The result? They were beaten half to death by Callie and Moon's men. Ye Honglong's mute wife sobbed in terror, kneeling and begging Callie and Moon for mercy. Even Ye Honglong's two foolish white-haired parents knelt and kowtowed. Callie and Moon spit on the ground and turned away, refusing their groveling. I can't stand people who can't even make sense. Mainly, he knew he wasn't that bright. Callie and Moon's language skills weren't up to normal conversation, yet Yuet Bai had put him in charge of this job. Every time new people showed up, they'd curse him out. At first, Callie and Moon would stammer explanations. "We won't eat you. We won't do anything to you. We just need you to work a little. In return, through hard work, you'll earn enough food to survive."
But no one ever believed him. Plus, he used to be a bit slow. It was only after following Yue Bai for so long that his mind cleared up and he started talking more. But his logic was still all over the place. So here he was, in the freezing cold, all muscle and nonsense, looking exactly like a cannibal con man. Eventually, Cao Liangyuan stopped explaining. As he ordered his men to drag the warehouse manager, Ye Honglang, and Yi's parents and wife to the worksite, Ye Honglang's wife suddenly stood up and in front of everyone began taking off her clothes. Her face was streaked with dirty tears, showing just how filthy their drinking water was. But she still had tears to cry. Many in the Wasteland couldn't even cry anymore. "What are you doing? Stop! We're decent people here. Hey!" Cao Liangyuan hurriedly covered his eyes and kicked the muscle man beside him. His men also quickly covered their eyes. Someone cursed at Ye Honglang's wife. "Are you trying to get us all killed, you bitch? Put your clothes back on." According to the latest lair rules, no one can take advantage of women, including forcing women to do anything against their will. If anyone is caught, there are no second chances. Not even hard labor can atone. If caught, you're beaten to death on the spot. This is the strictest rule in the lair. So it was right for Cao Liangyuan's men to curse Ye Honglang's wife. She was trying, single-handedly, to send them all to hell. Ye Honglang's wife cried silently. She was mute. She had no way to voice the anxiety and pleading in her heart. But she knew what she had. If she could trade her body for her son's safety, the little mute was willing to do so. Cao Liangyuan and the other muscle-bound men cursed and grumbled. They kept their eyes tightly shut, not daring to open even a crack. The remaining muscle men had already grabbed Ye Honglang's son and the warehouse manager's children and run off. "Hurry up and get them out of here." Cao Liangyuan, eyes still closed, waved his hand and pointed in Ye Honglang's wife's direction. "It's not as scary here as you think. We're not going to eat your son. Hurry up and put your clothes back on." But the little mute refused. Crying, she knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Cao Liangyuan. If they wanted her body, they could take it. As long as they didn't hurt her son, she was willing to endure anything. Ye Honglang lay face down on the clean stone slabs, blood dripping from his mouth. Seeing his wife naked, he let out a cry of anguish. The young widow rushed over, picked up the clothes from the ground, and tried to dress the little mute. "Hurry and get up. You'll get yourself in big trouble like this." But the little mute wouldn't budge. Whenever the widow tried to dress her, she would just take her clothes off again. She laid her dignity on the ground, letting it be trampled. What use was dignity in the Wasteland? As long as you could survive, that was enough. The widow was anxious. This newcomer had no idea what she was doing. "Hurry and get dressed. Yue Bai hates this kind of thing the most." No sooner had the widow finished speaking than Shi Yue Bai came out, leaning on a long stick. Expressionless, she looked at the little mute who was kneeling naked on the ground. Shi Yue Bai raised her stick and struck the little mute hard. "If I were you, I'd risk my life to fight my way to my child's side, even if it meant dying, even if the outcome was no different than what you're doing now." The little mute was knocked to the ground by Shi Yue Bai's blow and didn't get up for a long time. She hadn't had a proper bath in years. Ye Honglang's position in management meant their family sometimes got a little water. When water was plentiful, the whole family would take turns wiping themselves with a damp towel. So the little mute's skin was dark and grimy. Shi Yue Bai's stick left no mercy, instantly raising a bloody welt on her skin. The little mute was in so much pain she couldn't move. Shi Yue Bai then struck Ye Honglang with the stick. "Useless. If you've got guts, take off your pants and show your ass. Watching your wife so helpless, forced to make this choice, why don't you just die?" Shi Yue Bai gave Ye Honglang a few extra whacks for good measure. When Ye Honglang was nearly beaten unconscious, Shi Yue Bai finally put away her stick and ordered him, "Get your wife dressed. If you keep dawdling, I'll stew your son and feed it to you." That last sentence forced Ye Honglang, despite the pain in his bones, to crawl to his wife and help her get dressed. Nearby, the warehouse manager curled up on the ground, his eyes bloodshot. Because he hadn't made a sound, Shi Yue Bai wasn't interested in his inner turmoil, so he was spared a beating. A few muscle men then dragged the now-clothed Ye Honglang, his parents, and the warehouse manager off to the construction site. By now, the second wall behind the main gate had been finished. From a distance, in the pitch-black night, you could see a few people walking back and forth atop the third wall. But Ye Honglang and there weren't in the mood to pay attention. They were dragged along and finally dumped on the ground like garbage. Liang Yuan and the others cursed as they walked away. The warehouse manager was the first to react. He hadn't been hurt much, so as soon as he was thrown down, he went to check on Ye Honglang. "We have to find a way to save the children." Ye Honglang had been beaten half to death by Shi Yuebai. Lying in the snow, he gave a bitter smile. "What can we possibly do now?" The strength those men used to restrain him was even greater than the beatings he'd taken in the big city. Ye Honglang could clearly feel the difference. He had no way to fight back against these people. And by the time they figured out a way to save the children, their kids might already have been eaten. The warehouse manager's face was grim. "Even if there's no hope, we have to try." He had everyone in his family dead, unlike Ye Honglang, who still had a big family. He only had his 2 mentally disabled children left. Just then, a few people came over carrying tools. Someone left, "Newcomers again, huh? Hurry up and get to work, or you'll be punished for slacking off." They ran over and shoved a bunch of masonry tools into the hands of the warehouse manager, Ye Honglang, and the others. One man, smiling warmly, said kindly to them, "Everyone finds it hard at first. Liang Wen and the others are a bit fierce, but it's for our own good." Seeing the disbelief on their faces, someone quickly explained, "Liang Yuan and the others are under a lot of pressure too. It's just that young Wen Yao and the young widow only bring people in without explaining anything." They all talked at once, but none of them showed a hint of resentment. This struck Ye Honglang and the warehouse manager as very odd, but fear and anger over their children being taken clouded their minds. Right now, they couldn't think about anything else. They just blindly followed instructions, dragging their battered bodies to start building the wall. Even though they were frantically worried for their children, surrounded by so many people and completely unfamiliar with the situation, they had no idea what to do. Someone came over and looked at the section of wall they'd built and shook his head. "What is this? The quality's not up to standard. If it's not up to standard, you'll be punished too." Ye Honglang was filled with anger. Everywhere here, it was just punishment after punishment. How was anyone supposed to survive? He threw his masonry tool to the ground. "I've never done this kind of work. If I can't do it right, why bring us here at all?" "What else can you do besides build walls?" Shi Yueibai's voice rang out from the foundation. Ye Honglang looked up, but didn't see the fat figure.
Only a paper airplane drifted by. Ye Honglang was simmering with anger. The warehouse manager beside him tugged at his sleeve, and Ye Honglang quickly shut his mouth. They still needed to save their own child. Now was not the time to offend anyone here. As for where Shi Yueibai's voice was coming from, they didn't have the time or energy to worry about that. Shi Yueibai's voice continued, "You're administrators in the big city, but it's not like the survivors' lives under your management are any better. If you can't even handle basic manual labor, then you're truly useless." Ye Honglang and the warehouse manager both lowered their heads. Shi Yuebai wasn't wrong about that, but the overall environment was what it was. Even if they wanted to improve the survivors' lives, there was only so much they could do. They felt a bit wronged, but couldn't argue back. Ye Honglang's parents, timid and quiet, scurried off to the side. They picked up the masonry tools Ye Honglang had dropped. Though the 2 elderly people were gaunt and silent, they sensed things hadn't gotten completely hopeless yet. Radiation had dulled their speech, but their instincts were still sharp. They just couldn't find the words to persuade their son. Ye Honglang silently took the masonry tools and started building the wall again. After a while, someone who looked like a foreman walked over and inspected the wall Ye Honglang and the warehouse manager had built. "This isn't good enough. The stones aren't stacked solidly. It's all crooked. Looks like it'd fall over with a single push." There were a lot of foremen on the site, most of whom had worked construction before the apocalypse. They could offset their own required labor hours by working as foremen. Shi Yuebai wasn't unreasonable. She didn't force everyone to do hard labor. If someone had a skill from before the apocalypse, Shi Yuebai would let them do what they were good at. So some people on the site would volunteer to do their specialty after finishing their manual labor for the day. They treated it as overtime. Overtime hours could also be exchanged for enhancement water. The foreman looked over the wall Ye Hong and the warehouse manager had built. He lifted his foot and with one kick smashed the wall they'd spent most of the day building. His strength was so great that both Ye Hong and the warehouse manager were shocked. The foreman had at least taken enhancement water. Kicking down a shoddy wall was nothing for him. He said sternly to Ye Hong and the warehouse manager, "The wall has to be strong enough that we can't kick it down with one kick. That's the standard. Start over." This foreman was actually being pretty reasonable, but after Ye Hong and the warehouse manager finally finished rebuilding the wall, he came over again, and just like before, he kicked down the newly built wall. Even the usually tolerant warehouse manager was getting angry. "You're just making things difficult for us. You're way stronger than we are, and you're still putting so much effort into kicking the wall." The warehouse manager realized something. A lot of people in the Wasteland had gotten much stronger than before, but because of the radiation, many had suffered cognitive decline, so most of those strong people seemed a bit dim-witted. Shiyi and Shiyi had been like that before. The warehouse manager figured this foreman had the same problem. Granted, their first attempt at the wall was mediocre, but after it was knocked down, they'd been much more careful the second time. No matter how sturdy the wall, if the foreman kicked it that hard, it would collapse. Do it again. The foreman just threw out those words and went off to check on other projects. The mute girl looked at Ye Hong with teary eyes. It was cold, they were hungry, and there was no telling if her son had already been eaten. Ye Hong swallowed his anger and started building the wall for the third time. "Break time, come get some food," someone standing on the foundation called out. Everyone building the wall climbed up onto the foundation and lined up for food. Ye Hong and the warehouse manager exchanged glances, both a little surprised. They'd only been working for about 5 hours. Was it already time to eat? Before they could figure it out, Ye Honglong's parents had already climbed up and obediently joined the end of the line. The people handing out food at the front worked quickly. Everyone calmly took their share and sat down to eat. The mute girl watched as people ahead of her received their food. The same foreman who kept knocking down their wall happened to walk by carrying a big bag of snacks. Seeing the longing in her eyes, the foreman kindly reminded her, "You're new here, right? Aren't you coming up to get your food? You'll have to keep working after this. Your wall is way below standard and too slow. Ye Bai will be angry." The foreman figured this group of newcomers would definitely have to work overtime today. If they didn't eat something, they wouldn't last long. The mute girl glanced at Ye Hong. Seeing he said nothing, she followed her in-laws up onto the foundation. She craned her neck to look at the front of the line. She hadn't expected to actually get any food. She was already bracing herself for trouble. After all, Ye Hong still worked in management, and every time he went to collect food, he was given a hard time. He brought home less and less, and management kept delaying his rations. But even so, their family was doing better than most. At least what Ye Hong brought home had kept them alive until now. In this cold, many people in the big city couldn't make it anymore. It wasn't just that Ye Hong got hassled and shortchanged when collecting food. Some people would have gladly put up with that if only they could get any food at all. Here's your share of prepared food. And since you're new, here's a newbie starter pack. The elderly person handing out food stuffed a big pile of things into the mute girl's arms. There was also a bottle of enhancement water tied with a ribbon. The mute girl stared blankly at the armful of food. Instant noodles, compressed biscuits, fish tofu, and a shiny bottle of water. Was this shiny bottle of water the so-called starter pack? But she was also holding a bottle of expired honeysuckle drink. There was already water included in the food rations, so why give her another bottle of water? Did Shiyu really have that much water to give away?
"Why aren't you drinking your water?" A man squatted nearby, close to the little mute girl. His eyes shone with envy and calculation as he stared at the bottle of fortified water in her hand, tied with a ribbon. Not long ago, he'd been dragged here by the young widow and Yang Wenyao to work as a laborer. Back then, he was just like Ye Hong and the others, unwilling, grumbling, and cursing. But he wasn't as reckless as Ye Honglang or the little mute. He didn't dare go up against Cao Lingyun. So, unlike those two, he hadn't been beaten up by Cao Lingyun and his gang. Instead, he'd been quietly transferred here to do hard labor. The old man handing out food had given him a newbie starter pack too. But at the time, he hadn't realized that the starter pack was actually a bottle of fortified water. His thought process went like this. He already had a bottle of expired honeysuckle drink in his rations, so he traded the ribbon-tied starter pack to another laborer nearby for a big pile of food. Having survived over 6 years in the Wasteland, his craving for food was stronger than anything else. His thinking was simple. He was always worried about not having enough to eat. Since he had water, he figured he could trade the extra for more food. He could stockpile the food, and maybe once he escaped Cao Yubai's clutches, he could take it back to the big city and live off it. But after days of hard labor here, he gradually realized just how foolish he'd been. Cao Yubai gave every newcomer a starter pack, a bottle of fortified water. The first bottle was given freely, with no effort required. They didn't care about your character or background. Even if you were a schemer or a criminal, you'd get a starter pack on your first day. It was absolute fairness. But later, he learned that if the laborers wanted another bottle of fortified water, it wouldn't be so easy. They had to work overtime and earn little red flags. After drinking fortified water, people got stronger and healthier. The effects of one bottle could last over a month. During that month, with their newfound strength, they could do more work and earn more red flags. More red flags meant more fortified water. You could even trade red flags for a serving of fresh vegetables. So not understanding the value of the starter pack at first, he'd foolishly traded his way. The pile of food he got in exchange was still sitting in his tent. At first, he'd planned to hoard it for emergencies, but he later realized there was no need. Meals were distributed 3 times a day, on time, and every meal was plentiful. Here in Cao Yubai's camp, no one starved to death. Only those who bullied women got beaten to death, but no one died of hunger, thirst, or cold. Without the boost from the starter pack, he was weaker than the others. He couldn't do as much work, and the quality was worse, so he was punished often. Others could work extra hours and earn red flags to trade for fortified water and vegetables. But when he worked overtime, it was just to make up for his punishments. Laborers who worked day and night would get a small cup of fortified water, but without red flags, there was no way to get vegetables. Even though the only vegetable available for red flags was Napa cabbage, it was still enough to make your mouth water. He hadn't planned things out from the start. So, seeing the little mute girl not drinking her bottle of fortified water, the man tried to give her some advice. "How about this? I'll trade you my pile of food for your bottle of water. What do you say?" The little mute shook her head. She put the ribbon-tied bottle of fortified water into her pocket, eyeing the man warily. She couldn't speak, but she wasn't stupid. She didn't know where her son was, so she wanted to save the bottle of water in her pocket for him. She opened the expired honeysuckle drink, took a sip, and ate a little food. Then she packed up the rest of her rations and got ready to keep building the wall. Ye Honglang and the storekeeper were waiting in line, half skeptical. When it was their turn, they each received the same pile of food and a starter pack. The storekeeper was cautious. Holding his ribbon-tied bottle of fortified water, he asked several people about it. Finally, he came over to Ye Honglang and said, whispering, "I have no idea where this place is or how far we are from the big city. They actually gave us this fortified water as a starter pack, and apparently every newcomer gets one." Ye Honglang frowned and took a sip from his bottle of fortified water. Honestly,
If Xiao Yubai's people hadn't kidnapped his son, he'd think this cannibal gang actually treated people pretty well. If he could eat this much food and have 2 bottles of drink before he died, then even being eaten wouldn't be so bad. For a moment, Ye Honglang was overwhelmed with sorrow. He didn't know if his son had already been eaten. Would the cannibal gang feed his son before eating him? Lost in thought, Ye Honglang finished the whole bottle of fortified water. He stood up feeling a surge of strength throughout his body. He didn't even feel like eating the pile of food he'd been given. In fact, just like Ye Honglang, there were plenty of people who couldn't finish even half their meals. As long as the effects of the fortified water lasted, they were full of energy and didn't need much food. Ye Honglang found his wife. She was quietly stacking stones by herself. He walked over and tried to comfort her. "I think this group has plenty of food. Our son might not be eaten right away. Don't worry. Whether he's alive or dead, I'll find out for sure." The little mute pressed her lips together and silently kept building the wall. After a while, Xu Shuijiao came over with a stack of papers to announce new rules. Every few days, she'd come to the worksite and post the latest rules on the wall for everyone to see. She glanced at the little mute girl and said, "You're too weak. You'd better drink your fortified water, or you'll definitely have to work overtime and be punished today." In Xiao Yubai's place, no one wanted to work overtime. But the little mute didn't understand the difference between being forced to work overtime or volunteering for it, and what was good or bad about it. She just wanted to save the water in her pocket for her son. So the little mute shook her head, refusing Xu Shuijiao's kind offer. Seeing this, Xu Shuijiao knew she was dealing with another one who wouldn't listen to advice. These people would only realize the difference between themselves and others in the days to come, and then regret not making good use of this newbie starter pack. Xu Shuijiao turned and left to mind her own business, ignoring the little mute girl and her group. On the inside of the third wall, where construction had been finished, a large floodlight had been installed. A small, overlapping array was drawn on the lamp. Day or night, as long as Xiao Yubai infused the array with energy once, the array could keep the lamp running for a whole week. This lamp would light up a small area inside the third wall as bright as day. All the survivors would operate in this brightly lit zone. When it was time to rest, a ring of lights would glow on the ground, guiding survivors along the strip back to their own resting areas. After Xu Shuijiao finished posting the new rules, Xiao Yubai climbed up onto the third wall. She infused 5 jin of fat energy into the overlapping array and extended the protective barrier to cover the third wall. By the time Xi Yuebai finished her busy work and looked up again, she had no idea how many hours had passed. She waved her hand, sweeping away the black and yellow snow above her head. Then she checked her own weight. Xi Yuebai now weighed only 600 jin, but her figure didn't look any slimmer at all, because she was wearing the oversized winter coat her mother had made for her. That coat was stuffed with down feathers taken from other jackets. So now, Xi Yuebai actually looked even bigger than when she weighed 750 jin. Only Xi Yuebai herself knew that, after a year and 3 months, she had lost 150 jin of flesh. It wasn't a short time, but all told, she'd lost the weight of a grown man. Standing atop the high third wall, Xi Yuebai gazed out with mixed feelings. She hadn't eaten anything for over a year. Who would believe a normal person could go without food or water for more than a year? Even in her past life among the Wu tribe, she'd never seen anything so strange. But in the Wasteland, anything was possible. Looking out at the pitch-black night, the third wall was already her stronghold, expanded to its limit. If she wanted to expand further, the big river would have to be diverted again. And if the river happened to flood, it might drown the big city ahead. On the third wall, a few mercenaries carrying laser weapons walked over. Their leader, Chen Yang, looked curiously at Shi Yuebai, who was standing behind the parapet gazing out. "Yuebai, what are you looking at?" Shi Yuebai shook her head. She was just standing there, letting her mind go blank for a while. Don't be fooled by how small her stronghold looked facing the big city. In reality, the largest areas were to the left and right of the main section and behind it. Those laborers thought that once they finished the section facing the city, they'd be done and could rest. No, the real massive project was still behind them. Chen Yang saw Shi Yuebai was silent. He followed her gaze forward. By the faint light of the searchlights on the third wall, he could just make out black and yellow snowflakes drifting down ahead. Beyond that, it was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. He couldn't imagine what was so interesting out there. But Shi Yuebai was an ability user. The world she saw, the perspective she had, was probably fundamentally different from that of ordinary survivors like them. Chen Yang and the other mercenaries stood behind Shi Yuebai and craned their necks to look for a while. Seeing nothing, they soon left. Now the mercenaries were split into two groups. One group went to the front lines to hunt mutant beasts. The other group was on break. When they were on break, they would return to Shi Yuebai's stronghold and stay atop the third wall, becoming the most conspicuous human wall on the third wall. This wasn't something Shi Yuebai or Shi Yi had asked for. It was a collective decision by the mercenary corps. Shi Yuebai's stronghold was their base for recovery and rest. In fact, it wasn't just Shi Yuebai's stronghold, it was the mercenary corps' home base, too. Anyone injured could recuperate here as well. So unless it was an emergency, everyone preferred to return to the stronghold to heal. Chen Yang led a few mercenaries to the end of the third wall. Although the third wall was built high and wide, because the project was so massive, it only just covered the front of the second wall for now. In other words, if someone stood directly in front, all they'd see was the towering third wall. They wouldn't know what was behind it. A mercenary pointed down at Ye Honglong, who was clumsily working on the wall below. "Isn't that the administrator from management?" Ye Honglong and Lian Chenyu had partnered up and gone to the front lines several times. After a few incidents, the management and the mercenary corps had completely fallen out. When facing Yi Zhe, Liang Chenyu's tone was harsh, and he said a lot of strong words. Yi Zhe had Shi Yuebai backing him, so he grew tougher too. Ye Honglong was on Liang Chenyu's side, and often stood behind him, giving the mercenaries attitude. So now, seeing Ye Honglong stacking stones on the construction site, Chen Yang and the others immediately pointed at him and burst out laughing. Ye Honglong looked up, and by the faint light of the searchlights on the third wall, he saw Chen Yang's face. His pupils shrank. Only then did Ye Honglong realize he'd ended up in the mercenary corps's hands. He took a couple of steps toward Chen Yang, shouting loudly, "What are you doing here? How dare you be here? How could there be so much food and so many people in this wasteland, building such a massive project?" Up on the wall, Chen Yang and the other mercenaries saw Ye Honglong's sorry state and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Chen Yang beckoned to Ye Honglong. "Come up here! If you've got guts, come up here and fight!" Ye Honglong actually found a stone staircase and tried to climb up the wall. But as soon as he reached the foot of the stairs, a supervisor rushed out and grabbed him.
Realizing that Ye Honglong was becoming aggressive, several nearby overseers sprinted over at top speed to stop him. They quickly subdued Ye Honglong, pinning him to the ground. "Ah, let me go! I just wanted to go up there and reason with those mercenaries. What right did they have to bring me and my family here?" What Ye Honglong couldn't understand most was that the mercenaries weren't lacking in food, so why were they targeting the children? With so many questions swirling in his mind, Ye Honglong just wanted to climb up the wall and get to the bottom of things. But before he could, several overseers had already pinned him to the ground. The overseers were incredibly strong. Even though Ye Honglong had drunk the strengthening water from the newbie starter pack, he was still held down so tightly he couldn't move an inch. After all, this was Ye Honglong's first time drinking the strengthening water, while those chosen as overseers had already drunk it many times. Each time they drank, their physical abilities improved. This strengthening water from Shuyuebai was different from the kind of enhancer the management had access to. Everyone knew the enhancer had serious side effects. It could rapidly boost a person's physical strength and abilities, but it also made people irritable and prone to headaches. Worse, once the effects wore off, it could cause irreversible muscle damage. That's why the enhancer couldn't be used continuously. If an ordinary person had unlimited supply and ignored the risks, after using it 2 or 3 times in a row, they'd have to stop for a long time. Otherwise, their muscles would atrophy and they'd never regain their strength. But after drinking Shuyuebai's strengthening water, the overseers' bodies only got stronger each time, so it was easy for them to subdue the agitated Yehonang. As Yehonang was pinned against a rock, his face was distorted by the overseer's grip. Standing atop the city wall, Chunyang and several other mercenaries couldn't help but burst out laughing, clearly enjoying Yehonang's misfortune. Chunyang pointed at the thoroughly unlucky Yehonang and sneered, "He deserves it. When he was an administrator, he always exploited and bullied us." Back then, the mercenaries had no choice but to cooperate with the management, who held all the power. There was nothing the mercenaries could do about it. But now, after the mercenary group had cut ties with the management, they no longer needed to beg for laser weapons, enhancers, or medical supplies. So all the resentment they'd bottled up against the management came flooding out. Seeing Yehonang get his comeuppance made them happier than words could say. Yehonang kept shouting, "What do the management's decisions have to do with me? Your mercenary group used to be stationed in Xiang City. Aren't you afraid of retribution for taking revenge on me like this?" Yehonlang was convinced the only reason he'd ended up like this was because the mercenary group was out to get him, setting traps and making things difficult behind his back. He hadn't expected the mercenaries to be so petty, resorting to such underhanded tricks. Beside him, the frail mute girl looked pleadingly at the overseers. After being beaten by Shuyuebai, even if she was desperate to get them to release her husband, she didn't dare take off her clothes anymore. One overseer couldn't take it anymore and shouted at Yehonlang and the mute girl, "You're filthy-minded. You think everyone else is as filthy as you? The mercenaries are all stand-up guys. They wouldn't waste their time deliberately making trouble for you." Another overseer couldn't help but chime in. "What do you think this place is? In all the Wasteland, this is the best place there is. Don't let your imagination run wild. No one would joke about children's safety. The rules here give extra protection for women and kids." At first, no one had bothered to explain things to Yehonlang and the mute girl, because everyone who came here for the first time assumed, without exception, that this was a place where people got eaten. But after living here for a few days, they'd slowly come to realize this place was Eden in the Wasteland, their own Noah's Ark. That understanding came only after each newcomer had spent a few days living here and experienced it for themselves. Yehonlang, the mute girl, and the others would go through the same process. No one doubted it. They'd go from being unable to accept or adapt to eventually falling in love with this place. But Yehonlang's reaction was just too extreme, and because he'd been a management administrator, his identity made him even more disliked. No one liked Yehonlang or the warehouse manager. Hardly anyone even spoke to them. Naturally, Yehonlang and the others knew very little about Shuyuebai's base. The overseer who had spoken gave Yehonlang a hard kick and scolded him again. "You were stupid when you were an administrator. You couldn't change anything for us, and you're no smarter now. What kind of cannibal gang would eat a bunch of scrawny kids instead of you adults who have way more meat? How much meat could a kid possibly have? Especially your son. He's nothing but skin and bones." Neither Yehonlang, the mute girl, nor the warehouse manager had ever thought of that. Maybe, as the overseer said, because they'd been part of the management, their perspective was different from that of a normal survivor. Lying on the ground, Yehonlang finally stopped struggling. Even the mute girl, whose face was full of pleading, now looked dazed. The overseer's words made sense. If a cannibal gang wanted to eat people, they'd eat the adults. But Shuyuebai, who brought them here, hadn't eaten them. Instead, he'd put them to work, given them food, and had them help build the walls. Seeing Yehonlang calm down, the overseers finally let him go. One of them took out a thick notebook and wrote down the names of Ye Honglong, the warehouse manager, and the mute girl. Your work quality is terrible. Either you're too slow, or you do a shoddy job, or you leave early. That's right, Ye Honglong had just left his post early, trying to climb the city wall. The overseer marked this as leaving early. From now on, you'll work for 7 days straight without food or water. Everyone else here can finish work and rest at the normal time, but not you. The other laborers, who were just about to finish for the day, all shot Ye Honglong and the others gloating looks. Just as expected, the newcomers almost never escaped a fate of punishment.
Standing atop the perimeter wall, Shi Yue Bai could hear Chen Yong and the others laughing with schadenfreude. She lowered her head to look at Ye Honglong and his group. That little mute girl was filthy from head to toe, her body swaying unsteadily. She looked even more frail and weak than anyone on their side, clearly in poor health. It was obvious she'd never drunk any strengthening water. The radiation was getting stronger and stronger, and the mute girl happened to be working outside the protection array. She had neither spiritual energy to enhance her body, nor the protection of the array. On top of that, the labor was so intense, and her constitution was already poor. She was at real risk of sudden death. Shi Yue Bai, unconcerned, looked away and continued standing on the wall for a while. She carefully checked the configuration of the laser weapons on the third wall. Most of the laser weapons they owned had been exchanged from the management using points and food, thanks to Zhu Yufei's connections. But the third wall was so long, wide enough for 2 cars to drive side by side on top. So after distributing the management's laser weapons along the third wall, it still felt like there weren't enough. What's more, half of the laser weapons Shi Yue Bai had bought with her points were rented out to the mercenary corps. That left even fewer for the third wall. Shi Yi sat in his wheelchair every day, following behind Guai Guai and chattering on. He'd realized Guai Guai was a real talent, with a knack for machinery. So every day, Shi Yi would go on in Guai Guai's ear about the kinds of weapons, mechs, and machines he wanted to design. Guai Guai couldn't stand Shi Yi's nagging, but every time he was about to lose his temper and beat up Shi Yi would call out Shi Yue Bai's name. After being forced to hold back a few times, Guai Guai eventually made several new laser weapons based on Shi Yi's concepts. But true to his nature, Guai Guai always modified anything he thought was unreasonable. Even if he and Shi Yi argued until their faces turned red and were on the verge of fighting, Guai Guai never backed down. No one knew whether Shi Yi's ideas or Guai Guai's modifications would prove better in actual combat. Guai Guai was stubborn that way. Since Shi Yi asked him to do it, he was determined to produce the most perfect laser weapon he could. So lately, quite a few new, supposedly more powerful and user-friendly laser weapons had appeared on the third wall. They were all conceptual products created by Guai Guai and Shi Yi together. Shi Yue Bai planned to have Chen Yong bring one of these prototype laser weapons to Yi Jia next time he went to the front line. She wanted to see for herself how well these new gadgets work in practice. That way, Shi Yi and Guai Guai wouldn't keep acting like they wanted to kill each other over every little disagreement. On the third wall, Shi Yue Bai expanded the overlapping array's range a bit more. This was also to make it easier for the survivors using the laser weapons to reload their laser magazines in time. Once she had finished checking the laser weapons, Shi Yue Bai lumbered down the steps, her massive body swaying with each step. Coincidentally, the stone path down from the third wall was right where Ye Honglong and the others were working. When the mute girl saw Shi Yue Bai's bulky, awkward figure coming down the path and stepping on the black and yellow snow, she immediately dropped her work. She rushed over to Shi Yue Bai, pressed her palms together, and pleaded with her eyes. Shi Yue Bai just looked at her coldly, saying nothing. The mute girl hurriedly made a few hand gestures. The overseer nearby frowned and shouted at her, "You really don't know when to quit. I just warned you all to behave, and now you're running up to Shi Yue Bai and waving your hands around?"
The mute girl looked anxious and shook her head desperately. She made a few more signs to Shi Yuebai, clearly begging her. No one could say where the mute girl found the courage to plead with Shi Yuebai. Everyone around drew in a sharp breath. Although Shi Yuebai was the god of the lair, a lot of people were actually afraid of her. After all, when Shi Yuebai hit people, she was much stronger than the average person. Some had even nearly been beaten to death by her. But since there was food and drink in the lair, those who'd been beaten within an inch of their lives by Shi Yuebai eventually recovered. Ye Honglong, worried, put down his work, wanting to stop his wife. But the overseer quickly fixed him with a glare. He had no choice but to pick up his tools and keep building the wall, watching helplessly as his wife went to beg the terrifying fat woman. Shi Yuebai nodded and said, "I'll take you to see your son." The mute girl immediately broke into a smile. Shi Yuebai led her away, maybe sensing the strange mood of those around him as he watched his wife leave with Shi Yuebai. Ye Honglong quietly asked, "My wife will be okay?" A man next to him, also serving out his labor penalty, snorted, "Who knows? At least she won't die." The mute girl followed behind Shi Yuebai, anxious and uneasy. She watched Shi Yuebai swaying through the snow, and several times it looked like she was about to lose her balance and fall. The mute girl quickly reached out, wanting to help steady her, but in the end, Shi Yuebai managed to keep her massive body upright with her core strength. With the mute girl's complicated gaze on her back, Shi Yuebai led her all the way to the rear central area of the lair. The mute girl looked up at the sky, surprised to see the snow had stopped. She glanced back at the ground behind her, which was still covered in black and yellow snow. But under her feet, the ground was clean, not a snowflake in sight. Without turning her head, Shi Yuebai explained coolly, "Once you enter here, it doesn't snow anymore." In this area, the protection array she'd drawn was already quite complete. Likewise, without her permission or a stone token infused with her soul power, no one could enter or leave. But to outsiders, it just looked like one side of a line was piled with black and yellow snow, while the other side was clean and dry. The mute girl found this phenomenon very strange. But she couldn't ask, nor did she dare to. She just followed quietly behind Shi Yuebai, until she saw a patch of lush green vegetable fields. The mute girl stopped in shock. The little mute girl rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What was this in front of her? Vegetables or mutant plants? After surviving for so many years in the wasteland, it had been ages since the little mute had seen fresh green plants, even mutant plants. Back when the whole population was mobilized to wipe out mutant plants, the little mute had witnessed firsthand just how crazed the survivors had become. It had reached the point where anything green was immediately burned. Nowadays, even those with the means to grow crops only dared to do so in sterile labs, and only on a very small scale. If any anomaly was detected in the crops, all previous research and cultivation efforts would be destroyed without hesitation. Looking at the vegetables here, the little mute shrank back behind Shi Yuebai in fear. These vegetables just didn't look normal. Shi Yuebai, walking ahead, turned back impatiently to glance at her. If these vegetables were out of control, do you think all these people would be fine? Clearly, there were nearly 1,000 people living in Shi Yuebai's base now. All of them had been brought here from various places by Yang Wenyao and the young widow using her one-time teleportation talismans. Everyone was living well here. In fact, to be able to exchange for even a small vacuum-packed bag of vegetables with their points, they worked themselves to the bone, doing hard labor and overtime. None of them had any problems. That proved that the vegetables grown here by Shi Yuebai hadn't become dangerous enough to harm people. The little mute gestured at Shi Yuebai. She didn't understand. Either speak or just hold it in. I can't understand your sign language. The only reason she'd understood the little mute's gestures before was because, as a mother, her worry for her son was written all over her face. Even if she said nothing, just standing in front of Shi Yuebai could guess what she meant. She wanted to see her son, and she was worried about him. The light in the little mute's eyes faded. She lowered her hands, hung her head, and silently followed behind Shi Yuebai. As they passed the lush green vegetable fields, the little mute couldn't help but tremble all over. But seeing Shi Yuebai walking ahead so calmly, she forced herself to follow, trembling. A few elderly people were bent over in the fields, tending to the wildly growing vegetables. These vegetables had to be managed every single day, or they'd grow out of control. Even the paths through the fields would get overrun. There was actually enough space inside the third wall to grow crops, but these vegetables still managed to crowd the land so much that even walking through was difficult. Especially since the rice had started growing golden heads of grain everywhere. In just a few days, they'd branch out again. With rice, people in the base could finally eat real rice, but the rice stalks competed endlessly with the other vegetables for space. The slender stalks would grow into every available gap. If not managed, they'd invade the vegetable patches, and people would have to cut them out by hand. Shi Yuebai had to spend a lot of manpower on this. There was no choice. Not sending people to manage it wasn't an option. The harvested vegetables and cut rice stalks wouldn't regrow, but the vegetables had to be vacuum-packed, and the rice grains separated from the stalks and dried. But with no sun right now, they couldn't dry the rice, so it had to be stored for now. Once the sun stopped and there was enough sunlight, they'd bring it out to dry. The harvested rice and vegetables had to be sent to the Tongji storage box right away. Otherwise, in places with little spiritual energy, even the best crops would slowly rot and become increasingly irradiated. Of course, the elderly tending the crops weren't responsible for the later steps. They had no idea where the packed vegetables would end up in the storage box. All they knew was that they were worked to death. There was endless farm work every single day. The mute girl stared blankly at the scene. Her legs felt weak and she could barely walk. Just then, the sound of children's laughter came from ahead. She looked up. The sky overhead was pitch black, not a hint of light. But outside the second wall, a huge searchlight had been set up, illuminating the rice fields ahead as bright as day. A group of children, some disabled, some with limited mobility, some autistic, but all of them were clean, warmly dressed with washed faces and hands. Each child carried a basket, picking up rice grains in the fields. The mute girl rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What was this in front of her? Laughter and joy? Was this really something that could exist in the wasteland? Those drooling, stiff, slow-moving children used their clumsy fingers to pick up rice grains from the ground, one by one. Was this really not a hallucination? Shi Yuebai stopped at the edge of the rice field and said to the mute girl behind her, "I don't remember what your son looks like. You'll have to find him yourself." She had more and more children under her care these days. The original inflatable classroom couldn't fit them all anymore. So Shi Yuebai had to ask Pang Zhenkong to clear out the underground mall so the kids could have classes, live, and eat there together. The library was set up in the underground mall, which connected to the underground shopping street where there was a bathhouse. It was convenient for the kids to wash up there every day. Shi Yuebai said, "They come out to work at this time every day. I don't have the extra resources to support so many kids for nothing. When rice grains fall to the ground, it takes a lot of labor to pick them up, so this is one of the kids' jobs. Some of them also go to the front line to scavenge. But only children with higher intelligence, like Shi Yao, were selected for the front line. They spent a few hours each day receiving combat training from Shi Yi, so they'd have the ability to protect themselves while scavenging, and to get used to working with mercenaries, laying a psychological foundation for future battles with mutant beasts." Yes, Shi Yuebai, Shi Yi, and Yi Jie all believed this was the way forward. Once the effects of radiation on human intelligence and bodies was solved, survivors would have to stand up and fight mutant beasts for resources. If they didn't cultivate a combat mindset in these children now, were they supposed to grow up relying on Shi Yuebai forever, hiding in the protection array for life? Sorry, Shi Yuebai wasn't that soft-hearted. Once there was no more work to be done in her base, she'd drive out everyone who just ate without contributing.
Little Mute didn't need to go to the front lines to look, because
Through her tear-blurred eyes, she had already seen her son. He was originally just an 8-year-old child, but due to radiation, his head was abnormally large and his body especially small. He couldn't speak either, just like Little Mute herself. Little Mute used to be so anxious, hating herself more than once for having lost her voice to radiation. If only she could speak, at least she could have taught her son how to make sounds while raising him. Maybe it was precisely because she couldn't make a sound that her son, growing up in the Wasteland, also couldn't speak. And because of the radiation, his intellectual development was extremely slow. This made Little Mute's son look like a severely intellectually disabled autistic child. But now her son was wearing a brand new pale yellow cotton coat, carrying a basket in his hand. He was following behind a group of children, squatting slowly on the ground, picking up fallen rice stalks. This was a scene Little Mute had never witnessed before. Was this really her son? Why had she never realized that her son could actually do such things? Compared to some of the other strange disabled children, her son's abilities were actually quite good. "Did you find your son?" Shuryebai looked at the excitement on Little Mute's face. Little Mute frantically gestured at her, her hands moving so fast they almost left after images. Shuryebai couldn't understand, so she just nodded and said, "Since you found your son, then stay here and help harvest the rice in this area. If you work here, you'll be able to see your son for a few hours every day." Little Mute, still in shock, looked at Shuryebai again. She stopped her frantic gesturing. In fact, what she wanted to tell Shuryebai was that she had always thought her son was severely disabled, and that with his abilities, he'd never be able to fend for himself. In the Wasteland, if she and Ye Honglong both died, she had planned to take her son with her. Actually, there were quite a few people who thought the same way as Little Mute. But now, seeing her son, able to walk and jump and with all his limbs intact, just a little slow mentally, Little Mute felt that maybe life wasn't as hopeless as she had imagined. What's more, most of the other children's baskets were empty, but her son's bamboo basket already had a thin layer of rice stalks in it. If her son could stay here and keep picking up rice stalks, he'd count as a laborer. Little Mute looked anxiously at Shuryebai. She started gesturing frantically again. She wanted to tell Shuryebai, please let her son stay here. As long as Shuryebai let her son stay, she was willing to do anything. This place was a good place, not the terrifying cannibal gang that they had imagined. Shuryebai wasn't as cruel or evil as they had thought. There was a pleading look in Little Mute's hot eyes. Shuryebai frowned, deciding not to bother guessing what Little Mute was trying to say. She turned and left, leaving Little Mute behind. Actually, harvesting rice here wouldn't be any easier than building the walls. In fact, Little Mute's workload might even be heavier. After all, if the walls weren't built, they could just be left for later. But if the rice wasn't harvested for a day, it would grow wild everywhere. It could even overrun the original vegetable fields, turning them into a mess. Little Mute, her eyes brimming with tears, watched Shuryebai's departing figure. Even though Shuryebai didn't understand what she wanted to say, just being able to let her son live, and live so well, Little Mute was already deeply grateful to Shuryebai. After Shuryebai disappeared from sight, Little Mute finally turned to look at her son. Her son had already stood up, moving slowly and clumsily to the side of a plastic bin. Little Mute watched as her son poured the rice stalks he'd collected from his basket into the bin. Some of the other children couldn't even walk. One child was lying on the ground, and as Little Mute's son passed, he grabbed at her son's pant leg. Little Mute watched as her son lowered his head, moving slowly, looking at the child on the ground with confusion. A long time passed. The child on the ground didn't say a word. Maybe he was also racking his brain, trying to express himself with his limited language skills.
After a while, the child on the ground stretched out his bamboo basket. He had also picked up some rice stalks, but not as many as Little Mute's son. But because he was lying on the ground, he really couldn't move any further. He just wanted to ask Little Mute's son for a favor. Little Mute thought her son wouldn't pay any attention to the child on the ground. After all, her son seemed even more like an autistic child. But to her surprise, her son kept staring at the child on the ground. 10 minutes passed. The child on the ground stubbornly held up his basket. Another 10 minutes went by, and finally, Little Mute's son moved slightly. He reached out, took the basket from the child on the ground, and turned to pour the small amount of rice stalks into the plastic bin. Seeing this, Little Mute's heart pounded with excitement. The biggest difference between autistic children and ordinary children is that they can't connect with the outside world. Little Mute had tried countless times to communicate with her son, but he never responded to her. Now, her son had actually understood what the child on the ground wanted and had helped him just as the child had hoped. For Little Mute's son, this was a quantum leap. Little Mute stood there for several minutes, jumping up and down, tears in her eyes as she watched her son pick up his basket and continue gathering rice stalks. The child who was crawling on the ground rested for a while, then followed Little Mute's son. That child couldn't speak much either, but compared to Little Mute's son's complete silence, he had a much larger vocabulary. He would tug at Little Mute's pun, pointing to the mud on the ground, sure that there were more rice stalks hidden there. Little Mute thought her son wouldn't pay any attention to the child on the ground. After all, her son seemed even more like an autistic child. But to her surprise, her son kept staring at the child on the ground. 10 minutes passed. The child on the ground stubbornly held up his basket. Another 10 minutes went by, and finally, Little Mute's son moved slightly. He reached out, took the basket from the child on the ground, and turned to pour the small amount of rice stalks into the plastic bin. Seeing this, Little Mute's heart pounded with excitement. The biggest difference between autistic children and ordinary children is that they can't connect with the outside world. Little Mute had tried countless times to communicate with her son, but he never responded to her. Now, her son had actually understood what the child on the ground wanted and had helped him just as the child had hoped. For Little Mute's son, this was a quantum leap. Little Mute stood there for several minutes, jumping up and down, tears in her eyes as she watched her son pick up his basket and continue gathering rice stalks. The child who was crawling on the ground rested for a while, then followed Little Mute's son. That child couldn't speak much either, but compared to Little Mute's son's complete silence, he had a much larger vocabulary. He would tug at Little Mute's son, pointing to the mud on the ground, sure that there were more rice stalks hidden there. Little Mute thought her son wouldn't pay any attention to the child on the ground. After all, her son seemed even more like an autistic child. But to her surprise, her son kept staring at the child on the ground. 10 minutes passed. The child on the ground stubbornly held up his basket. Another 10 minutes went by, and finally Little Mute's son moved slightly. He reached out, took the basket from the child on the ground, and turned to pour the small amount of rice stalks into the plastic bin. Seeing this, Little Mute's heart pounded with excitement. The biggest difference between autistic children and ordinary children is that they can't connect with the outside world. Little Mute had tried countless times to communicate with her son, but he never responded to her. Now, her son had actually understood what the child on the ground wanted and had helped him just as the child had hoped. For Little Mute's son, this was a quantum leap. Little Mute stood there for several minutes, jumping up and down, tears in her eyes as she watched her son pick up his basket and continue gathering rice stalks. The child who was crawling on the ground rested for a while, then followed Little Mute's son. That child couldn't speak much either, but compared to Little Mute's son's complete silence, he had a much larger vocabulary. He would tug at little Mute's son, pointing to the mud on the ground, sure that there were more rice stalks hidden there. Little Mute thought her son wouldn't pay any attention to the child on the ground, but to her surprise, her son kept staring at the child on the ground. 10 minutes passed. The child on the ground stubbornly held up his basket. Another 10 minutes went by, and finally Little Mute's son moved slightly. He reached out, took the basket from the child on the ground, and turned to pour the small amount of rice stalks into the plastic bin. Seeing this, Little Mute's heart pounded with excitement. The biggest difference between autistic children and ordinary children is that they can't connect with the outside world. Little Mute had tried countless times to communicate with her son, but he never responded to her. Now, her son had actually understood what the child on the ground wanted and had helped him just as the child had hoped. For Little Mute's son, this was a quantum leap. Little Mute stood there, jumping up and down for several minutes, tears in her eyes as she watched her son pick up his basket and continue gathering rice stalks. The child who had been crawling on the ground rested for a while, then followed Little Mute's son. That child couldn't speak much either, but compared to Little Mute's son's complete silence, he had a much larger vocabulary. He would tug at Little Mute's son, pointing to the mud on the ground, sure that there were more rice stalks hidden there. Little Mute's son, though slow to understand, would, after a few minutes, follow the other child's lead, using his little fingers to dig out the rice stalks hidden in the mud. Only then did Little Mute realize that it wasn't that her son would always be trapped in his own world. It was that these children all had their own pace of growing up. As long as they were given time, given a stable life, they would slowly grow and change. The little Mute girl was sobbing uncontrollably, but very soon she experienced the consequences of not drinking the fortified water. The most obvious problem was that she simply couldn't keep up physically. At first, she didn't understand what was happening to her. She just felt that after a brief moment of happiness, her whole body went weak. Her head was spinning, her legs felt like jelly, and all she wanted to do was sit down and rest. Soon, she started feeling alternately hot and cold. To her horror, the little Mute girl realized she might be sick. It wasn't that survivors on the Wasteland never got sick. In fact, among the survivors, many people who were originally in good health ended up with all sorts of physical problems due to radiation. Maybe their strong constitutions helped them survive the initial apocalypse. But over time, their bodies grew weaker and weaker. Chronic illnesses that they never had before gradually started to appear. You could say that almost every survivor on the Wasteland had some kind of underlying health issue. The little Mute girl realized she had caught a cold. The scary thing was that before the apocalypse, a cold was no big deal. But now, even a minor cold could easily be fatal. With tears blurring her vision, she plopped down by the edge of the rice paddy. She watched her son not far away, completely absorbed in picking up stray grains of rice. Even children like her son, who couldn't speak, kids who always seemed lost in their own world, even they were slowly getting better here. The little Mute girl thought sadly, if she died, at least she'd have nothing left to worry about. "What are you doing sitting here?" The young widow walked over and stood behind her. She looked at the new laborer with a puzzled expression. Then she frowned at the little Mute girl's filthy, disheveled appearance. It was obvious she was a new laborer sent to the construction site to build walls. In the lair, only new arrivals looked so unkempt. Anyone who'd lived here for a few days knew they could go to the bathhouse to wash up during breaks. After bathing, they could even get new winter clothes and a tent to rest in, and so on. But this new Mute girl, besides being unkempt, looked extremely weak. Her cheeks were even flushed. The young widow came over, bent down, and touched the little Mute girl's forehead. She frowned and said, "Haven't you had any fortified water? It's so cold now, and you're dressed so thinly, working for so long. If you don't have fortified water to support you, you'll die very quickly." The reason they gave out a bottle of fortified water as a starter gift was because the think tank in the lair had considered how weak new laborers usually were. To lower the death rate among new arrivals, after some research, they decided to give each newcomer a bottle of fortified water at the start. The little mute girl was feverish and dizzy. She looked back at her son. He had already heard the bell in the distance and was following the other children, carrying his empty basket. The little mute girl tried to stand up, wanting to figure out where her son was going, but her body was too weak. She simply couldn't summon any strength. The young widow explained to her, "They only have a few hours of activity time each day. The rest of the time is spent reading, writing, and learning the things they need to know." The little mute girl's mouth fell open in shock as she looked up at the young widow. Only at this moment did she remember that the chubby Shiyue boy had mentioned this before. Shiyue Bai had said the children didn't have much free time. This was probably one of the few times of the day when they could be active. Only during this time could the little mute girl catch a glimpse of her son. She hurriedly gestured to the young widow. The young widow didn't even need to guess what she wanted to ask. So she put down the big bag she was carrying, squatted in front of the little mute girl, and explained to her. Some of the kids can't keep up with the learning pace, but soon they'll be split into classes. The ones who are doing well will move up to 2nd grade, and the ones who still can't write will stay in 1st grade. You don't have to worry. The things they're learning are pretty much the same as what we learned before the apocalypse. But most of the kids are starting from scratch, so they're building up the basics now. Recently, the young widow and young Ven Yao had been catching people so efficiently that the number of children had increased rapidly. Except for Xiao Yao, Da Yao, and Xiao Yao, and Peng Ziwan's group, who were learning more advanced things, almost all the kids were still at the stage of learning how to hold a pen. Some disabled children even had to learn how to hold a pen bit by bit. Shi Chengyu was in charge of dividing the kids into classes and overseeing their progress. It was said that they'd even found a few older teachers from before the apocalypse to help out. The little mute girl listened, dumbfounded, to the young widow's explanation. A glimmer of surprise and joy shone in her eyes. It was only at this moment that she suddenly realized this place was far better than she had imagined. Who would have thought that even in the Wasteland, there was a place where children could go to school? She believed that at her son's current pace, if he studied for 8 or 10 years, maybe he'd even learn to write his own name. The main thing was, from this, the little mute girl could tell that Shiyue Bai's group had solid infrastructure. Whenever a group started to focus on children's education, it meant they'd already met their basic needs for food and shelter. So if you want to be with your child for a long, long time, you need to take care of yourself. The young widow patted her on the shoulder. Take your time, and remember to drink the fortified water. It's really good for your health. I need to go bring some things to my own son and daughter. Right now, what the lair was providing these children was basically like a boarding school before the apocalypse. All the children had a unified schedule. Every morning, they got up at the same time for physical training organized by Shi. Then came academic lessons. In the afternoon, there was time for outdoor activities. In the evening, there was night study. After night study, everyone went back to their dormitories to rest. People like the young widow who had finished their work could apply to visit their children's living quarters and bring them some personal items. The young widow was thinking that her son and daughter had been on the front lines lately, searching for supplies with Xiao Yao, so she used 6 little red flags to exchange for 2 new sets of warm, long underwear for them. She wanted her son and daughter to wear the thermal underwear inside their down jackets. Thinking of how her son and daughter had been walking so energetically lately, the young widow's face blossomed with a satisfied smile. Even her steps as she turned to leave became noticeably lighter. Working here with Yue Bai was hard. The workload was heavy, and there was never a shortage of things to do each day. But Yue Bai's team had something no other group did. Here, every survivor had something to look forward to in life. That was something outsiders could never truly understand. But as the young widow reached the entrance to the underground mall, she suddenly looked up at the dark gray sky, feeling that something was off. She frowned, lowered her head, and walked a few more steps. The entrance to the underground mall was on flat ground. From a distance, it just looked like a bare, empty lot. There wasn't a pile of trash, nor any other buildings. This open space was used as a storage yard for supplies. Right now, Wayette had accumulated enough supplies to fill 4 soccer fields. If they could keep stockpiling, soon they'd have enough to fill 5. It was an encouraging sign. It meant their living supplies were abundant. There weren't many survivors left in the Wasteland now. Logically, the Wasteland had once been a world rich in resources with everything imaginable. No matter how much the remaining survivors consumed, things shouldn't have gotten this desperate. The reason survivors ended up in such a dire straits was because they'd trapped themselves inside the safety zones. The nest had mercenary groups backing them, and the kids working on the front lines managed to find large amounts of supplies every day. These supplies gave everyone in the nest the courage to face the hardships of the Wasteland. The young widow was about to enter the underground entrance when she suddenly realized why she felt so uneasy. The snow had stopped. It wasn't that she was in Uetbai's ability field and couldn't feel the snow.
She was standing in such an open space, and when she looked up, the sky was completely clear. Before, you could always see snow falling from the sky, but now the sky was spotless. It was still night, but she could clearly see 1 or 2 stars peeking through, and around those stars, thick black clouds drifted. A wave of inexplicable panic rose in the young widow's heart. She hurried into the underground mall, found where her son and daughter were staying, put their new clothes on their beds, and then rushed off to find Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai was standing in front of the public restroom, looking up at the sky. When the young widow found her, Shi Yi had just arrived as well. He'd only been living in the nest for a few days before Guai made him a pair of prosthetic limbs. He frowned, his cheekbones still prominent, not yet having regained all his weight. Yuebai, has the snow really stopped? The laborers near the third wall were the first to notice the snow had stopped. Shi Yi had only gone to check after hearing their commotion. He couldn't be sure if the snow would stay gone. But what he saw was that outside the third wall, there really was no more snow falling. Shi Yuebai nodded, turning back expressionless, her face round and pale like a big steamed bun. It looks like it stopped. The temperature should rise tomorrow. Within the range of her abilities, Shi Yuebai had sent out paper airplanes to explore everywhere she could. It wasn't just a local stop in snowfall. It had stopped everywhere. Looking at the night sky, there was a rare sense of tranquility. You could even faintly see a couple of stars. That meant that tomorrow morning they might wake up to a bright, sunny day. Worry clouded Shi Yi's face. The young widow stood behind him. She'd come for the same reason, but since Shi Yi had already asked what she wanted to ask, all she felt now was anxiety. Her mind was blank. She hadn't been standing there long when Shu Shuijiao, Captain Chow, Peng Jiankong, Ah Heng, Nong Yi-si, and others all gradually gathered in the open space in front of the restroom. Everyone stood behind Shi Yuebai, quietly watching her broad back. In the tense, uneasy silence, Yi Zhe's voice rang out. Yuebai, had you noticed? The snow has stopped. This is the cleanest sky I've seen in over 6 years. Yi Zhe's words cut off abruptly. He just teleported over and saw the crowd gathered on the open ground. His gaze immediately landed on Shi Yi's face. Shi Yi was still thin, but compared to when he'd first returned, he already looked like a normal person. His brother's transformation made Yi Zhe happy. But soon anxiety clouded his face as he looked at Shi Yuebai. He didn't want to pass his worry on to Yuebai. He knew that every day Yuebai endured tremendous pain. Even though he only bore a fraction of that pain, it was enough to make every day a torment. But now that the snow had stopped, the clouds and fog would soon clear. Survivors inside and outside the city,
trapped by the cold for so long, would surely start searching everywhere for food. Now that the nest had grown so large, anyone could see it. But the third wall wasn't finished yet. If all the survivors outside the big city came to raid the nest's supplies, it's hard to say how long they could hold out. As the leader of the mercenaries, Ije didn't want to hurt other survivors. No one is born wanting to be a villain. The Wasteland had forced people to become like this. If you wanted to survive, you had to become something less than human. All these years, Ije had focused on fighting zombies and mutant beasts. He rarely fought other people. But if the nest was attacked, he would still stand by Shi Yuebai without hesitation, protecting this last Pure Land in the Wasteland. Shi Yuebai hadn't said a word. Her eyes were fixed on the distant sky. No one knew how much time passed before the red and blue light in her eyes slowly faded. Shi Yuebai spoke calmly to the group behind her. "Everyone, get back to what you need to do. I have something to take care of." With that, she vanished in a flash. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing where she had gone. Then Ije's face suddenly turned pale. He bent over, gritting his teeth in pain. "Yuebai, what did you do? What's wrong?" Shi Yi noticed that Ije didn't look well and hurried over to ask him. Ije shook his head, not wanting to let his worries about Yuebai spread to others. He patted Shi Yi's on the shoulder. "It's nothing. I just suddenly feel a bit unwell. We people who've been on the front lines always have a few lingering health issues. Nothing to worry about." Hearing this, Shi Yi frowned but relaxed a little bit. He understood. Back when he was on garrison duty, it was the same for him. Years of hardship always left some old injuries. Nothing serious. But then he saw Ije hunching slightly as he hurried off from the public restroom. For some reason, Shi Yi just couldn't put his mind at ease. He had a nagging feeling that something wasn't right. His sharp instincts told him that Ije definitely was hiding something from him. But since Ije wouldn't say, there was nothing Shi Yi could do. All he could do was follow behind Ije, wanting to see where he was going. Ije was looking for Shi Yuebai, but he searched every corner of our base and still couldn't find any trace of her. Meanwhile, the pain Ije was enduring continued unabated, which meant that silly girl, Yuebai, was still suffering, enduring pain many times worse than before. Where on earth had she gone? Ije wanted to find Shi Yuebai. Partly, he wanted to see what she was doing, but more importantly, he wanted to tell her that he had to share some of her pain. But why wasn't Shi Yuebai in the base anymore? Had she gone into the city? Ije hurried back to the base's teleportation point and transported himself to Yingruing. Shi Yi, still following Ije, teleported to the base as well. But when Yingruing heard why they'd come, she looked completely baffled. "You're looking for Yuebai? She's not here." Ije turned to Shi Yi. Shi Yi frowned and asked, "You're running around looking for my sister? What's wrong with her?" Everyone in the base knew that for certain reasons, Ije and Shi Yuebai could share some of each other's feelings. Shi Yi thought for a moment, then grabbed Ije's arm with a grim expression. "What's happened to my sister?" Ije's face was pale. He knew there was no hiding it from Shi Yi's sharp intuition, so he told Ije about the sudden, intense pain he was feeling. "Yuebai must be doing something very dangerous. That's why she's enduring pain like never before." Ije's expression was grave. As soon as he said this, not only did Shi Yi's face darken, but even Yingruing looked worried. Yingruing's eyes turned red. Why is she doing this? Life was going just fine. Why put herself through so much pain? Shi Yi clenched his teeth, his hands balling into fists at his sides. He knew why, because his foolish little sister never said a word, always shouldering the safety of everyone in the base by herself. "It's my fault." Shi Yi lowered his head, voice hoarse as he squeezed his fists. She's already under so much pressure, I shouldn't have added to it. In truth, the third wall not being finished wasn't that big of a deal. With their current strength, dealing with small fry was no problem. It was Shi Yi who insisted on perfection. When he noticed the snow had stopped, he went to find Shi Yuebai. He wanted to work out a perfect plan with his sister, even if it meant wasting more of their own time. After all, the longer it took for other survivors to discover them, the more time they had to develop and strengthen their defenses.
If the entire city came after their supplies and food, worst case, they'd just have to fight. If they couldn't hold the third wall, surely they could still hold the second. They had endless laser weapons and magazines. After each fight, they could recharge immediately, and the recharge speed was extremely fast. Could those weaklings in a city stand up to laser guns? Of course not. So Shi didn't understand why he'd put so much pressure on Yuebai. He knew his sister already had it tough. Shi Yi was overwhelmed with guilt, curling up on himself, wishing he could crawl back into his shell. Ying Ruing shouted, "No matter what Yuebai's gone to do, let's go find her first." She turned and opened the door, pausing in surprise. The pitch-black world outside had turned to a hazy gray. It looked like dawn was about to break. Many survivors in the city who'd been holed up at home afraid to go out now opened their doors with joy on their faces. They ran into the streets, a rare sense of excitement in the air. Someone pointed at the brightening sky and said happily, "It's almost dawn. Come on, let's team up and go scavenging together." Many people nodded, spreading the word. One pulled another, who pulled a third. Soon several teams had formed, ready to head out of the city to scavenge together. As for the groups outside the city, they finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Only they knew how they'd survived the bitter cold. They had no fixed shelter, only a few portable tents. Some teams didn't even have tents. During this cold season, the area outside the city was littered with the frozen bodies of survivors. Some teams, unable to deal with the corpses, simply dragged them away and dumped them far off. In the extreme cold, the bodies didn't rot. They were frozen solid, like popsicles. Now that the snow had stopped, the teams didn't have time to deal with the still frozen corpses. They had to get out and scavenge for food and supplies immediately. Otherwise, they'd starve to death. The survivors in these teams were clearly more active now. Ying Ruing, Shi Yi, and Yi Jia anxiously searched everywhere for Shi Yuebai. Finally, Shi Yi received a call from Xu Shejiao. On the voice call, Xu Shejiao sounded a bit strange. "Hurry back, just come back and I'll explain." Shi Yi, Yi Jia, and Ying Ruing exchanged glances, then hurried back to Ying Ruing's place. They gripped their stone tokens and teleported back to the base. When they arrived, they looked around and immediately sensed something was off. Looking out from inside the base, all they could see was a vast expanse of white. Before, standing on the third wall and looking toward the city, they could see the other side of the river. But now, all they could see was a field of ruins, a huge area covered in exposed steel bars and broken concrete beams. A mountain of rubble. This kind of rubble was formed when a tall skyscraper collapsed. Hardly any survivors would try to cross such a mountain of debris. There were many empty rooms inside, and if you fell in by accident, it would be very hard to get out. Yi Jia seemed to sense something. He hurriedly rushed through the third wall. There, beneath a mountain of ruins, he found Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai, now as round as a ball, was sitting on the ground. She leaned against a shattered stone, her skin appearing as if it had cracked open, blood streaming down her body. When she saw Yi Jia approaching, Shi Yuebai tried to lift her hand to form a seal. She was in terrible pain and didn't want to see anyone right now. "Yuebai, don't go!" Yi just shouted, stopping in his tracks, his voice urgent. "You can't use your powers anymore." The constant, unrelenting pain just now made Yi Jia realize Shi Yuebai must have pushed herself far past her limits using her abilities. Otherwise, there's no way the area around their base would be buried under mountains of trash like this. Now, not only could outsiders not get in, but their own people couldn't get out either. Anyone wanting to leave would have to climb over this mountain of garbage. From what he could see, the trash heap had completely blocked the river. Even standing at the highest point in the city, no one could see what lay beyond the garbage mountain. The survivors' view from the city was now entirely blocked by this towering mound. Shiyuibai had truly reached her limit. She'd burned through the equivalent of 20 pounds of fat in one go. Now she still weighed 580 pounds. To burn so much fat energy in such a short time, for Shiyuibai, this was almost self-destruction. She'd never been this badly hurt, not even back when she was with the Wu tribe. At this point, Shiyuibai didn't even need Yija to tell her. She didn't even have the strength to lift her hand, and her whole body was covered in blood. Shiyi stumbled past Yija, rushing to Shiyuibai's side. Yuibai! He stared in shock at the cracked, bleeding wounds on his sister's body. Those wounds looked like parched, cracked earth. It seemed like if Shiyuibai exerted herself even a little more, her whole body would fall apart. Shiyuibai closed her eyes, not even having the strength to speak. She'd gone too far this time, teleporting all the nearby ruins outside their base in one burst. The area around the city now looked much emptier. Many survivors who went out scavenging from the city were left baffled. Someone scratched their head standing in the dim morning light. Hasn't it been snowing on the Wasteland for ages? When did all the snow on the ground disappear? Inside the city, there was still a thick layer of snow. When they left through the city gate, there was snow there too. But the further they walked, the smoother the road became. There wasn't even any snow left. Someone pointed at the tall mountain of ruins in the distance and said, "Am I remembering wrong? Was there always a huge pile of debris near our city?" No one answered his question. Everyone was just focused on taking advantage of the clear weather to scavenge for supplies. As for the changes in the landscape, they weren't geographers, and they couldn't change the wasteland anyway, so why worry about it? Countless survivor teams walked along the wide road, traveling far to scavenge. The road led in the opposite direction from Shiyuibai's base. So the further the survivors walked along the road, the farther they got from Shiyuibai's base. Her base was now completely buried in the vast sea of ruins. Shiyuibai was carried back to the base by Shiyi and Yija, both with red-rimmed eyes. Xu Shizhao and the others were terrified by the sight of Shiyuibai covered in blood. Panic swept through the base. Even the laborers at the construction site were shaken. No one cared about the laborers anymore. Everyone crowded by the second wall's gate and craning their necks to look inside. A trail of blood marked the ground. It was left by Shiyuibai as Shiyi and Yija carried her back. Her blood had formed a path. Most people were anxious. Whether they understood or not, they could more or less guess that the reason life here was so good, with enough food and clothing, was inseparable from this super fat woman. But now, Shiyuibai looked like she was dying. If she died, would any of them still have warm clothes to wear? Would they have full bellies? Would they have a safe, orderly life? That is what everyone in the base was thinking. Unconsciously, even the laborers who had once been forced here found their eyes growing moist. They'd finally found a stable life. None of them wanted to go back to how things were before. The warehouse manager lowered his voice to Yi Honglang beside him. "Hey, didn't you always complain that life here was too hard? No one's watching us now. Are you leaving or not?" They were both from the management ranks. If they left now and reported to the higher-ups, maybe they'd get a chance to return to management, to be supervisors again. Yi Honglang opened his mouth. "What about you?" The warehouse manager shook his head. "I don't want to leave." He had a son and a daughter. After finishing his work, he asked the foreman about them. The foreman said if he worked overtime, he could use a little red flag earned as a reward to exchange for an hour of free time. He could go see his son and daughter. At first, the warehouse manager didn't believe something so good could be true. But after drinking the fortified water here, he was bursting with energy. So he volunteered for overtime. And he really did get a little red flag. He really did exchange it for an hour. He spent 30 minutes asking for directions, found the rice fields, and saw his son and daughter. He took one look at them, then hurried back, spending over 20 minutes on the return trip. After that, the warehouse manager worked hard, ate well, and focused on earning more red flags. He never wanted to leave here again. Yi Hung Lang said nothing. Just then, his wife, the mute woman, jumped down from the foundation and started beating him up. "What are you doing?" Ye Hung Long was stunned by his wife's attack. He scrambled to hide behind the warehouse manager, shouting, "Why are you hitting me?" The mute woman angrily gestured at Ye Hung Long. She signed furiously, tears streaming down her face. She would not allow Ye Hung Long to hesitate. This was the last sanctuary in the Wasteland. There was nowhere better than Yue Bai's place. If Ye Hong Long tried to leave, the mute woman would kill him. She gestured emphatically. Yes, she would kill him. Because if Ye Hong Long left, he would surely reveal this place. Then, not only would everyone here be doomed, even their son would lose his last refuge. The mute woman was a mother. She only wanted to protect her child. Whoever destroyed her son's sanctuary, she would kill them. Even if it was Ye Hong Long. Ye Hong Long was being chased and beaten by the little mute girl. The warehouse manager nearby watched and laughed heartily. It wasn't until Ye Hong Long begged for mercy, all right, stop hitting me. With things blocked up outside like this, even if I wanted to leave, I couldn't. Just let me off, okay?" Panting, the little mute girl finally stopped. She gave Ye Hong Long a deep look, then silently climbed up onto the foundation. She continued heading toward the rice fields. Seeing this, Ye Hong Long hurriedly climbed up after her. He followed behind her for a while, then reached out to grab her hand from behind. "What are you doing? We finally have a break. Let's talk. Let's rest a bit." The little mute girl turned around and shook off his hand angrily. She gestured furiously at Ye Hong Long. Just because there was no supervisor at the construction site didn't mean they could slack off. She still had a lot to do. If she didn't go harvest the rice, it would grow wild everywhere. It's not as if just because there was no supervisor or because Shi Yubai was injured and couldn't oversee things for a while, that they could be lazy. She gestured at Ye Hong Long, insisting that now was the time for him to get back to the site and hurry up with building the third wall. Ye Hong Long could only give a wry smile and shake his head. "You really are a stickler, just like before the Wasteland. We've all been working so hard for so long. Taking a break, no one's going to blame you." But wasn't it exactly this stubbornness that Ye Hong Long liked about the little mute girl in the first place? In the Wasteland, someone with her personality would have suffered a lot if not for Ye Hong Long. The little mute girl ignored him and walked off, leaving Ye Hong Long standing there. He had no choice but to go back to the foundation, find a relatively flat stone, and sit down to rest. The warehouse manager nearby had also been resting for a while. As for Ye Hong Long's parents, because of their age, they had already been transferred elsewhere. After learning there was no real danger here and that this wasn't some cannibalistic group, Ye Hong Long finally was at ease. He didn't go out of his way to find out where his parents had gone or what they were doing. After all, every day after work, at the clearing where food was distributed, he could always see his parents and his wife, the little mute girl. At the construction site for the third wall, because there was no supervisor, a lot of the laborers were slacking off. With such a huge project, it wasn't just Ye Hong Long and the warehouse manager taking it easy, so it didn't really matter. Meanwhile, in the box-shaped shelter, Shi Yubai, covered in blood, had just been laid down. Shi's mother suddenly rushed over from somewhere. "My daughter, how could this happen? What's going on? How did she get so badly hurt?" Crying and shouting, she turned to question Shi Yi. Shi Yi lowered his head in guilt. "It's all my fault. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't take good care of my sister. If I hadn't put so much pressure on her, she wouldn't have risked her life like this." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi's mother slapped him hard across the face. She shouted at him, "You knew your sister was already struggling. Look at the life she's been living every day. She's bearing pain and pressure no ordinary person could endure as her big brother. Don't you know that? Do you hate me? Hate me for being a useless mother so you won't even spare my only child? Is that it?" Shi's eyes reddened and tears fell. He knelt on the ground, bowing his head and letting his mother hit and scold him. Even though Shi's mother's favoritism towards Shi Bai was obvious, Shi Yi still felt this was what he deserved. He took the blame for what happened to Yue Bai onto himself. Shi Yi said nothing more. Everyone around lowered their heads and stayed silent. At a moment like this, everyone was reflecting internally. They all felt terrible, including Yi Jie, Chen Yang, and Ho Chengui, and the other mercenary standing nearby. They were all deeply reflecting on themselves. Because ever since Yue Bai appeared, she was like a ray of light in the darkness of the wasteland. She made each of them unconsciously start to rely on her. So, for a long time, whenever they encountered problems, they'd instinctively let Yue Bai handle them. But in the wasteland, was it really right to depend on one person like this? Even if Yue Bai was an ability user, how much could she really do? Even if she was incredibly capable, able to bury and seal off the entire base with a mountain of trash in a short time, it still came at a huge cost to her. Now, Yue Bai looks like she'd been soaked in blood. She had single-handedly resolved everyone's worries during this period. She had one precious time for the base to develop, but she herself was on the verge of death. Clearly, this was something everyone should have worked together to solve. Yi Jie, feeling miserable, walked over, knelt beside Yue Bai, took her hand, and said softly, "Yue Bai, can you hear me? Give all your pain to me." In fact, Yi Jie's body had also started to show tiny cracks, but they weren't obvious. It was as if his whole body was dehydrated, his skin showing fine, dry fissures. Yi Jie didn't really feel any pain. He didn't even feel a tenth of the pain Yue Bai was experiencing like he used to. Before Yue Bai decided to do this huge thing, she had withdrawn most of the empathic bond from the contract mark on Yi Jie. Otherwise, with such massive injuries, Yi Jie's skin would have been far more damaged. She was always so foolish, never saying anything, just silently shouldering everything herself. Yue Bai lay in the center of the shelter, her back right against the overlapping array that could recharge laser magazines. No one knew if it was the erase effect or the healing formation inside the shelter, but the cracks and wounds on Yue Bai's skin gradually stopped bleeding. At the same time, the thick white mist inside the shelter suddenly began to swirl rapidly. The speed was so fast that everyone inside could see it. The once ethereal mist formed a vortex, funneling into a strange circular pattern on the ground. That circle glowed with a faint red light. Within the red, there was a brilliant gold, so bright it seemed to burn. Yue Bai on the ground, unconscious, took a deep breath. Yi Jie, kneeling beside her, was surprised to see a red and blue rune appear on Yue Bai's brow. Everyone looked up and saw a huge golden circle above their heads. From that enormous golden circle, tiny flecks of white tinged with gold began to fall. People crowded anxiously around Yue Bai, trying to see how she was doing. "Step aside!" A clear, commanding voice rang out from Yue Bai's bud. The people leaning in hadn't even reacted yet when red and blue light suddenly flared from her. Most of the light was red, with wisps of blue, smoky light weaving through it. Yue Bai's eyes were tightly shut, the red and blue rune at her brow glowing intensely. A red figure flickered in and out of view inside her body. Everyone could see it, yet couldn't quite make it out clearly. Just then, Yue Bai's eyes snapped open. The red figure inside her began to float upward, with countless red and blue threads of light stretching between it and her physical body, as if tugging at her flesh and soul. "Everyone, get out of my way!" The red figure's voice rang out, and those surrounding Yue Bai instinctively stepped back. This was Xia by soul form, her outline gradually becoming clearer. Xi's mother, her face streaked with tears, had been wailing moments ago. Now seeing her daughter's soul, she broke down in silent sobs. My daughter, my daughter. It was unmistakably her. Though Xia Bai's soul was much thinner than her physical body, her features were exactly as her mother remembered her from before the Wasteland. Yishi looked up at his sister's soul, tears streaming down his face. How long had it been since he had seen her as she was before the Wasteland? It turned out her soul had always kept that image. Yi Jie stared at Xia Bai in shock. None of them understood what was going on to her. After all, none of them were awakened. Today in the Wasteland, awakened were so rare that ordinary people had no contact with them, let alone any understanding of their abilities. They could only guess that this was one of Xia Bai's powers. Xia Bai's soul had no time to explain to everyone. Floating about her body, she frowned and addressed Xi's mother, who was still clutching Shi Yi's arm. I brought this on myself. What does it have to do with brother? She had always believed in taking responsibility for her own actions. Before she decided to do this huge thing, she had already accepted the consequences. At worst, her body would suffer another round of explosive pain. This wasn't her first time going through such agony. The process would be quick. She'd soon lose consciousness. Even if it hurt, it wouldn't last long. So Xia Bai had made up her mind to get it over with quickly, with no regrets. For someone like her, even a minute's hesitation was an insult. She'd prepared herself mentally, but hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Not good, not bad. She'd come within a hair's breadth of her body exploding, which ended up causing her pain and injury worse than ever before. Honestly, if she'd known it would hurt this much, enough to force her soul out of her body, she might not have made this choice. So it was all my decision. Mom, you keep hitting Big Brother, but he's innocent. It wasn't that Shi Yubei felt sorry for Shi Yi. She just figured if Mom had to hit someone, she might as well hit her. After all, her body was lying there now, unable to feel any pain. Shi's mother's tears fell even harder. She let go of Shi Yi, took 2 steps forward, and reached out to the soul floating above Shi Yubei's body. Yubei, does it hurt? Where does it hurt? Let Mom blow on it for you. Shi Yubei had thought she didn't care. After years of hardship, she was used to pain. This was just a bit more intense than usual. But hearing her mother's words, her soul immediately turned away, back facing her mother. Her upper body looked like a teenage girl, but her lower half was hazy, with strands of light still connecting her to her body lying on the ground. From a distance, it was a striking sight, like a slender Shi Yubei growing out of a mountain of flesh. I'm not a little kid anymore. Shi Yubei's stubborn voice trailed off. Maybe this was why she couldn't bear to see her home become everyone's target. In her mother's eyes, no matter how strong she was still just a child, someone who needed comforting when hurt, as if a mother's soothing words and a gentle blow could make the pain go away. How childish, she thought. Shi Yubei had lived for so many years, a monster by any measure, and had never been coddled like a child. For some reason, her heart ached a little. She was glad she appeared as a soul. At least she wouldn't embarrass herself by crying. But on the ground, her physical body, eyes still tightly shut, shed a tear from the corner of its eye. All right, everyone, get back to what you're supposed to be doing. Don't just stand here getting in my way, Shi Yubei said impatiently, shooing the others away. I'm just injured. I need time to heal and recover. If you all stand around doing nothing, how is the base supposed to run? I risk my life to buy you all time. Are you just going to waste it? The more she spoke, the harsher her tone became. Well, get moving. Those supervisors have all been slacking off. They all need to be punished. What are they doing standing around at the second wall's gate? Now all the laborers on the site have stopped working. In truth, everyone was just worried about Shi Yubei. She knew that, but she simply couldn't bring herself to get all sentimental and emotional with those around her. Seeing Shi Yubei so fierce, everyone relaxed. Commander Chow pulled Shu Shui Jiao away. Pang Zhang Kong hurriedly led Ah Heng and the others off. Everyone returned to their posts and got back to work. The base was already covered with surveillance cameras, so even if things had come to a temporary halt, there was no need for Shi Yubei's paper airplanes to check up on things. A quick look at the footage would show exactly what everyone had been doing during the work stoppage. Some people had kept working the whole time. Others, the moment the supervisors disappeared, dropped their tools and took a break. Shu Shui Jiao and the others returned to their stations. Soon enough, the supervisors who had been frozen in place also got back to work. Once they knew Shi Yubei's all right, the supervisors finally relaxed. Most of them voluntarily extended their shifts to make up for the lost time and minimize the impact on the construction site. You had to admit, to be a supervisor here, you needed a certain sense of responsibility. After the supervisors returned to their posts, all the laborers who had been slacking off were penalized with docked work hours. That included Ye Honglong and the warehouse manager. Because of Ye Honglong's attitude, a few supervisors checked the surveillance footage and decided he showed signs of rebellion. So Ye Honglong was punished with double the work hours. All told, Ye Honglong would have to do 15 days of hard labor without pay. Although during those 15 days, the base would provide him with one bottle of the most basic strengthening serum. But Ye Honglong didn't have any red flags. In other words, the base only allowed him the bare minimum physical capability for high-intensity labor. He had no freedom of choice. It was only now that Ye Honglong and the warehouse manager realized that the base's resource allocation was all scientifically calculated. It wasn't just the leadership making arbitrary decisions on a whim. Even those seemingly random little red flags and strengthening serums were the result of careful planning. They made it easy for laborers to earn red flags, fulfilling their hopes for a better life, but not so easy that survivors could stockpile large amounts of them. Every 2 or 3 days, the base would release a batch of vacuum-packed vegetables. Each pack weighed about a pound, or sometimes other daily necessities. Laborers with red flags could exchange them for these. For laborers who hadn't tasted vegetables in ages, once their basic needs for food and clothing were met, of course they wanted to improve their diet. So every couple of days, a new batch of vegetables became the most popular thing for laborers to spend their red flags on. Even though they could get 3 free meals a day just by finishing their work, many laborers couldn't resist their cravings. They'd rather skip the free meals and spend their red flags on a serving of vegetables. The base was even considerate enough to offer vegetable salads with the veggies. Even though the salads were all well-sealed, expired products, the laborers still loved buying them, especially since the base kept rotating the types of vegetables on offer. Before they could get tired of one kind, a new variety would be available. No wonder the laborers could never save up the red flags they worked so hard to earn. Ye Honglong, looking miserable, gripped his hoe and dug furiously alongside the warehouse manager. He watched as people on the foundation walked by in 2s and 3s, each holding the day's new vacuum-packed rice balls. Punished with double work hours, Ye Honglong was on the verge of losing it. "Have you noticed," he said, "this red flag trading system the base has set up is basically our old point system. Except the management used to issue cards or digital credits, numbers on a screen. But here, Shi Yubei handed out little red flags, actual physical flags. They were thin, triangular pieces of stone about the size of a pre-apocalypse coin, painted red on the surface. No laborer could make such uniform, thin, and perfectly sized flags. Rumor had it all the red flags were made by a boy named Peng Jiang. And Peng Jiang was something of a legend in the base. Ye Honglong wasn't in the mood to gossip about Peng Jiang. He just muttered complaints to the warehouse manager. A lot of people say this place is a paradise, but really they're just exploiting our labor. The warehouse manager rolled his eyes as he worked. So what do you want to do about it? At least with the red flag trading system, laborers can actually trade for things. Our old point system just kept making it harder and harder to get anything. The biggest difference was that the red flag system let you trade for things that weren't strictly necessary for survival, but actually improved your quality of life. If laborers here could resist their craving for vegetables, they didn't have to spend their red flags on them. They could save up and trade for other supplies or for strengthening serum. Or never trade for anything at all, just hoard red flags. And they'd still survive. Because as long as you worked here, Shi Yubei's base gave you 3 meals a day. But in the big cities, could survivors ever save up their points? Not a chance. Every point they earned was spent on water, food, or other necessities. All the survivors lived in utter despair. Outside Shi Yubei's base, the warehouse manager had never seen survivors so full of vitality. Ye Honglong fell silent. He lowered his head and worked even harder. He understood everything the warehouse manager was saying. He just wasn't in the mood after being hit with such a heavy penalty, so he was complaining on purpose. The warehouse manager noticed and patted Ye Honglong on the shoulder. They no longer had the antagonism they once had. In fact, they developed a bit of camaraderie. You really need to change that stubborn personality of yours. Now that you're here, just accept reality. I'm not planning on going back. If you don't change your attitude, the supervisors are just going to keep thinking you're a potential rebel. A long silence followed. The two of them threw themselves to their work, not saying another word about it. Everyone else in the base went about their own business. Only Shi's mother stayed behind, hovering anxiously by Shi Yubei's body. She'd found a palm fan from somewhere and sat by Shi Yubei's side, fanning her gently. "Be good, Yubei baby. Have a nice nap. Mommy will keep the mosquitoes away." Shi Yubei, floating above her own body, couldn't stand the suffocating motherly love. She flew straight into the strange courtyard. Shi was there, studying blueprints for the third wall at a table. Now, the third wall completely blocked the front of the base. They were currently working on the left and right wings. Shi Yubei floated over to Shi Yi and glanced at the blueprints. "Can you find something for Mom to do?" Her tone was harsh. "She's always hanging around me. I can't take it anymore." Shi Yi looked up, his thin face illuminated by the red glow from Shi Yubei's soul form. "I don't dare tell her anything these days." He sighed and spread his hands helplessly. As the siblings spoke, Ije, who had just returned, appeared at the entrance to the strange courtyard. "Shi Yi, come out. I need to talk to you." The conversation between Ije and Shi Yi was clearly something they didn't want Shi Yubei to overhear. After all, whenever Shi Yubei took action, it was downright terrifying. This girl acted like she didn't care about her own life. Every time, she'd push herself to the brink. Even though Ije could no longer sense Shi Yubei's feelings as he once could, that only made things more dangerous. If Shi Yubei did something reckless and self-destructive again, they might truly lose her for good. Because by then, Ije wouldn't even be able to tell if Shi Yubei was in excruciating pain. He'd have no way to sense it in time. Shi Yubei, floating in her soul form, turned to look at Shi Yi. He put down the blueprints in his hand and followed Ije out of the strange little courtyard. Shi Yubei pouted. What was the big deal? She didn't even want to care about their secret anyway. Right now,
She couldn't handle the slightest disturbance. All the formations were running on the spiritual energy she'd previously left behind in the spirit-gathering array. Shi Yuebai couldn't use even a trace of her soul power or spiritual energy in her current state. The contract mark left on Ija still allowed him to strengthen his body and use a small portion of Shi Yuebai's power. But even so, his combat strength had dropped significantly compared to before. Still, he was several times stronger than he'd been as an ordinary survivor. Shi Yuebai had no idea what Ija wanted to discuss with Shi Yi. To avoid her overhearing, the two of them had deliberately walked far away. Shi Yuebai gave a cold, huh. She didn't care at all, not one bit. Why go so far away? Now she couldn't even eavesdrop if she wanted to. Almost as if to prove she didn't care, Shi Yuebai floated downward and glanced at the blueprints Shi Yi had drawn. According to Shi Yi's plans, the third wall had to be completely lined with weapons. Originally, there was a river outside the third wall, facing the direction of the big city. But now, that river had been filled in by Shi Yuebai's mountain of trash. So, Shi Yi planned to clear 2 open spaces on either side of the third wall. The reason for these open spaces was that with the third wall blocking the view, they could hide what was behind them. In reality, both sides were already planted with large fields of vegetables and rice. From a strategic point of view, these 2 fields were the stronghold's entire reserve of rations. If anyone attacked from the sides, the first thing they'd destroy would be these vital food supplies. So, to protect them, Shi had deliberately set aside large open areas on both flanks of the stronghold. He'd decided to build some defensive works on these open grounds. For example, installing a couple of turrets. Of course, they didn't have any cannons right now, but as long as they gathered enough metal, Guai could make molds for rocket launchers. Shi Yuebai turned to Guai, who was carefully carving molds out of soap in the corner. "You've made so many laser weapons recently. Can't you just put some ready-made laser weapons on the turrets?" Guai paused his carving. "We're out of metal. Metal has become scarce." He had already used up all the metal suitable for making laser weapons. He'd spent nearly 6 years scavenging, collecting all sorts of metal, enough to build a metal skyscraper. But only a tiny fraction of it was suitable for laser weapons. Guai had already used up every bit of that special metal. So, now we can only make regular cannons, the really old-fashioned kind. He heaved his sigh and gestured to Shi Yuebai and pulled out a blueprint. Shi Yuebai saw that it was a design for an ancient-style gunpowder cannon. The older the materials, the easier they were to find. The gunpowder and metal needed for these old cannons were everywhere. Shi Yuebai had no objections. With their current manpower and resources, there was no way they could scour the entire wasteland for rare metals to make laser weapons. She shrugged and floated back to the blueprints. After a while, Shi Yuebai's soul form frowned slightly. She sensed her mother getting up and heading behind the Shi family's wall, apparently to fetch something. Shi Yuebai quickly wrapped herself in a swirl of red light and flew back to her physical body. She looked down at her body, lying on the ground, a mountain of flesh, surrounded by thinning spiritual energy. Shi Yuebai's soul form raised her hands and formed a hand seal. Her body still weighed 580 jins, so while her body was lying there immobile, Shi Yuebai decided she might as well use the time to lose some weight. As she completed the hand seal, golden runes began to appear on the previously smooth surface of the Tong character frame. From those golden lines, fine golden threads extended outward. In this dazzling scene, it was as if a field of golden seaweed was swaying in the Tong character frame. The golden threads grew longer and longer. The longest one curled gracefully, arcing down and plunging into Shi Yuebai's body. It was as if it were sucking the fat from her body. Starting from where it entered her flesh, the golden thread gradually turned red. This was the oldest and cruelest soul-seizing curse of the Wu tribe. Soul-seizing doesn't just mean taking over someone's body. It also includes stealing the spiritual energy and soul power within. This kind of curse is usually used against one's most hated enemies, or by unscrupulous Wu tribe members who, lacking resources, would steal from others this way. The reason it was called cruel was that the victim would experience excruciating pain. It felt as if their flesh and blood were being sucked out through a straw, bit by bit. Only those who delighted in cruelty and had no regard for life would do such a thing. But here, Shi Yuebai was using the soul-seizing curse on herself, so questions of good or evil didn't matter. After all, she'd never claimed to be a good person. Besides, her body was currently unconscious, so she wouldn't feel any pain. If she did this to herself while awake, it would cause immense damage to her soul. It was a pain even the soul couldn't withstand. But this way was just right. The spiritual energy she drew from her own body flowed along the golden threads, bit by bit, into the spirit-gathering array. The mist in the Tong character frame, which had been thinning, gradually thickened again. Shi Yuebai watched as her body's weight dropped, bit by bit. 579 jins, 579.89 jins, 579.88 jins, 578 jins. Before long, a damp wind blew in, carrying with it the foul stench of the wasteland. Shi Yuebai felt as if even her soul could be scattered by the wind. Before her mother returned, Shi Yuebai finally let her physical body rest. She stopped tormenting her own body. Shi's mother brought over a small stool, a bottle of water, and a storybook. She sat right next to Shi Yuebai's body, fanning her while reading her stories. Every now and then, she would look up and ask Shi Yuebai's soul, "Baby, you've been out of your body for quite a while now. Will it hurt you in any way?" She was old-fashioned and had heard some supernatural stories as a child, so she naturally understood that Shi Yuebai was having an out-of-body experience. But Shi Yuebai couldn't find a way to explain in words her mother could understand what exactly was happening to her right now. If she said too much, not only would her mother be unable to help, it would only make her anxious. Besides, her mother calling this an out-of-body experience wasn't wrong. "A bit of rest and I'll be fine. It's nothing serious." Shi Yuebai smiled and floated a little closer to her mother. In her eyes, her current state was called a living soul. The body wasn't dead, but the soul had left. So she called it a living soul, which was basically
What people used to call a ghost before the Wasteland. Shi Yuebai and her mother chatted idly, not making a big deal about her soul form being much more powerful than any so-called ghost. It wasn't until Shi Yuebai started to feel something was off that she realized, just a couple of days ago, it was -5 degrees Celsius. But today, it actually felt a bit hot. No wonder her mother was holding a fan, saying she needed to fan away the mosquitoes. "Mom, take a break. You don't need to fan me. There can't be any mosquitoes in here." The Tongzi frame was at the very center of their base. All the current defensive and offensive facilities had been built around the Tongzi frame. Even Shi Yuebai's own defense and attack measures were centered around it. So how could there possibly be mosquitoes here?
even if the temperature inside was affected by the environment, it would still be warmer in winter and cooler in summer than outside. Shi Bai furrowed her brows as if she'd thought of something. "Mom, I'm going to check out what's happening outside." As soon as she finished speaking, she floated outside. Now, unless she used the possession spell to forcibly draw power from her own body, she couldn't use any extra soul energy. If her soul strayed too far from her body, she felt as if she might dissipate at any moment. But Shi Bai was still fearless. Taking advantage of the gluey weather, she floated outside the protective array. Outside the barrier, everything was wet. Because of the long period of snowfall, a thick layer of snow had built up on the ground. Now, with the sudden rise in temperature, the snow was melting. Luckily, around Shi Bai's area, the snow was cleared every day by workers assigned to the task, so it hadn't piled up too much. But what about elsewhere? Now Shi Bai understood why Yi Jie had called Shi Yi away just now, and why they'd gone so far to talk in private. Because this was a big deal. They didn't want Shi Bai to hear, afraid she'd lose control again and do something to hurt herself. Shi Bai's expression turned serious as she floated in the air, her lower body trailing wisps of mist. "Ah!" A scream full of terror. Shi Bai turned around and saw the mute girl, who couldn't speak, sitting in the rice field in shock. She looked at Shi Bai in horror. When Shi Bai turned to face her, the mute girl was so scared she shouted, "Ghost! Ghost! Ghost!" Maybe because she hadn't spoken for so long, her voice was odd and hoarse. Shi Bai felt mischievous, flew toward her. "That's right, I'm a ghost. I'm going to eat you now." "Ah, no, don't eat me! Ah!" The mute girl turned and scrambled away through the rice field, crawling and stumbling. She hadn't been born mute. It was only after the Wasteland disaster, unable to bear the despair and trauma, that she gradually lost her voice. She'd tried everything for her son's sake, desperately trying to speak again. But she just couldn't make a sound. She'd hated herself for it. She'd been in despair. Now, after being frightened by that Shi Bai ghost, her lost voice suddenly returned. Shi Bai, still feeling wicked, chased after the mute girl like a chick, floating behind her. "Go on. Run. You can't run from the monk, but not the temple. I suggest you give up now, or I'll keep chasing you." The mute girl screamed and shouted all the way, running toward the underground mall. Shi Bai followed her, taking the opportunity to check out the supplies stacked above the underground mall. Fortunately, all the supplies were covered with thick tarps. Shi Bai had long anticipated that the Wasteland weather wouldn't stay snowy forever. So people had been assigned to regularly clear the snow from the massive supply depot. Now, with the temperature rising and the snow melting, the supplies hadn't been soaked by the meltwater. Everything was still in good shape. Shi Bai watched as the mute girl, still shouting, ran all the way to the entrance of the underground mall. Only then did Shi Bai stop and turn back. The mute girl rushed into the underground mall, just in time to see her son holding a stack of books, accompanied by his little friend, coming out of a classroom. The mute girl ran up and shouted, "Son, there's a ghost chasing Mommy!" She scooped her son in a hug.
The little boy who had always closed himself off suddenly froze in place. His previously expressionless face was now filled with shock, and in his eyes, which had always been calm and still, it was as if a stone had been thrown into a tranquil lake, sending out ripples. "What's wrong, son?" The mute girl knelt down and slowly let go of her child. She looked at her son, tears in her eyes. As their gazes met, the mute girl felt a wave of shock and surprise. She suddenly realized she could speak again. After being scared by that female ghost, she'd found her voice. The mute girl laughed and cried at the same time. She didn't know whether to be scared or overjoyed. It was a double surprise. Her son was actually looking in her eyes. No matter how much she'd tried to sign to him before, her son had always ignored her. "Son, I'm your mother. It's Mommy." Crying, the mute girl cupped her son's little face in her hands. "Say Mommy." She had wanted to teach her son to speak like this countless times. "Speak, child, speak." But her son had always responded with silence. Because she was silent, his son was silent too. The mute girl's son hadn't still spoken, but he kept staring at her. That kind of eye contact made the mute girl overjoyed. Just then, the young widow came to visit her own son and daughter. She had exchanged her little red flags for a lot of supplies for her children. The mute girl stepped up and, crying tears of joy, boasted to the mute girl, "I can talk now. My son just looked at me for a long time. Look, he's still looking at me." The mute girl stepped back, making room for the widow to see her son. But as soon as the widow looked over, the mute girl's son immediately averted his gaze. He seemed a little afraid of being stared at so intently. Everyone was watching the mute girl's son, which gradually made him uneasy. The widow quickly tried to reassure the mute girl. "Don't make such a fuss. All the children here will slowly get better." Her own children hadn't been able to walk before, but after staying here for a while, they gradually managed to stand up, albeit unsteadily. Now, while they might not be running around, they could walk just like any other child. The mute girl didn't really understand what the widow was implying. She just wiped her eyes and turned around and took her son back to his dormitory. The children's dormitories were on the first floor of the underground mall. This was a deliberate arrangement. If their base was attacked and the ground above collapsed, it would hopefully not affect the lowest level of the underground mall. Although Xi Bai didn't like children and never had a kind face for them, according to the rules here, children were a protected group. The mute girl chattered on all the way. At first, her speech was awkward and unnatural, but as she kept reminding her son about all sorts of things to pay attention to in daily life, she gradually adapted to using her voice again. Most of the time, her son seemed absent-minded. Either he was staring silently out of the dorm, or he said nothing at all. But occasionally, when the mute girl said the word "Mom," her son would turn and glance at her. That was enough to satisfy the mute girl. As she rambled on, the child who always crawled beside her son came in, now walking shakily on prosthetic legs. The mute girl stared in surprise at the boy. Just a few days ago, he hadn't been able to walk at all. Her son, who had been sitting on the edge of the metal
bunk, suddenly stood up and helped the boy with prosthetics inside. "Auntie?" The boy with prosthetics gave the mute girl a shy smile. Only then did she realize that here, not only did Xi Bai provide new clothes and food for the children, He also made prosthetics for those with disabilities. A warmth filled her heart as she nodded to the boy. She noticed the two boys shared a dorm, but on the other boy's bed there was only a wooden board, no mattress, no sheets, no blanket. The mute girl looked back at her son's bed. It still had the old, worn sheet she had brought last time she visited. The boy with prosthetics, it seemed, had never been visited by his parents. He seemed to have it even rougher than her own son. The mute girl took a closer look at the place where the widow's son lived. It was the same kind of metal bunk bed, but the widow had put a soft mattress on her son's bed, and the sheets were clean and tidy. So, when she left the underground mall, the mute girl made a point to catch up with the busy widow. She asked for advice. How could she get a soft mattress and clean sheets for her son? The mute girl bowed sincerely to the widow. "Ma'am, I hope you can tell me. I'm able to work now, and my life is finally settled. I want to give my child a better living environment." The widow smiled and pointed toward the public toilets. "These kids love to run and climb everywhere. If you have time, use your little red flags to exchange for some clean clothes for them, and trade for some free time. Every day or two, collect their dirty clothes and take them to the laundry. As for mattresses, sheets, and duvet covers, you need to exchange little red flags for those too." The mute girl knew how to get little red flags by working overtime, non-stop overtime. And to keep working without getting tired, you had to take enhancement water. Many survivors who had learned to use enhancement water had already earned piles of little red flags and exchanged them for all sorts of supplies. The mute girl looked at the widow with envy. The widow smiled, hopeful. "I plan to stockpile more enhancement water and build myself a 2-story house outside the third wall. That way, on Sundays, I can bring my son and daughter home." The mute girl stared in surprise. "You can do that?" She thought everyone here under Shiyuebai could only sleep in tents. The widow had nodded her head. "Didn't you hear? There's a new announcement today. They're going to clear a big area on both wings of the third wall to build 2 turrets. Under the turrets, if anyone wants to build a house, they can do it themselves. Blueprints for the houses will be handed out. Because it's part of the base's strategic plan, the houses had to be built strictly according to the official blueprints. The layout couldn't be changed for personal preference, but the interior could be decorated however you liked." The mute girl's eyes lit up with excitement. She pointed at herself. "Can I build one too?" The widow nodded. "As long as you have the strength, of course you can." "But do you have time to build a house right now? You refused to take enhancement water at first. Even though you have its effects now, you wasted so much time. You haven't earned a single red flag yet, have you? Now you have to earn red flags to get time to see your son, and more to get supplies for him. How will you have time to build a house?" At that, the hope in the mute girl's eyes faded. She really regretted not taking the enhancement water as soon as she got her starter pack. If she had, she could have worked overtime, non-stop during that period. After all, the jobs assigned to newcomers were the easiest. "I want to earn lots of red flags. I want to get soft mattresses for my son and his best friend." The mute girl clenched her fists, her eyes full of determination.
Actually, the most effective way to upgrade your base is to enter crazy overtime mode during the newbie phase, when the work is still easy. Right from the start, you should stockpile as much enhancement water as possible and then consume it like crazy to strengthen your body. Once your physical fitness is up and the newbie period is over for the laborers, you can start hoarding all kinds of daily necessities. When you've accumulated enough supplies and your body is strong enough, you can apply to go scavenging on the front lines. Now, the base even has specialized scavenging teams. These teams operate alongside the children. Because they go in and out of the front lines, no survivors from other factions can enter these dangerous areas. Naturally, the scavenging teams bring back rich hauls. They can take the supplies or ready-to-eat food they find and store it in their tents back at the base. Of course, they can also sell their surplus supplies or food to the base and use the red flags they earn to exchange for more enhancement water. They keep improving their physical strength and power. Enhancement water can be consumed continuously without any side effects. So for the laborers at the base, the more enhancement water they drink, the stronger they become.
This way, the hard work of building walls and digging, so exhausting for ordinary laborers, becomes nothing for those who have been enhanced. After they finish their labor tasks easily and without fatigue, all their remaining time can be spent scavenging. The stronger the scavenger, the more supplies they can find, the more red flags they earn, and the more enhancement water they can exchange for. This is what a healthy cycle looks like. This path was figured out by countless laborers before, but Xiao Yaba hadn't known about it before. At first, she just stubbornly resisted the so-called paradise. Back then, Xiao Yaba was as clueless as a pig. Now, looking back on her foolish behavior, she wishes she could go back in time and give her past self a good beating. She heard the young widow say, "Here, there are more options for enhancers. If you use all your red flags to exchange for daily necessities, you'll just get more and more exhausted." So-called enhancers are those who keep drinking enhancement water in the base, constantly improving their physical abilities. Most of them are mercenaries. These days, mercenaries drink enhancement water like it's regular bottled water. They have a burning desire for strength. Of course, plenty of laborers also want to shine in this wasteland, to live with passion and fight. So, after careful consideration, they started comparing themselves to the mercenaries and began drinking enhancement water like it was regular water too. This group, who pursue ultimate strength and have surpassed ordinary laborers physically, is growing larger and larger in the base. The young widow is actually one of them. So are Peng Zhenggong, Peng Ziyuan, Xiao Yaoyao, and others. They've all become part of the first batch of enhancers. There's no end to improving your physical abilities, but every survivor knows that without enhancement, life in the wasteland will only get harder. "Soon I'll be applying to transfer positions with Yuebai," the young widow said, her face bright and full of hope. "I want to go scavenging on the front lines too. I want to find more supplies and ready-to-eat food so I can exchange for even more enhancement water. I don't just want enhancement water for myself, I want to get some for my son and daughter too." She lifted her head confidently and patted Xiao Yaba on the shoulder. "I'm leaving soon. You have to work hard too. With Yuebai, anything is possible." She gave Xiao Yaba an encouraging smile, then turned and walked away briskly. Xiao Yaba looked on with envy. She often saw the young widow carrying bags and packages to the underground market to visit her children. If only she could be as capable as the young widow. She wanted to get enhancement water for her own son, too. She wanted her son to drink enhancement water like it was just bottled water. Unconsciously, Xiao Yaba found herself looking forward to life here. But outside the base, where the laborers had no idea what was happening, water was everywhere. The survivors in the big city, seeing the weather improve, had rushed out in groups to scavenge. But within just a day or two, the area around the city was completely flooded. Even the streets inside the city were covered in water up to their calves. Worse, the water kept rising. The management, who'd been living in drunken pleasure, only spent one night before panic set in. Their homes were flooded, and they had to wade through water just to go outside. Liang Chenyu and other city administrators stayed in the management building, constantly making voice calls to the outside. They didn't dare leave since the water outside was rising, so all they could do was call people outside to ask what was going on. Why had the once parched wasteland suddenly become so flooded? On the other end of the call, Bai Hansung rolled his eyes and shouted, "It snowed for so long, and you never arranged for anyone to clear the snow in the city. Now, all the snow has melted at once. Of course there's going to be this much water." Tied to this management team, Bai Hansung was at his wits' end. He could say with certainty that not all the snow in the city had even melted yet, and the city itself is in a depression, which means that as the surrounding snow melts, all the water will flow into this low-lying area. The water level could rise to a ridiculous height. Liang Chenyu frowned and asked Bai Hansung on the call, "Is it like this everywhere?" "Pretty much. There's water everywhere. I'm so done with this." Bai Hansung had no patience for Liang Chenyu anymore. He hung up the call and turned to Gong Chen. "We need to move to higher ground. This place is no longer livable." Gong Chen nodded and looked down at the water at his feet. Since it was melted snow, it was still icy cold. Standing behind him, Duen Xiangtong, who was holding onto the corner of his coat, looked up with feigned innocence and said, "Didn't we used to live by a river? That river must be carrying the water somewhere else." Bai Hansung's cold gaze landed on Duen Xiangtong's face. This woman was getting more and more outspoken these days. If she had stayed as she used to be, just quietly following Gong Chen around, just being his accessory, Bai Hansung wouldn't have said anything. But lately, Duen Xiangtong had been openly sticking by Gong Chen's side, listening in as he and Bai Hansung discussed important matters concerning the team. At first, she would just sit quietly and listen, but then she started to occasionally offer her own opinions. Recently, she had even begun to sit in on their meetings in earnest, offering constructive suggestions for the team. Bai Hansung's face was icy as he said to Gong Chen, "She's your woman. You better keep her in line. You know how tough our situation is right now. We don't need so many women in the team." Their group now numbered 600, a bigger team than Xiaoling Ye's outside the city back in the day. Working for the management system had its perks. Their team's reputation had spread, and now plenty of high-quality survivors wanted to join them. They could pick and choose the best. It wasn't like before, when they had to chase after strong survivors and try every trick to recruit them. To Bai Hansung, Duen Xiangtong was nothing more than a plaything for men. Her recent displays of ambition had made him deeply uncomfortable. So he needed to put her in her place. He wanted her to understand that women in their team were expendable. She was expendable. She better behave herself. Duen Xiangtong's eyes reddened as she looked at Gong Chen full of grievance. She just wanted to share her thoughts. "Gong Chen, what do you think?" she asked, tugging at his sleeve. Gong Chen glanced at Bai Hansung, then turned to Duen Xiangtong and said, "You should go back to the tent for now. If you want to know what we decide, I'll tell you when I get back." Truthfully, Gong Chen was also troubled by Duen Xiangtong's recent ambition. He knew Bai Hansung never liked her. He thought it was fine for Gong Chen to have a woman for fun, but there was no need to get serious. He didn't think Duen Xiangtong was worthy of Gong Chen. To avoid infighting and other trouble, Gong Chen also hoped Duen Xiangtong would back down. After all, she was a woman, wasn't she? Even if Gong Chen genuinely liked her, he knew that in this wasteland, women were inherently at a disadvantage. She just needed to rely on him and not cause trouble. Duen Xiangtong lowered her head and walked away from Gong Chen and Bai Hanfeng. Her eyes burned with anger. Bai Hansung really was a pain. If she couldn't participate in the team's decision-making, she'd always just be a woman serving men. But if she could make a few good decisions and show everyone her intelligence, she could change her fate. She wanted power. She wanted to be someone people listened to.
That's why she always pestered Gong Chen to take her to meetings with Bai Hansung. But now, with Bai Hansung against her, she was barred from their discussions. As she walked away, a cold glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Unlike Bai Hansung and Gong Chen, Duen Xiangtong had plenty of time to observe the changes inside and outside the city. She had noticed clearly the terrain outside the city had changed overnight. The wide riverbed was now half buried under a mountain of trash. She was curious about what was happening behind that trash mountain where the Shi family was protected by mercenaries.
She thought that instead of leading the team to camp on some high ground, it might be better to find a way over the trash mountain and see what lay beyond. After Duanshang Tong left, Bai Hansong spoke to Gong Chun in a serious tone. I really don't get it. There are so many women in the world. Why do you insist on this one? Gong Chun just smiled and said nothing. Bai Hansong continued, There's something I wasn't going to tell you, but seeing you get deeper and deeper, I can't hold it in anymore. Duanshang Tong isn't the quiet type. As your brother, I have to warn you. Don't you know she's been involved with a lot of men in our team? Bai Hansong deliberately left out the part where Duanshang Tong had tried to seduce him, only mentioning her with other team members. He was afraid Gong Chun would blame him. After all, the team still relied on Gong Chun to hunt mutant beasts in dangerous zones so they could scavenge more safely. Gong Chun's expression changed instantly. He shot Bai Hansong a cold look. Xiang Tong already explained it was all a misunderstanding. Those men just assumed she was available to anyone. There's nothing going on between her and those men. Women in the team were expected to help men relieve their needs anyway. It was understandable that some new guys would get the wrong idea and send Duanshang Tong the wrong signals. Hearing Gong Chun's explanation, Bai Hansong patted him on the shoulder. You need to see the truth for yourself. And besides, what does a woman know? With ambition like hers, aren't you worried about what she's really like behind your back? Bai Hansong's words weighed on Gong Chun like a stone, sinking heavier and heavier in his heart. When he returned to his tent, Duanshang Tong was waiting for him, eyes full of hope. Gong Chun told her the decision he and Bai Hansong had made. We're not going to try crossing that trash mountain. It's too dangerous. There are viruses everywhere in the water. If anyone gets a cut, we don't have enough medicine for disinfection and treatment. The trash mountain outside the city was full of exposed rebar and rusty metal. A careless scratch could lead to sepsis. Most of the trash was concrete anyway, not much worth scavenging. Duanshang Tong looked at Gong Chun, full of disappointment. Then she heard him say, So we've decided to move the whole team to the perimeter and look for a high ground there. Water was always scarce in the wasteland. The flooding from the melting snow would soon recede. There was no need to go to such lengths for a disaster that would soon pass. Duanshang Tong stared at Gong Chun in disbelief. That garbage mountain that suddenly appeared, aren't we going to investigate it at all? Maybe we could find something different there. She was convinced that the garbage mountain couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere, nor did she believe what the survivors inside and outside the city were saying, that it was just a result of some change in the terrain causing debris to pile up and form a mountain of trash. What really drove her was that the Shi family had once thrived in that area. She wanted to take a look. Maybe their team would find another option there. But Gong Chun's eyes were heavy with exhaustion. Suppressing his irritation, he lowered his voice to Duanshang Tong. Don't make trouble. Life is already hard enough as it is. You have food and water now. All you need to do is stay quietly in the tent and not go out looking for trouble. Gong Chun really did like Duanshang Tong. Before the Wasteland, he'd even thought about marrying her, the kind of genuine affection that leads to marriage. But now, survival was just too difficult. Even though Gong Chun was competent, he could handle mutant beasts. Every day felt like walking on thin ice, always on edge. So he hoped Duanshang Tong wouldn't cause him any more trouble at this time. Bai Hansong had once said something that rang true. In the Wasteland, a woman only needed to play a woman's role. Gong Chun collapsed onto the mattress in the tent, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. At first, Duanshang Tong just looked at him with a sorrowful, pitiful gaze. But when she saw he'd really fallen asleep, a cold, disdainful look appeared on her sallow face. These men, all of them, thought they were so clever. They never listened to anyone else's opinion. Gong Chun might seem fond of her, but deep down, he was just like Bai Hansong. He looked down on women. So what if she was a woman? If Duanshang Tong didn't have brains, she wouldn't have been able to lead so many women to find Gong Chun's team, a long-term meal ticket. In the end, Bai Hansong was her biggest obstacle now. If it weren't for Bai Hansong, Gong Chun would be much easier for her to manipulate.
Duan Changtong's gaze drifted out of her tent with Gong Chun, settling on the direction of Bai Han Song's tent. By noon, the sun was blazing. A strange stench wafted across the entire wasteland. It was as if a vast pile of rotting food and garbage was buried underground. But with so much debris piled on top, no one knew exactly where it was. After a nap, Gong Chun emerged from the tent. He told Duan Changtong to pack up their tent. The whole team began to break camp, leaving the soggy outskirts of the city, skirting around the garbage mountain and heading straight for the perimeter line. There were quite a few other civilian teams with the same idea as Gong Chun and Bai Han Song. Many teams from the city were also waiting out, planning to stay outside for a few days. They'd wait for the water to recede before returning. Everyone traveled in groups, carrying their belongings, heading out together. Gradually, everyone gathered at the city gate. Duan Shangtong sent 2 women to wade back into the city to scout around. When they returned, they lowered their voices and told her, "Ying Ru Ying is still in the city. She hasn't gone anywhere. She's really lucky, managing to latch on to the mercenary corps. No matter what era it is, beautiful women always have it easier." The 2 women who'd gathered information for Duan Shangtong gossiped enviously, with faces full of jealousy towards Ying Ru Ying. Of course, Duan Shangtong was jealous of Ying Ru Ying too. But what she envied was not that Ying Ru Ying could stay safely in the city while everyone else was migrating. It was that the mercenary corps let Ying Ru Ying stand on her own. Even if she was making money for them, she had her own say. She could even hire her own bodyguards to protect herself. She could freely spend the food and supplies she earned. Ying Ru Ying could dress up as she pleased, decide how far to expand her business. That was the fundamental difference between Duan Shangtong and Ying Ru Ying. If only I'd gotten into the Shi family back then, I wouldn't be in this situation. She muttered under her breath as a flash of hatred crossed her eyes. She had brains. She even thought she was smarter than most men. She wanted to get into the Shi family and do business with the mercenary corps. But the Shi family had rejected her. If they hadn't, she could have climbed as high as Ying Ru Ying. She believed that with her skills, she could have done even better than Ying Ru Ying, making even more money for the mercenary corps. This time, when we get to the front line, have a few of the pretty women go straight to the mercenary corps. Duan Changtong beckoned the 2 women closer. Whether we can live as well as Ying Ru Ying depends on whether we can seize this opportunity, jump from this team straight to the mercenary corps. She'd had enough life with Gong Chun. She was desperate to rise above, to take control of her own destiny. A flash of murderous intent crossed her face. Bai Han San is too much of an obstacle. If there's a chance, this time. She didn't finish her sentence. A heavy silence fell in the corner. The 2 women exchanged a knowing look with Duan Shangtong. They all knew what she wanted to do. Honestly, in the Wasteland, if women had any other choice, most wouldn't want to live like this. But Duan Shangtong could lead them to make the right choices. They'd always listened to her, and life really had gotten better than before. The team officially set out for the perimeter line. Because the garbage mountain blocked the city gate, all the survivors had to wade through water, following the long detour around the garbage mountain to reach the high ground at the perimeter. Almost everyone noticed that although the garbage mountain blocked the view of the city, there was still a flat path along the mountain, making it easy to walk forward. Liang Chenyu stood atop the system building, binoculars in hand, frowning down at the city streets. There were fewer and fewer survivors with backpacks. He turned to the office manager behind him. "Why don't these people try to clear out the water in the city? If the water doesn't recede, are they just not planning to come back?" The manager smirked derisively. "As long as we control the water resources, no matter what, they'll come back." The once vast city now seemed especially fractured as the snow continued to melt. Ying Ru Ying quickly sent news of the current situation in the city back to their base. Shi Yu's base Seoul sat atop a large bundle of supplies right next to her own body. That huge pile of supplies had been specially moved over by Ija and Chunyoung. They'd stacked the supplies up right beside Shi Yu's base body to prevent any more supplies being teleported in from accidentally crushing her. As Ying reported on the situation inside the city, more and more daily necessities kept appearing in the center of the Tongzi frame. But with the big pile of supplies blocking the way, the new items could
Only tumble off to the side. Ying looked up at Shi Yuebai, who was perched atop the pile. No matter how many times she saw her, Ying was always stunned by how striking Shi Yuebai looked now. In fact, as long as Shi Yuebai didn't speak, her soul form was already considered quite beautiful by Wasteland standards. But as soon as she opened her mouth, it was always with a cold, sarcastic laugh. So, the only ones left in the city are the management? Just a bunch of empty suits? All the survivors have run off, so who exactly are the managers managing? Ying shrugged. I guess they're just managing themselves at this point. Shi Yuebai didn't comment. The base had been busy lately too. The laborers weren't just building the third wall, they also had to scavenge. Because Shi Yuebai had suddenly moved the garbage mountain, there was actually a thick layer of snow trapped underneath it. Pressed down by the garbage, the snow hadn't been exposed to direct sunlight, so it was melting slowly. Still, outside the third wall, there were plenty of puddles. The snow under the garbage heap melted into thin trickles. If it weren't for the fact that the melt water was so yellow and black, the scene might have actually looked rather pretty. Of course, the water from the melted snow was undrinkable. Even the strongest person would get stomach pains from drinking it. Some might even die on the spot. Shi Yuebai had floated out in her soul form in the middle of the night to take a look. There were simply too many of these black and yellow puddles, and Shi Yuebai didn't have the time to deal with them all. So even now, those murky puddles remained. Sometimes, under the blazing sun, they would give off a terrible stench. The smell would drift from outside the third wall all the way into the Tongzi frame. Luckily, Shi Yuebai's soul had no sense of smell, so she couldn't detect it. But she saw the laborers near the wall all covering their noses and mouths with cloth. Shi Yuebai guessed that the closer you got to those black and yellow puddles, the worse the stench became. Oh right, Yuebai, I brought you something today. Ying smiled, pulling a withered branch wrapped in plastic wrap from her bag. I heard from Shu Shejiao that the smell here is unbearable. I've been thinking about how to fix it. The city stinks too, but nothing can grow there. I brought this osmanthus branch to plant here. Yuebai, see if you can get it to root. One big downside of the melting snow was the omnipresent stench. It was almost unbearable. Survivors in the Wasteland had already developed a high tolerance for bad smells, but now the stink from the meltwater had reached a whole new level. Ying had barely managed to endure it in the city, resisting the urge to run back to the base. Shi Yuebai's soul took the osmanthus branch from Ying. She frowned. This branch is already dead. Ying nodded. This might be the last osmanthus branch left in the Wasteland. All the osmanthus trees were wiped out during the mutant plant purge. I found this branch in the basement of a rented house. Honestly, I'm not even sure if it really was an osmanthus branch. I wasn't a botanist or an agriculture major before the apocalypse. I was just someone who was sick of the stink from the melting snow. So when she happened to find a dead branch that looked like osmanthus, she eagerly brought it to Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai snorted sarcastically. It's dead. It won't grow. That's fine. I just thought I'd ask. Ying kept smiling, showing no sign of disappointment. It was just a dead branch. If Shi Yuebai had said it could grow, then she'd really have something to worry about. She'd worry that Shi Yuebai would once again risk everything for something dangerous. Ying looked up at Shi Yuebai, sitting high atop the pile of supplies, her eyes full of concern. Yuebai, how much longer until your soul can return to your body? Your body's been lying there for days. It looks like it's getting thinner." Lately, everyone had been sneaking glances at Shiyuabai's body. Many were quietly wondering why her body seemed to be getting thinner, even if it was only a little. It was just a little, but everyone was worried. They were afraid that for some inexplicable reason, Shiyuabai's body might suffer irreversible damage. Shiyuabai rolled her eyes impatiently. "I'll go back when it's time. What are you all worrying about? Why are you all so fussy? Haven't you got your own work to do?" Ying immediately shook her head and shrunk her neck. "Then I'll head back, Yuabai. Take care of yourself." She'd staked out several villas in the city, right by the base of the city wall. Now those villas were half flooded. The first floors were almost completely lost. But since most of her duck shop business came from the management, and those administrators hadn't left the city, she still had customers. So she'd arranged several inflatable boats at Shiyuabai's place, offering door-to-door service. If any administrator wanted to visit her shop, a single message would have her people paddle over to pick them up from the management building. With the first floors flooded, all the guests entered through the second-floor windows. Ying's calm, unhurried approach to business had actually made her shop more popular than ever. Many in the management were living in drunken escapism. It seemed only at Ying's place could they forget all the troubles of the Wasteland and the current incompetence of their own leadership. Sitting atop a heap of supplies, Shiyuabai waved her hand casually. She didn't even glance at Ying's departing figure. As soon as Ying left, Shiyuabai furtively glanced left and right. She looked just like a sneaky thief. Perfect! Her mother, who usually watched over her all day, had gone inside the Shi family compound to look for some fabric. Mother Shi had noticed that Yuabai's body seemed to have slimmed down a bit recently, so she planned to find some new fabric to make clothes for Yuabai. These past few days, ever since Yuabai's soul had been forced out of her body, she'd been messing around with her physical body whenever she had nothing else to do. She'd been using the possession spell quite diligently. So even though the sun's radiation in the wasteland had intensified again, and even though her body was protected by a defense array, Shiyuabai's body weight kept fluctuating under the effects of the possession spell. She currently weighed 560 jin, about 280 kilograms. Maybe at first, when she'd slimmed down from 750 jin to 600 jin, it hadn't been that noticeable. But now, at 560 jin, lying motionless on the ground, a gust of wind could make her clothes billow, making them look baggy and empty. Her weight loss was now obvious to everyone. Almost everyone could tell that Shiyuabai had lost weight. Mother Shi felt terrible about it. She stayed by Yuabai's side all day, talking to her daughter's soul. Over and over, she'd ask, "When will Yuabai be able to put the weight back on? Isn't it uncomfortable to be this thin?" Mother Shi didn't care whether her daughter was fat or thin. She only cared about her health. If Yuabai's body was healthy now, then of course Mother Shi would be happy for her to be a bit slimmer. But if the sudden weight loss was due to illness, Mother Shi wouldn't accept it. She'd rather her daughter stay fat forever. After finally sending her mother away, Shiyuabai enjoyed half an hour of peace and quiet. She took out a piece of osmanthus tree branch wrapped in plastic wrap. Floating down from the pile of supplies, trailing a red glow behind her, Shiyuabai found a flower pot, tossed the withered osmanthus branch inside, and hugged the pot as she flew over to the edge of the rice fields. She planned to get some soil there, to see if she could revive the withered branch. The mute girl was harvesting rice. She looked up and saw the same beautiful ghost who had scared her into speaking last time. "Ah, why do you keep haunting me?" she cried out. She backed up a few steps, clutching her sickle in terror, pointing it at the floating Shiyuabai. Shiyuabai rolled her eyes at her impatiently. "What do you mean haunting?
I'm not even bothering you. What are you so scared of? With that, Shiyuebai ignored the trembling mute girl. She turned away with her empty flower pot, walked to the edge of the rice field, and bent down to scoop up some soil. The mute girl had always been afraid of Shiyuebai because she looked like a fake 3D projection, not like a real person at all. She always thought of her as a ghost. Watching Shiyuebai scoop soil into the flower pot, the mute girl nervously edged closer, holding her sickle at ready. What are you doing?" she stammered, peeking over curiously. Shiyuebai couldn't be bothered to answer. She just filled the pot with soil, buried the withered osmanthus branch, and turned around, hugging the pot, her soul form ending up right in the mute girl's face. The mute girl nearly fainted from fright, stumbling back a few steps. Even though she was holding a sharp sickle that could serve as a weapon, all she could do was point at Shiyuebai, trembling.
What do you want? Don't hurt me. If I scream, people will come running, she threatened. Shiyuebai simply floated away, hugging her flower pot, and flew back into the Tongzi compound. The mute girl watched her leave, then suddenly shouted, "If you want to plant that withered branch, try pouring some melted snow water on it. It works wonders." This was something the mute girl had discovered just recently. She was in charge of the rice fields near the protective array. Snow would pile up nearby. There was a small patch of melted snow water near one of the rice fields, not big enough for anyone to notice. But the mute girl found that the rice growing near that patch of melted snow water was thriving. Maybe it was because that rice was inside the protective array. Even though it grew quickly, there were no signs of mutation. It just kept growing. No matter when the mute girl went to harvest, within half a day, new rice would sprout up again. And as the rice kept growing, the patch of melted snow water gradually disappeared. The mute girl wasn't sure if she was imagining things. She just wanted the ghostly girl to try it out. Maybe then the beautiful ghost would stop popping up and scaring her. After flying back to the Tongzi compound, Shiyuebai set the flower pot, now filled with soil and the osmanthus branch, beside her physical body. Remembering what the mute girl had said, Shiyuebai's soul rummaged around and found a chipped bowl in a corner. She flew out past the third wall and used the bowl to scoop up some melted snow water from a puddle. Shiyuebai poured the water into the flower pot. Just then, Ah Hung happened to walk by. Pinching her nose, she asked, "Yuebai, did your body have an accident? Why does it smell so bad?" She was genuinely concerned about Yuebai's physical body. She even thought that if Yuebai had lost control of her bowels, she'd help her change her pants. Because of the melting snow, the whole wasteland reeked. Inside the Tongzi compound, thanks to the protective array, it wasn't as bad as outside the third wall, but people could still smell the stench. Today, for some reason, as Ah Hung passed Yuebai's body, she noticed the smell was especially strong. Her first thought was that something might be wrong with Yuebai's body. Ah Hung wanted to come over and check. Yuebai glared at her. "Don't you have anything better to do? Even if everyone else lost control of their bowels, I wouldn't." Ah Hung scurried away after being scolded. Yuebai snorted. Her body was lying there anyway, and her soul couldn't smell anything, so who cared if it stank? She fixed her gaze at the flower pot, waiting to see if the withered osmanthus branch would come back to life. As she watched, she noticed tiny green buds sprouting from the branch. Mother She came out from inside the wall, carrying the new clothes she'd made. She sniffed the air and couldn't help but say, "The air is a bit fresher today. It doesn't seem as stinky as it was this morning." Shiyuebai didn't answer her mother. After all, her mother couldn't smell what was in the air anyway. Her gaze was fixed on the osmanthus branch in the flower pot, where a tiny green sprout had just emerged. The speed at which this dead osmanthus branch was coming back to life surprised Shiyuebai a little.
After all, the crops she'd nourished with her spiritual energy already grew at a pace much faster than before the Wasteland era. But after watering the osmanthus branch with melted snow, its budding speed was even faster than before. Shi Yuebai hadn't been sitting there for long. She watched with her own eyes as that little green shoot pushed out. Judging by her mother and Ah Hung's reactions, the tongue enclosure must have originally smelled awful. The melted snow water Shi Yuebai had fetched from outside the third wall made it even worse. But after the osmanthus branch absorbed the melted snow water, it also seemed to absorb the stench. Only then did her mother feel the air was a bit fresher than before. Plus, osmanthus trees naturally give off a faint, pleasant fragrance. Once it blooms, the scent will be even stronger. Shi Yuebai quickly jumped down from the pile of supplies, found a big plastic bucket, and got ready to fetch another bucket of water from outside the third wall. Although not much snow made it through the protective barrier, the snow that landed on it slid down along its arc. Together with the melted snow that seeped out from the cracks in the garbage mountain, there were actually quite a few puddles of melted snow water outside the third wall. Some of them were even deep enough that if someone fell in, the water could cover their head. Shi Yuebai's mother watched her daughter float across the ditch with a big plastic bucket in hand. She immediately shouted, "Baby, Yuebai, are you really able to run around like this now?" Wouldn't her soul get damaged if it strayed too far away from her body? Shi Yuebai's mother was worried sick. Shi Yuebai didn't look back. She floated forward with the bucket, waving a hand as she went. "Don't worry, I'll be right back." Her physical body was still here, so her soul couldn't go too far. So her mother really didn't need to worry so much, like a parent fretting that their mischievous child would forget to come home for dinner after playing outside. Her mother watched her daughter fly off, full of concern. She turned her head and saw Shi Yi coming out of the strange courtyard. The loving look on her face instantly turned fierce. "You're always running off to other people's yards. Why don't you keep an eye on your sister? Your sister is already like this. If anything else happens to her, I won't want to live anymore." Shi Yi hurried over and took the palm leaf fan from her mother. "Mom, let me do it." Actually, there weren't any mosquitoes in the tongue enclosure. Aside from the recent stench, life inside the enclosure was already much better than outside the second wall. Shi Yi thought there was really no need for his mom to fan away mosquitoes for Yuebai. But he didn't dare say that out loud. Right now, his mom was already annoyed just seeing him. It was as if in her heart, only Yuebai was her real child, and Shi Yi was picked up off the street. Shi Yi shook his head, feeling helpless. Fine. If mom thinks he's adopted, then he's adopted. Seeing that his mom only doted on Yuebai actually made Shi Yi happy. As Yuebai's big brother, he cared about her a lot too. In this wasteland, probably no one wanted his sister to recover more than Shi Yi did. His mother, seeing Shi Yi obediently fanning his sister, sat down on a small stool with satisfaction. "That's more like it. Your siblings, especially you're the big brother, so you have to take even better care of your sister." "You're right, Mom," Shi Yi nodded, going along with her. As he sat with his mom by his sister's side, he suddenly caught a whiff of a terrible stench. These days, this kind of smell was everywhere in the wasteland. It was as if the whole wasteland was soaked in a cesspit, and not just any cesspit, but one that hadn't been cleaned in ages. Because of this, even inside the tongue enclosure, the stench lingered, never quite going away. Now it was smelling even worse. Shi Yi and his mother looked up at the same time. They saw Shi Yuebai's soul body floating back holding a bucket of melted snow water that looked as dark and yellow as sewage. Shi Yi couldn't help but lean back. His mother immediately smacked him on the back. "What are you dodging for? Hurry up and help your sister with the bucket. Your sister is already like this, and you're still making her do the heavy lifting?" She scolded him as she spoke. Shi Yi snapped out of it and quickly took the bucket of, well, not sewage, but melted snow water, from Yuebai's soul body. Shi Yuebai directed Shi Yi to slowly pour the melted snow water into the little flower pot. He only poured a little before the water almost overflowed.
That's enough. Don't spill it, Yuebai said, telling Shi Yi to set the rest of the bucket aside. She stared at the osmanthus branch in the pot. The branch, which had just sprouted a few buds, was now visibly growing even more green shoots. Shi Yi and their mother leaned in, curiously watching the flower pot. Shi Yu asked Yuebai, "Is this some kind of mutant species?" He was a little worried. It had taken so much effort for humanity to wipe out the mutant plants. If they made it come back because of something they did, this time, with humanity out of ammunition and food, there'd be no way to wipe out the mutant plants again. The last time, eradicating the mutant plants had already turned the whole planet into a wasteland. They'd worked so hard to build this little safe haven, Shi Yu didn't want to see it destroyed. Shi Yuebai shook her head. It's under control. The growth is just a bit faster for certain reasons. If you judged whether something was a mutant plant just by its growth speed, then pretty much everything Yuebai grows in her base would count as a mutant. But up to now, all these crops were still under her control. Shi Yu studied the osmanthus branch in the pot for a while. In just the time he'd been talking to Yuebai, the green shoots seemed to have grown even bigger. Once they reach a certain point, they stop growing, Yuebai explained, sharing her observations. And their roots are very fragile. Even now, you could snap them off with a tug. That's the biggest difference from the mutant plants. Shi Yuebai remembered that some of the old mutant plants had roots so tough that even bullets couldn't break them.
The osmanthus branch that Shi Yuebai is currently nurturing grows at the accelerated rate of a mutant plant. But it's also much more delicate than most mutant plants, so Shi Yuebai doesn't think it's all that dangerous. Besides, if it really does turn out to be dangerous, worst case, we just destroy the nest and uproot the roots completely. If we could build this nest from scratch in such a short time, we can just as easily build a second one. Shi Yuebai does like to fortify her base, but she's never been someone who panics or feels fear. If she fails, she'll just start over. If you're too afraid of failure to even try, then the world loses an osmanthus tree. If she can't grow or revive this osmanthus branch here, she's confident that there's nowhere else in this wasteland where it could be revived either. Seeing how confident his little sister is, Shi Yi takes a deep breath. She's right, actually. They'd clawed their way up from nothing, from the depths of despair. Shi Shangrui is only 1 year and 8 months old now, and in that short time, they'd built this enormous nest from scratch. So what's there to fear about starting over? For a moment, all the fear that had built up in Shi Yi's chest is replaced by a kind of fearless courage. He doesn't say anything more, just turns around and picks up the bucket by the flower pot. You shouldn't go out. If anyone sees you like this, it won't be good for you. Right now, his sister doesn't even have a physical body. She's more like a 3-dimensional projection of light and shadow on the ground. Anyone who saw Shi Yuebai like this would immediately think of something supernatural. And even if they didn't, they'd suspect she was some kind of psychic or mutant. The laborers inside and outside the base aren't much of a threat. Shi Yi is even prepared to silence them if necessary. But if word got out by accident, he's afraid some powerful group might set their sights on Yuebai. For example, those powers that control 90% of the survival resources in the Wasteland. Such powers definitely exist out there. No doubt about it. So, since his sister is determined to plant this osmanthus branch, Shi Yi will support her. From now on, I'll be the one to fetch water from outside. With that, Shi Yi picks up the plastic bucket and heads across the ditch, making his way to the gate in the second wall. Once he passes through the second wall, the stench in the air gets noticeably stronger. And after he passes through the third wall, the one with the towering gate, the smell is so thick it's almost suffocating.
Shi Yi has always lived inside the second wall. Sometimes he'd climb up the third wall to study how to set up defenses there, but this is his first time actually stepping outside the third wall. Standing outside the gate, he looks back. The area behind the third wall is completely obscured. He and the mercenaries and the think tank of the base know a little about Yuebai's powers. They create a kind of wide radiation field. But this radiation isn't the same kind that harms all living things in the wasteland. Yuebai's radiation is more like a protective barrier. It lets survivors inside the barrier suffer less from the wasteland's radiation. So if you're inside the third wall, the air just smells bad, but you don't feel any physical effects. But once you step outside, the stench is so strong it overwhelms your senses. Some survivors can't take it and start vomiting. Some who can't adapt even faint. Shi Yi has probably been inside the base too long. He only takes a few steps with the bucket before he feels dizzy and short of breath from the stench. This is even worse than biogas. Shi Yi seriously suspects that the stench from the melted snow water is about the same as the biogas from before the apocalypse. Isn't there any organization with proper equipment to test the toxicity of this air? Maybe those powerful factions can test what's in the melted snow water. But whatever results they get, they'd never share them with a city of this size. Shi Yi moves quickly. He finds a puddle of melted snow water by the gate, fills his bucket with the foul-smelling liquid, and hurries back inside the protective barrier. A few laborers working nearby immediately pinch their noses and scurry away from him. "Come on, Coach Shi, why are you bringing that stinky water in here?" Because Shi Yi is Shi Yuebai's big brother, his public identity is as the coach who trains the kids in physical fitness. So the laborers all call him Coach Shi. They wave him off, pinching their noses, hoping he'll take that blackish, yellowish, even worse than sewage melted snow water back outside. But Shi Yi ignores them, rushing with his bucket through the second wall. Here, I'm back." Shi Yi, fighting a headache, sets the plastic bucket down by the little flower pot. Shi Yuebai has just finished watering the osmanthus branch in the pot. The green buds on the branch had grown much larger, and new shoots were sprouting everywhere. The branch hadn't bloomed yet, but it was already giving off a faint, fresh scent. At least, it was, until Shi Yi brought in the bucket of melted snow water. Once he enters the second wall, the fresh scent of the plant is completely overwhelmed by the stench. Mother Shi can't stand the smell. She grabs a fan and starts fanning furiously at the bucket. Shi Yuebai says to Shi Yi, "Let's just find a bigger flower pot and move the osmanthus branch into that. That'll make watering easier, too." At first, Shi Yuebai didn't know if she could revive the branch, so she had put it in a small plastic pot about the size of her palm. Now that the branch has revived, she realized how inconvenient the small pot was. Every time she watered it, she had to be extra careful not to spill any on the ground. Shi Yi thinks it's a great idea and immediately heads to the supply depot. The supply depot has now expanded to the size of 5 football fields. The 5th field isn't in Weibai's protective barrier. She doesn't have the ability to expand the barrier any further right now, so there's not much useful piled up on the 5th field. Shi Yi searches all day. Finally, on the 5th field, he finds several thousand huge marble flower pots. Each one is big enough to plant a tree. These pots were designed for big companies to plant trees inside office buildings. Shi Yi wonders if he can even lift one of these massive pots, but to his surprise, he picks it up with one hand. He's secretly amazed at his own strength, hoists the pot on his shoulder, and sprints back to the base.
Originally, Shi Yi hadn't wanted things to get so complicated. He'd always been wary of that little osmanthus branch. But after helping his sister water it a few times with melted snow, he watched as the once-dead twig slowly sprouted tender green buds. For some reason, a sense of accomplishment welled up inside Shi Yi. Maybe it was just his innate love for growing things. Seeing that little branch grow stronger under his care, Shi Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He lugged an oversized marble flower pot to the Tongzi frame. Before his sister could even say anything, Shi Yi turned around and went to the side of their base to dig up some soil. He didn't stop until he'd filled the huge flower pot with dirt. Only then did he carefully remove the osmanthus branch from its tiny pot and transplant it into the big one. When he took the branch out, everyone could clearly see the mass of roots at the bottom. So dense and tangled, it was impossible to tell if the soil was wrapped around the roots or the roots around the soil. If Shi Yi hadn't transplanted it, those roots might have burst the little plastic pot. Shi Ye Bai stood beside him, lending a helping hand, though her main job was just to watch Shi Yi work, occasionally bossing him around while pretending to know what she was doing. She didn't know the first thing about planting. In the base, all the crops were just buried in the dirt and watered with the water she provided. Before they overgrew, she'd find some laborers to harvest them. Truthfully, Shi Yi wasn't much of a gardener either, but he did know a bit more than his sister, who'd been a pampered princess before the Wasteland days and had never so much as washed her own hands. As Shi Yi was about to say something about the freshly transplanted osmanthus, Shi Ye Bai dumped a whole bucket of melted snow into the giant flower pot. Shi Yi's eyelid twitched. He opened his mouth to speak. Shi Ye Bai put down the empty bucket and turned to him, asking sincerely, "What? Do you have any objections?" Shi Yi shook his head at once. How could he dare? Even if he did have opinions, with his sister acting so domineering, he wouldn't dare voice them. Shi Ye Bai handed him the empty bucket. "Go fetch more water. With this much soil, you can water it a bit more." Then she turned to find a few more plastic buckets, planning to have Shi Yi carry several at once. Shi Yi had no choice. He was afraid of making his sister angry. So he carried 4 buckets at a time, heading off again to fetch more melted snow. Every time he brought back a load, Shi Ye Bai would dump it all into the giant flower pot without a second thought. Shi Yi wanted to say that plants couldn't possibly use that much water, they'd drown. But then, in just a single day, the osmanthus branch in the big pot had already grown into a little sapling. Clusters of yellow flower buds hung among the tender green leaves, looking like they'd bloom any moment. For some reason, Pang Ziwan, returning from work, teleported back to the center of the Tongzi frame and immediately started sniffing the air. "It smells amazing. This is heaven, my God." Pang Zhanggong now worked under Shi Ye Bai, mainly responsible for clearing and scavenging in the area. The storage yard kept getting bigger thanks to him. He'd lead people to dig down from the surface, hauling up any resources they found. If they found usable metal, he'd have it sent to Guai Guai. That area had already been dug down to the soil layer, and when there was nothing left to dig, Pang Zhanggong would have his laborers clear and level the ground for Ye Bai to store supplies. So Pang Zhanggong's work was always outside the protective barrier. When he found the fragrant osmanthus tree, he rushed over to the giant flower pot. "Help! It smells too good!" Compared to this fresh scent, his days outside were worse than a dog's. Especially after the snow melted, the more runoff there was, the worse the air stank. Pang Zhanggong thought the same as Shi Yi. That stench must be toxic. If you were healthy, it was just unbearable. If you were weak, it could make you dizzy, nauseous, or give you a splitting headache. But the osmanthus's fragrance exploded as the flowers bloomed, spreading throughout the Tongzi frame. Even the laborers across the canal could faintly smell it in the air. Pang Zhanggong was thrilled. When he learned the tree had only just been transplanted, he immediately grabbed 4 buckets and joined Shi Yi in fetching melted snow beyond the 3rd wall. The two of them went back and forth several times. Soon, they'd emptied the little puddle of melted snow by the 3rd wall's gate. The osmanthus tree in the giant pot grew even more lush. From a short sapling, it sprouted another branch. Shi Bai watched Shi Yi and Pang Zhenggong working. She noticed that no matter how much water they poured into the pot, the little osmanthus tree absorbed all of it. But if they stopped watering it, the tree's growth slowed to a crawl, about the same as the other crops in the base. So the melted snow could only be used to speed up plant growth. Shi Bai put Shi Yi and Pang Zhenggong in charge of caring for the osmanthus in the Tongzi frame. Then she quietly flew off to find Little Mute. You, ghost girl, why are you here again? Little Mute tensed up as soon as she saw Shi Bai, clutching her sickle warily. You better leave. There are lots of people here. Be careful or they'll catch you for research. She had no idea why there were ghosts in the Wasteland, or if she herself had some special ability that let her see them. Shi Bai grabbed Little Mute and shoved a plastic bucket into her hands. Pointing at the melted snow pooled in the foundation of the third wall, she said, "Fetch all that water and pour it into the rice pads." Little Mute opened her mouth to protest. Shi Bai clenched her fist at her. "If you dare disobey, I'll crush your head." The third wall hadn't been built here yet, but the foundation was already dug, very deep. A lot of the melted snow from the garbage mountain had pooled there. That water would have to be dealt with sooner or later. Under the oppressive authority of Shi Bai, the Little Mute girl didn't dare disobey. She walked to the edge of the rice field, where there was a wide foundation. The foundation had long since been completed, so all the soil had been piled up outside the protective array. This made the foundation appear even higher. As a result, all the melted snow water flowing from the garbage mountain ended up running toward the foundation. The Little Mute girl had noticed this long ago. The two sides of the foundation felt like two different worlds. If she crossed a certain invisible line, she would immediately smell a foul stench. But as long as she walked toward the rice fields, the smell would fade. Now feeling aggrieved, the Little Mute girl could only carry the huge plastic bucket the female ghost had given her and run to the stinky edge of the foundation to fetch the melted snow water. Shi Bai had ordered her to pour all the melted snow water she collected into the rice fields. The Little Mute girl opened her mouth full of complaints, but didn't dare voice them. She knew that this melted snow water, if poured on plants, would accelerate their growth. It was actually the Little Mute girl who had told Shi Bai about this. This whole rice field was her responsibility. She was the one who planted the rice, harvested it, and spread it out to dry and thresh. Now, the female ghost wanted her to pour the melted snow water on the rice, making it grow like crazy and increasing the yield. That was all well and good, but the Little Mute girl simply couldn't keep up with the workload alone. She lowered her head and muttered under her breath, "Do you have a problem with that?" Shi Bai floated above a patch of golden rice, arms crossed. Her upper body still barely resembled a human form. Her lower body was like a swirl of red mist. The Little Mute girl trembled and shook her head. Even if she had complaints, she didn't dare voice them. Shi Bai said, "I'm someone who listens to feedback. If you have something to say, say it. If not, hurry up and get to work." Bitter inside, the Little Mute girl hurried to the foundation again, fetched another bucket of melted snow water, and brought it back. In just the time it took for one trip, a patch of rice had already ripened. Shi Bai raised an eyebrow and said, "See, you're still not fast enough. You need to fetch several buckets at once so you'll have time to harvest the rice." Hearing this, the Little Mute girl wanted to cry but had no tears. She could only silently pick up the sickle and harvest the small patch of ripe rice, placing it to the side. When she turned around, she saw that Shi Bai had brought her another huge plastic bucket. The Little Mute girl grabbed both buckets and dashed madly toward the foundation. Shi Bai, with nothing better to do, floated behind her, carrying 4 large plastic buckets herself.
She didn't just order the little mute girl to fetch the melted snow water. She fetched it too. If the little mute girl slowed down even a little, Shi Yubai would float behind her like a ghostly shadow and shout, "Can't you go any faster? At this speed, you'd be monster food on the front lines." The little mute girl had no choice but to go back and forth again and again until she was utterly exhausted. She had originally hoped to save up a few bottles of strengthening water for her son, but now she couldn't spare any. Forced by the female ghost, her workload had suddenly multiplied several times over. The little mute girl could only take out her stash of strengthening water and drink a bottle herself. Her heart ached, but she immediately felt much stronger. Whereas before, she could only carry 2 buckets of melted snow water at a time, she could now carry 4. With Shi Yubai carrying 4 more, together, well, 1 human and 1 ghost, they could bring back 8 buckets of melted snow water each trip. At first, there was still a lot of melted snow water outside Shi Yubai's protective array. But after a whole day of hard work, the amount of melted snow water in that section of the foundation visibly decreased. In its place was a huge pile of heavy, freshly harvested rice on the open ground. The little mute girl didn't feel tired. She was bursting with energy. She gradually began to feel excited. After all, seeing so much rice piled up gave her a real sense of accomplishment. When she turned around, wanting to say something to the female ghost behind her, the ghost who had been spurring her on to fetch water was nowhere to be seen. "Hey, where did you go?" The little mute girl looked around, spun in place, searching for the red-dressed ghost in ancient costume. But no matter how she looked, she couldn't find her. The little mute girl didn't know if she should keep fetching water or not. Without the red-dressed ghost pushing her, it seemed like she could finally rest. But she was so full of energy that she couldn't sit still. So she took the initiative to pick up 4 big plastic buckets and kept going back and forth fetching water from the foundation and pouring it into the rice fields. After 4 more trips, Shu Shui Qiao showed up holding a handful of little red flags. "Very impressive. These are your reward. You've managed this rice field wonderfully, and the yield has far exceeded our expectations." Although the little mute girl's official working hours were 8 hours a day, she had already worked 24 hours straight. Not only had she worked 16 hours of overtime, but the rice yield was dozens of times higher than before. So, all things considered, Shu Shui Qiao rewarded her with 50 little red flags at once. At headquarters, 10 little red flags could be exchanged for a bottle of strengthening water. Other daily necessities were even cheaper. Even a bag of fresh-looking vegetables only cost 1 little red flag. The little mute girl was stunned to receive so many little red flags at once. "Here you go. Keep them safe. If anyone tries to take your red flags, you can report it directly to the overseers here." Shu Shui Qiao put the 50 little red flags into a small transparent plastic bag and handed it to the little mute girl. Each flag was about the size of a coin, but they had been cut into delicate flag shapes by Peng Jiwan using extremely precise mecha micromanipulation. They were even painted red. The paint might wear off, but no one could replicate Peng Jiwan's micromanipulation. Such fine work was beyond even mercenaries. In just over a year, Peng Jiwan had grown at an astonishing rate. No one his age could match his mecha skills. No one could even predict how dazzling a mecha pilot he'd become if he kept growing like this. And his growth was all thanks to Shi Yubai, who had raised him with spiritual food and a safe environment. Now, the little mute girl stood there dumbly, holding her bag of little red flags. She found herself missing that mysterious red-dressed ghost. What should she do? It had even withered, looking completely lifeless. But now, the fragrance of the osmanthus had spread from inside the tong-shaped enclosure all the way out to the drainage ditch.
All the laborers within the second wall could smell this fresh, sweet scent. The closer you got to the tong-shaped enclosure, the stronger the fragrance became. Shiyu Bai held the small pace of osmanthus branch she'd cut off tightly in her hand, feeling a strange sense of guilt. When Shiyu came over and asked if she'd snuck out and been discovered, Shiyu Bai vanished in a flash. She tossed back, "I'm going to the public toilet." Shiyu stood there, not sure whether to be angry or amused. She didn't even have a physical body or 5 senses. What would she need a public toilet for? Shiyu Bai tucked the little osmanthus branch into her clothes and flew to the edge of the rice field the little mute had planted. She buried the branch at the edge of the foundation, right at the boundary of her protective array. Then she dragged over a plastic bucket full of melted snow and poured it all over the osmanthus branch. Today, the little mute had taken a day off. She used her little red flag to buy a lot of daily necessities to visit her son. So, Shiyu Bai was the only one here. She was happy to have the place to herself, running back and forth to fetch water from the edge of the foundation. After just a few trips, the buried osmanthus branch sprouted. Shiyu Bai broke off another tiny sprout from the osmanthus branch and buried it 10 meters away from the first tree. She kept going back and forth between the 2 trees, watering them. By the time the little mute came back from her son's school, satisfied, she suddenly noticed that the usual stench near the rice fields wasn't nearly as unbearable. A few laborers happened to be passing by. They were following the new construction schedule, preparing to clear out the melted snow from the foundation. Their faces were pale. It had taken all their strength to just drag themselves here, their legs weak and unsteady. The ever-present stench seemed to be getting stronger. They hadn't been at the base long, so their bodies weren't as strong as those of the laborers who'd been taking strengthening water for a long time. Breathing was difficult for them. "Don't you think it doesn't smell as bad here anymore?" one survivor said, sitting by the foundation, his pale face looking weak. But his breathing was a bit smoother now, no longer as labored as a fish out of water. The other laborers with him nodded in agreement. One of them took a few deep breaths of the still, stinky air. Although the stench was still strong, at least breathing it didn't make them dizzy anymore. "Hey, is that a tree over there?" A laborer across the foundation who had sharp eyes pointed to a lush, half-meter-tall osmanthus tree that hadn't yet bloomed. The pale-faced laborers gathered around, rubbing their eyes. "It really does look like a tree. And there's more than one. Look, another one sprouted over there." One laborer pointed to another small osmanthus sapling, just showing a bit of green beside the first tree. Curious, they waded through the melted snow to get closer to the 2 fragrant osmanthus trees. "It smells so good. My head doesn't feel as dizzy anymore. I'm not so oxygen-starved." Plants really are nature's oxygen bars. The laborers rested for a while around the 2 little osmanthus trees. They felt much clearer-headed, and their strength was returning. Once they no longer felt like vomiting with every step, one of them got back to work. Because this area was at the base's left and right flanks, the melted snow in the foundation needed to be cleared out as quickly as possible. They had to build the 3rd wall in record time. Then, outside the left and right flanks of the 3rd wall, they would level 2 areas to build turrets. Beneath the turrets, they would construct some houses that could be used for both defense and attack. These houses would be built with special explosion-proof, bulletproof metal. If anyone managed to break through to the base of the turret, slipping into the blind spot beneath it, they'd get lost in the maze of houses, and then be taken out by the mercenaries inside. That's right, the houses under the turrets weren't actually for the laborers to live in. They were for the mercenary groups and for the strong survivors who'd been recently selected.
The reason the base allowed survivors to scavenge at the front lines was actually to encourage the laborers to use strengthening water and improve their physical abilities. Not every laborer was qualified to build their own house under the turret. Those who earned that privilege were hand-picked from the tong-shaped enclosure, people with real combat ability. Shiyubai waited until the laborers went to fetch water from the foundation. Then she emerged from the rice field and flew straight back. By now, night had fallen, and most people in the tong-shaped enclosure had gone home to rest. Shiyubai glanced at her physical body lying in the center of the enclosure. Her body was almost completely hidden by the huge flower pot and the osmanthus tree growing in it. Shiyubai moved her fingers using a small-scale soul possession spell. She slipped into her body from behind, absorbing its energy. She was terrified of being seen, especially by Shiyu. If Shiyu saw her, she'd never hear the end of it. Shiyubai was obviously much stronger than everyone else, but lately she was always being nagged. They told her not to run around, not to do anything reckless, to just stay in the enclosure and recover. Shiyubai really wanted to snap at them like she used to, but every time she lost her temper, the person nagging her would just look at her with gentle, watery eyes, and then she'd lose her temper completely. All she could do was obediently listen to their lectures. She really didn't know what else to do. Abundant, pure spiritual energy can nourish Shiyubai's soul. Right now, Shiyubai's soul is separated from her physical body, so she can only forcibly extract energy from her body and fill the surrounding spirit-gathering array with tangible spiritual energy. Shiyubai took advantage of her body being unconscious and unable to feel pain. She extracted energy from her body quite ruthlessly. At present, her physical body still weighs 540 jin, about 270 kilograms. The spiritual energy in the area had grown much denser. The originally thick mist inside the Tong compound lingered even longer. With Shiyubai drawing energy from her body every day and channeling it into the spirit-gathering array, the spirit in the compound quickly became so dense you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The laborers standing outside the ditch could only see swirling fog on the other side. In the midst of the mist stood a lush osmanthus tree as tall as a person, its branches heavy with clusters of golden flowers, filling the air with a rich fragrance. Just looking at it lifted people's spirits. Today, Shiyu had stopped watering the osmanthus tree. He had a lot of other things to do and couldn't spend all his time fussing over the tree. So now the osmanthus tree was growing at its normal pace, absorbing spiritual energy just like any other plant. After a while, Shiyubai's mother came over. She reached out and waved her hand through the thick white mist in front of her. Because the spiritual energy obscured her view, she couldn't tell whether Shiyubai's body lying on the ground was fatter or thinner. She just glared at Shiyubai's soul and said, "You keep disappearing without a trace. Your big brother is really worried about you. Can't you just stay here quietly? I'll keep you company." Shiyubai's mother's eyes were full of helplessness. Now that her child was grown, she simply couldn't control her anymore. Shiyubai smiled at her mother and deliberately changed the subject. "I think this kind of osmanthus tree and purify the air. How about you come plant trees with me? It's boring just sitting around here anyway." Seeing her mother purse her lips and stay silent, Shiyubai floated over, tugged at her mother's sleeve, and circled around her. She needed to find something for her mother to do, so she wouldn't spend all day watching over her. Unable to resist her daughter's pestering, Shiyubai's mother finally gave in, and together with Shiyubai's soul, used a small knife to cut a branch from the osmanthus tree. They both headed toward the public restroom. The area around the restroom was all concrete and stone, with no exposed soil. If they wanted to plant an osmanthus tree there, they'd have to use a super large flower pot. Fortunately, Shiyubai had stockpiled plenty of those big pots. Not only did she have extra large ones, but also a variety of pots in all shapes and sizes. Shiyubai's mother shook her head, helplessly watching her restless daughter. Shiyubai flitted back and forth, lugging over a huge flower pot already filled with soil she'd collected. Although her soul couldn't do much else, she still had some basic strength. Shiyubai set the super-sized flower pot right next to the restroom door. She patted the rim of the pot and said to her mother, "If we plant this here..."
Secretly watching the open ground outside the second wall, where a large crowd had gathered. Each of them carried osmanthus branches, so they all exuded a strong, sweet fragrance. But since the branches they'd taken had no soil or melted snow to nourish them, they were already close to withering, and their scent was starting to fade. Xiao Yao pointed to the mountain of flower pots and planters behind her. "Everyone gets one. If you can't keep the osmanthus branch you took alive, you'll have to work 2 extra hours every day. No pay." Da Zhao and Xiao Zhao were still busy, hauling planters down from the supply yard. Shi Yuabai counted. There were about 100 laborers standing on the open ground. At the same time, over 100 flower pots and planters had been cleared out from the supply yard, freeing up a lot of space for Shi Yuabai. But that space was quickly filled again by a flood of daily necessities coming in from all directions. Shi Yuabai could now say with confidence, if there was one thing she had in abundance, it was supplies. Not only did she have the most, but her supplies were also the most varied. The only problem was that the supply yard was surrounded by mountains of trash, so Shi Yuabai had no way to expand her supply yard. All she could do was keep stacking her supplies higher and higher. The laborers who'd been caught all trudged forward, heads hanging, to collect their flower pots and planters. They had to dig up soil from outside the foundation and fill the pots and planters themselves. The foundation itself was off limits. The current depth had been precisely calculated. If they dug too deep under the third wall's foundation, it could easily cause the wall to collapse. And these planters were huge. Each could fit a grown adult inside. It would take a lot more than just a little dirt to fill them up. Most of the soil previously dug out from the foundation had already been spread over the planting fields. If they wanted to fill all these pots and planters, they'd have to find soil elsewhere. But now the base was surrounded by a ring of trash mountains. Their range was limited, and they couldn't dig up the planting fields, so their only option was to haul in the soggy, stinky soil from outside the third wall, soaked with melted snow. The laborers at the worksite were all dejected. They'd never expected that just to escape the overwhelming stench, they'd end up in this mess. That's why they'd broken off branches from the osmanthus tree outside the public toilets. But who could have guessed that everyone had the same idea? That small tree was soon stripped bare. And now on top of their regular labor and side jobs, they were stuck with the task of keeping an osmanthus tree alive. What kind of nonsense was this? But they didn't dare complain. All they could do was bitterly haul their enormous pots and planters back to their quarters. Because the pots and planters were so big, they couldn't be placed among the tightly packed tents. So the laborers carved their names into their pots and planters and left them outside the tent cluster. From a distance, it looked as if the pots and planters formed a new wall. The stinky soil was carried in from outside the third wall, faces full of disgust, and dumped into the pots and planters. At first, the laborers thought the smell would be unbearable. After all, before they'd broken off the osmanthus branches, they'd already spent plenty of time outside the third wall, breathing in the stench of melted snow and rot. Some had even fainted several times from the smell. But as soon as they stuck their osmanthus trees into the pots and planters, within a few hours, the heavy stench in the air faded away.
Shi Yuebai and Shi Youyao went to secretly check on the laborers' osmanthus branches. Maybe it was because the soil from outside the third wall was saturated with melted snow. The wet soil the laborers brought back was full of melted snow, which quickly provided the branches with enough moisture to root and grow. That night, as the laborers slept in their tents, the ring of pots and planters outside was already showing new shoots on some of the osmanthus branches. Some were even blooming. An invisible, foul miasm was completely purified by the sweet fragrance of the osmanthus. Those who had suffered headaches, fainting, vomiting, and loss of appetite from the stench all woke up the next morning feeling refreshed and energized. A good night's sleep had improved everyone's mood. Someone looked at the osmanthus in their pot and cried out in surprise. Could this be a mutant osmanthus tree? At those words, many laborers paled. It had only been 7 years since the apocalypse, and most people still remembered why the world had become this way, why everything was in ruins. It was all because of the roots of mutant plants, which had destroyed the steel and concrete of the cities and even seriously harmed people. That's why humanity's leaders had decided to eradicate all mutant plants. Now, seeing the osmanthus trees grow so fast, the laborers felt like history was repeating itself. Just as panic was about to break out, Shi Yuebai's voice rang out over the loudspeakers. To make it easier to notify the laborers, a tall pole had been set up next to their tents with 2 big, old-fashioned loudspeakers tied to it. Old, but effective. Don't panic. Everything is under our control. Just follow our plan, and I guarantee these fast-growing osmanthus trees won't harm you. I'm not afraid, so what are you scared of? If you're going to make a fuss first thing in the morning, then forget about sleeping in. Everyone, get up and work overtime. Shi Yuebai's booming loudspeaker shout instantly silenced the panicked laborers. Since even the higher-ups of the lair were saying so, what did they have to worry about? Besides, ever since they'd planted the osmanthus trees, the air in the lair had become completely refreshed. Every day, everyone woke up to the fragrant air before heading off to work. Although life outside the third wall was still unbearably foul-smelling, every time they went out, they'd stoop a handful of osmanthus blossoms into their pockets. That handful of blossoms was their shield, forming a natural barrier for them. After watching everyone leave, Shi Yuebai floated down from the top of the wall. With nothing else to do, she went back to tormenting her own body. Right now, Shi Yuebai still weighed 515 jin. Yuebai, why is your body getting thinner and thinner? Yija's voice rang out. He'd finally managed to get a few hours of rest, but hurried over to check on Shi Yuebai as soon as he could. Shi Yuebai's soul sat nonchalantly on top of the osmanthus tree. Isn't it a good thing? I'm getting thinner and thinner. Yija frowned. Sitting down beside Shi Yuebai's physical body and straightening her clothes for her. But you're getting too thin. Are you sure this won't harm your health? No matter how much weight you lose, your health should always come first. Everyone was worried that if she kept losing weight like this, it would harm her body. Shi Yuebai had lost weight before, but never this quickly. During the time she was unconscious, her weight had been dropping by dozens of jin at a time. Yija looked up anxiously at Shi Yuebai, who was sitting on the osmanthus branch above. The young woman was strikingly beautiful, radiant, bold, the kind of beauty that wasn't easy to mess with. Yuebai, why don't we try to find a way to get your soul back into your body, okay? Shi Yuebai didn't reply, just sat high up on the osmanthus branch, gazing into the distance. Now the osmanthus tree at the very center of the tongue-shaped enclosure had grown lush and sprawling. The trunk was as thick as a grown man's waist. Its canopy spread wide, shading the entire enclosure. During the day, sunlight filtered through the osmanthus leaves, dappled across the enclosure. Everyone was steeped in the scent of osmanthus. Shi had decided not to let the tree grow any bigger. If it got any bigger, they'd have to find it a new pot again. But now they didn't have any bigger pots left for it. So no one in the enclosure paid the tree any mind anymore. They just let it grow as it pleased. Shi Yuebai's mother, interest in planting osmanthus, had been sparked by Shi Yuebai. Now she didn't even need Shi Yuebai to remind her. She would go by herself to the public restroom, collect melted snow water from the tarp, and water the osmanthus trees planted there. A new row of osmanthus trees had been planted there too, all in huge pots. The first osmanthus tree, which had been stripped bare, had already grown back, and the newly planted ones were now half as tall as a person. Shi Yuebai floated down from the tree, her lower body misty and ethereal, and stood over her physical body. I can't go back yet. There's nothing I can do. Her physical body had been badly damaged and still hadn't fully recovered. If Shi Yuebai returned to her body now, she'd be plunged into endless pain. For an ordinary person, her condition would have been fatal from the pain alone. But Shi Yuebai is different. Her soul is strong. Even at the peak of agony, it had only forced her soul out of her body. 515 jin was a lot less than before for Shi Yuebai. But for an ordinary person, she was still extremely overweight. Seeing Shi Yuebai's indifferent attitude, Aegis sighed.
Don't do anything reckless again. Whatever happens, we should all discuss it together. This isn't just your lair, it's the last Noah's Ark for all of us. Shi Yuebai forced a half-hearted smile at Ija, her face full of impatience. Ever since her soul had been forced out of her body, countless people had come to tell her not to do anything foolish again. Especially Ija. Every time he said the same thing. He repeated it over and over, always the same words. Shi Yuebai was sick of hearing it. Just then, Da Zhao and Xiao Zhao came back from the second wall, chattering away about something. Shi Yuebai turned to ask them, "What are you two up to? If there's good news, share it with me." Da Zhao immediately pulled a small red sachet from her pocket. "Auntie, we found these little pouches at the supply depot. There are so many, maybe tens of thousands." Shi Yuebai's gaze fell on Da Zhao's pale palm. In her hand lay a tiny red pouch, like the kind of amulet you'd get at a temple. Shi Yuebai frowned. Why did I collect so much useless junk? No wonder her supply depot was running out of space. She'd hoarded all sorts of random stuff. What use could a pouch this small, barely palm-sized, possibly have? And there were tens of thousands of them. Might as well just burn them for firewood. Shi Yuebai gave the order. Even though the weather was hot now, who knows? Soon it could be windy and rainy for days on end. Then they could burn all these little pouches for warmth. Yija hurried over. "Don't burn them, don't. I can use them." Seeing Shi Yuebai and the others looking at him, Yija smiled. "We mercenaries are always running around on the front lines, and the stench has ruined our appetites." Ever since the rice harvests had improved, the mercenary corps could eat rice at every meal. No matter what, rice was more filling than vegetables. If the mercenaries weren't full, they'd have to gulp down fortified water. Fortified water kept them from feeling tired or hungry, but their stomachs were still empty. And real food gave them a different kind of satisfaction. A good meal could satisfy the mercenaries' taste buds. So Yuzha really wanted to solve the problem of the melted snow water stench for the mercenaries. But honestly, they were always on the move at the front lines, and carrying an osmanthus plant was easy to lose. They didn't have time to plant osmanthus trees. So, when Yizha saw the little pouch in Da Zhao's hand, he thought they could use these little pouches to hold osmanthus blossoms and hang them around the mercenaries' necks. Shi Yuebai thought this was a pretty good idea. She said to Da Zhao and Xiao Zhao, "Look at those people. Every time they go out to do hard labor, they grab a handful of osmanthus flowers and stuff them in their pockets. They scatter osmanthus flowers all along the way, and they don't even realize it. So, let's use this method, make more osmanthus charms, and sell them to the mercenary corps.
set a high price, and have them bring more supplies to trade. Originally, Shia Bai accepted points from survivors and the mercenary corps, but ever since the big city was flooded by melting snow, all the survivors from the city had fled to the front lines. All the points they had were used exchanging for daily necessities in the system building. Shia Bai couldn't collect any more points, so she simply stopped accepting them. Now, if anyone wanted to exchange for supplies from her, they had to use the little red flags she issued or trade with daily necessities instead. Da Zhao and Xiao Zhao immediately followed their aunt's instructions. Yizha stood behind Shia Bai, smiling, as if he and his brothers weren't about to be the ones getting fleeced. Now, the mercenary corps didn't bother earning city points anymore. Instead, they used some daily necessities to trade with the kids and laborers sent from their base to the front lines in exchange for little red flags. Then, they used those little red flags to get the things they wanted from the newsstand. For example, enhancement water or laser weapons. Laser weapons were strictly controlled in the base. Only the mercenary corps could get them, and they were also mounted on the third city wall. Another thing, everyone knows that laborers do hard work, but the mercenary corps do life-threatening jobs. So the mercenaries were under a lot of pressure. Sometimes they just wanted a cigarette, even if it hurt their health. And, conveniently, the newsstand sold cigarettes. It was said that a large portion of these cigarettes had been traded in by survivors, and some were earned by Ying Ruing from the system building. At any rate, no matter where they came from, the mercenary corps now spent most of their little red flags on cigarettes, enhancement water, and laser weapon magazines. On the plaza between the second and third city walls, the loudspeaker blared again. Da Zhao and Xiao Zhao, who managed the newsstand, started recruiting female workers. They needed a batch of women to collect osmanthus flowers and make osmanthus charms. Soon, more than a dozen women came to apply. They were taken to the area beside the public toilets. There was no extra space between the second and third walls to build a factory. So, the osmanthus charm workshop was set up next to the public toilets. Outside the laundry room was a large glass house, originally used for drying clothes. Because when it was cold, clothes would take days to dry. So the laborers would hang their washed, wet clothes in the glass house to dry. Now that the sun was out, the glass house was empty. The dozen or so women worked quickly. They split into two groups. One group went to collect osmanthus flowers. The other sat in the glass house stuffing osmanthus into little sachets. They had just finished making 200 osmanthus charms when Chen Yan, back from the front lines, came and took them all. The mercenary corps still owed Shia Bai a debt. Just as the women in the glass house breathed a sigh of relief, ready to make more charms to send to Ying Ruing, the mercenary corps came again, this time asking for 1,000 osmanthus charms. Shia Bai sat in the osmanthus tree by the Tongzi frame, frowning at Ha Chongui. What do you need so many osmanthus charms for? I still have a lot of laborers who haven't gotten theirs yet. Ha Chongui looked up at her with a grin. Sister, we've discovered a huge business opportunity. The so-called business opportunity was that some civilian groups were coming to buy osmanthus charms from them. Shia Bai escalated silence. Ha Chongui said, You know, a lot of survivors have come to the front lines, not just from our city, but from other places. Some survivors from other big cities are very strong fighters. Naturally, they noticed the strong osmanthus scent on Yizha's mercenary corps. They also saw that the mercenaries were all healthy and robust, with no signs of vomiting, diarrhea, or dizziness. So, someone came over to tentatively ask the mercenaries. Yizha didn't tell them the truth. He just said that the osmanthus charms hanging around their necks were found in a collapsed temple somewhere. Maybe there was some mystical power at work. Our mercenary corps will order 1,000 first and take them out to sell. Ha Chongui looked every bit like a wealthy businessman. If these osmanthus charms sell well, we'll want several thousand more. As for the profits, sister, we'll split them 50-50. Xia Bai rolled her eyes at Ha Changui. No way! I'm providing the materials, the labor, and all the costs are on me, and you want to split it 50-50? She felt there was nothing to discuss, so she floated down from the tree, ready to leave. Ha Changui hurried after her. Come on, sister. The 50-50 split is just for show. All the supplies we earn will go towards paying off our debt to you. The more osmanthus charms you sell, the more space you'll free up, right? You have to admit, Ha Changui was persuasive. Right now, the laborers at the base are obsessed with enhancement water. They're hoarding their little red flags, focused solely on buying enhancement water. Other daily necessities were barely being used. But Xia Bai actually had plenty of other things. Her vegetables and rice were also full of spiritual energy. It's just that before the apocalypse, these things were too ordinary, nothing like the nourishing power of lingji mushrooms. So after the apocalypse, they absorbed less spiritual energy and weren't as effective as lingji. The key is the yield of vegetables and rice was just too high. If she didn't get rid of some, Xia Bai would have nowhere to store them, especially daily necessities. Just thinking about all those supplies gave Xia Bai a headache. All those piles of daily necessities took up space in her warehouse, and when there were too many, it took forever to find anything she needed. Enhancement water sold at a high price, while vegetables and rice sold cheaply. Tens or even hundreds of thousands of little sachets. Who knows who had traded them to Xia Bai? Usually, Xia Bai didn't bother with these things, but those little sachets really did take up a lot of space. I could even sell some empty sachets, Xia Bai said, turning to Ha Changui, unless you agree to a 90-10 split. 90 for me, and 10% goes towards paying off your debt to me. Ha Changui gritted his teeth. Sister Xia Bai is really ruthless. If it weren't for the fact that she allows unlimited credit here, Xia Bai is even more ruthless than the management in the big city. Fine, I'll go back and try to talk the boss into it. Ha Changui put on an act, called Yizha on voice comms, and told him about the profit split. Yizha just laughed over the comms. What can we do? We have no choice but to go along with whatever Xia Bai says.
Did they even have a second option? Even if there were a second or 100 other options, for the mercenary corps, working with Xia Bai was still the best choice. If the mercs didn't figure out a way to pay off some of their debt, at this rate, even selling their lives to Sister Yu Bai 100 times over wouldn't be enough to pay her back. So, forced into a corner, they'd pay back whatever little they could. A 90-10 split? So what? That 10 at least chipped away at the debt. Better than not paying back a single cent. All right, let's call it a deal then. Hua Chengwei ended the call with a big grin and looked at Xi Yu Bai. Even if 90% of the profits went to Sister Yu Bai, as long as they sold the osmanthus charms for a high enough price, that 10% could still pay off a good chunk of what they owed her. Hua Chengwei left smiling as if he could finally see the day the mercenary corps would clear their debt. As soon as he left, Xu Shejiao came over to Xi Yu Bai with a thick stack of account books. Xi Yu Bai, the mercenary corps owes us too much. Look, these dozen-thick ledgers aren't enough to record it all. Why don't we get a few computers and enter all the debts into them? These weirdos know how to do it. Among the laborers we captured, quite a few were IT people before the Wasteland. Xi Yu Bai just grunted. A dozen ledgers can't even hold it all, and they're still racking up more debt every day. She really had no idea where Hua Chengwei got the confidence that the mercenary corps would ever pay her back. Xu Shejiao, arms full of ledgers, went down from the public restroom to find Guai Guai. Guai Guai wasn't the same as before, no longer just skin and bones. He'd put on some weight and his clothes weren't ragged anymore, but his temper was still as foul as ever. When he saw Xu Shejiao walk into his yard with the ledgers, Guai Guai couldn't help but snort loudly and turn away. He wished he could split himself into several pieces to get everything done. Even though Xu Shejiao had found him a few former IT workers from before the Wasteland, those IT guys had also been sent to the glasshouse.
but they only handled the odds and ends. Any new programs still had to be designed by Guai Guai. He squeezed out time every day to do things unrelated to mech research. But for once, Guai Guai actually felt fulfilled inside. After Xu Xiaojiao set down the ledgers, Guai Guai might still be grumpy and look sour, but now he was busy with things that were valuable and meaningful. It was different from before. Back in the research institute, he was always busy, but never knew for what. They always had to deal with problems the management couldn't handle. Things the management should have solved, conflicts unrelated to research, trivial production issues. When they couldn't, they dumped it on the scientists. These experts whose brains should have been focused on research spent their days just trying to survive, racking their brains even for a single part. But here with Shi Yubai, Guai Guai didn't have to worry about those trivialities. Every task he was busy with was meaningful and actually made progress. On the other side of the public restroom, Shi Yubai stood outside the glass house, seeing it had been divided into 3 sections. One part was still used for drying clothes, another section was for the women workers to make osmanthus charms, and the last part was for the IT guys to write computer programs. Every computer was brand new. All of them had been scavenged by Shi Yubai's laborers digging through the frontline trash heaps, salvaged from the Wasteland. If it weren't for the fact that tens of thousands of these brand new computers took up so much space, Shi Yubai wouldn't have bothered letting those people sit around tapping at keyboards instead of doing hard labor. She just couldn't figure it out. So after these people spent 8 hours at the computer, they still had to do another 8 hours of manual labor. Yubai, come help, quick! Shi's mother, reeking to high heaven, came running over from the supply yard. But as she passed an osmanthus tree, the fragrance quickly cleansed her of the stench. Shi Yubai floated over, frowning at her anxious mother. What happened? Shi's mother was wearing rubber boots and holding something like a scraper. She'd gotten obsessed with gardening lately. She'd even dragged her granddaughter Shi Yao Yao over to help. She had Shi Yao Yao stand under the tarp in the supply yard, holding up one corner. Shi's mother climbed on top and used the scraper to push the stinking melted snow off. But she pushed too much at once. The melted snow poured down like a wave flowing under the tarp. Shi Yao Yao was scared out of her wits. If all that melted snow came down and hit the concrete, the place would probably stink for years. So she used all her strength to pull down on the tarp. Now, a huge section of tarp was sagging, holding a ton of melted snow, about to fall to the ground. Shi Yao Yao stood up high, clutching the tarp, too scared to let go. She was on the verge of tears. Shi Yubai floated over behind her mother and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the scene. You two really know how to stir up trouble. She floated over to help Shi Yao Yao hold the corner of the tarp. Hurry and get some flower pots and osmanthus branches. Soak up all the melted snow in the tarp. Shi Yao Yao's eyes were red, but there was no time to think. She and Shi's mother took off running. One went to break off osmanthus branches, the other to fetch flower boxes. Before long, second sister-in-law, Shi, who was busy nearby, heard the commotion and came to help. She started scooping the water from the tarp and pouring it into flower boxes. Mom, just line those flower boxes along the edge of the supply yard. Shi Yubai, while holding the tarp, signaled to her mother. She had her mother line up the flower boxes one after another along the edge of the supply yard. That way, the melted snow dripping from the tarp would fall straight into the boxes. Shi's mother and Shi Yao Yao ran up and down, sweating buckets. They didn't even have time to put soil in the boxes. Because supplies were always being taken from the yard, the top of the tarp was uneven. Now, looking at it, the melted snow was going to flow down through every gap in the tarp.
Because the supply depot was just too massive, Mother Shi, Shi Yao Yao, and second sister-in-law Shi simply couldn't handle everything on their own. So they called over all the kids from the school to help move the flower boxes inside the supply depot. They lined the flower boxes up one after another along the edge of the depot. Mother Shi tossed osmanthus branches into each flower box, which was already filled with melted snow water. Her plan was simple. First, use the flower boxes to catch the drip in snowmelt, then throw in the asmanthus branches. Once she finished with that, she'd bring the kids to help carry soil and fill up the boxes. But when Mother She made her way back around, she found that the flower boxes, now full of melted snow water, already had asmanthus branches sprouting, branching out, and even blooming. Drip by drip, the snowmelt kept falling through the gaps in the tarps, landing on the asmanthus trees below. All this melted snow water was absorbed by the blooming asmanthus trees in an instant. Even the water that wasn't absorbed right away didn't really smell bad anymore. Soon, a good half-circle of asmanthus trees had grown along the edge of the massive supply depot. Shi Weibai was very pleased with this, and quietly told Shi Yaoyao to keep the kids working hard, moving more flower boxes. She wanted to use up all the flower boxes taking up space in the depot. But even so, there were still tens of thousands of flower boxes piled up in the depot that they couldn't use up. So Shi Weibai waved Shi Yaoyao over and whispered, "I bet your school stinks too. Start from the basement of the underground mall and put a flower box in every corner all the way up to the top." Shi Yaoyao nodded quickly and immediately went to carry out her aunt's instructions. Within Shi Yuebai's territory, she made sure there was a flower box in every possible corner. While she was secretly supervising the kids stacking flower boxes at the school and checking which corners were still missing them, Shi Yuebai suddenly felt a powerful pulling at her. When she opened her eyes again, her soul had already returned to her body. Shi Yuebai clenched her fist and slammed it hard against the stone slab beneath her. How long had she enjoyed those carefree, light days? And now she was stuffed back into this body again. How much more suffering was she destined for? Ugh! Feeling frustrated, Shi Yuebai sat up and checked over her body. The good news was, after all this time and effort, her weight had dropped to 480 jin, about 240 kilograms. Mother Shi had been too busy planting asmanthus trees lately to make new clothes for Shi Yuebai. When Shi Yuebai stood up, her clothes fluttered in the wind, the hem lifting, a sensation she found quite novel. Ever since she'd ended up in this body, she'd never felt anything like it. She walked barefoot into the Shi family compound. Behind Shi Yuebai's house, the lingji mushrooms now grew thick and dense, filling the backyard. The largest lingji had even spread into the front yard. If Shi Yuebai didn't regularly take a knife to trim that big lingji and use its flesh to make tea, that mushroom probably would have grown so big it blocked out the sky. Except for that largest one, which she hadn't completely removed, Shi Yuebai had told Shi Yaoyao and the other kids to pull up all the smaller lingji. The smallest ones were wrapped in plastic wrap and sold to the mercenary corps as a special tonic to restore strength and boost power. Aside from the tent area in front of the second wall, all the space between the second and third walls was now used to grow vegetables, rice, and small lingji. "Yuebai, you're up." Nangyasi was preparing medical supplies in front of a tent. She happily followed behind Shi Yuebai. "You're awake. Perfect timing. I recently found a few seeds. The bag says they're nodo ginseng." She took out a small plastic bag and waved it at Shi Yuebai. "I want to see if I can grow them." Nodo ginseng has hemostatic properties. "Yuebai, I was thinking the mercenary corps is always short on medical supplies. If we can grow nodo ginseng, we can grind it into powder and sell it to them as a hemostatic medicine." Shi Yuebai rolled her eyes. "They're already racking their brains trying to pay off what they owe me. If I give them this, they'll never pay me back." Nangyasi smiled gently. She could tell that even though Yuebai always talked about how much the mercenary corps owed them, she'd never once actually asked them to pay up. In fact, it was the young men from the mercenary corps who kept chasing after Shi Yuebai, racking their brains to try and pay her back. Shi Yuebai pretended not to notice Nangyasi's teasing look. Wearing her now loose clothes, she took the few nodo ginseng seeds from Nangyasi. These looked dead. Shi Yuebai examined the shriveled seeds in the little plastic bag, then shook them. One of the seeds even fell apart. There's no guarantee these will sprout. She made sure to say it up front, so Nangyasi wouldn't get her hopes up.
Nangiyasi just smiled. I know, I won't blame you if they don't grow. Shiyuebai grunted, took the dried-up noto ginseng seeds and walked out of the Shi family compound. Under the asmanthus tree in the courtyard, Shiyi was standing near the spot where Shiyuebai had been lying, looking around as if wondering how his sister had disappeared in the blink of an eye. When Shiyuebai came out from inside the compound, he rushed over, grabbed Shiyuebai's shoulders, and looked her up and down. Are you really all better? Why are you running around instead of resting? Shiyuebai shook her head, clearly impatient. I'm fine, I'm all better. She gave Shi a push. Go do your thing, I'm going to plant herbs. Shiyuebai headed outside the second wall. The only good thing about being back in her body was that she could finally walk around in public without sneaking. She used to be terrified of being seen. If anyone saw her soul body drifting around like a puff of smoke, they'd definitely think she was some kind of supernatural being. So even though things were lively outside the second wall, Shiyuebai could only hide on top of the wall and watch the laborers. Now she could finally walk out past the second wall openly. At the newsstand, sachets filled with asmanthus were being sold. Da Zhao and Squadiao were teaching the laborers to fill sachets with asmanthus at home and then bring them back to the newsstand to sell. After all, there were only so many women workers, and every time the mercenary corps ordered asmanthus sachets, they wanted thousands at a time. Shiyuebai exited through the second wall and stood behind the newsstand, surveying the area. Every day after school, Da Zhao and Squadiao would walk from the underground mall to the supply yard, carrying 2 large bags of empty sachets. Then, from the newsstand, they would collect asmanthus charms filled with flowers and put them into big plastic bags. According to Yishei's feedback, storing asmanthus blossoms inside the charms preserved their fragrance longer than simply carrying them in a pocket. But even so, the scent would gradually fade. Once the fragrance weakened, survivors would start to notice the stench of melting snow and stagnant water all around them. So while the asmanthus charms were good, their scent didn't last forever. Shiyuebai held a communicator in her hand and texted Yisha. If you want a long-lasting fragrance, it's best to plant an asmanthus tree. No need to plant trees. The survival conditions out here are terrible. Even if some asmanthus trees made it out from your place, there's no guarantee they wouldn't mutate. This was why neither Yishai nor Ying Ruing had ever suggested planting asmanthus trees in their territory. Life had only just started to show a glimmer of hope. If, just because they couldn't stand the stench, they tried to permanently mask the smell of melting snow by planting asmanthus trees in their territory, if the roots spread uncontrollably, they could end up being remembered as the ones responsible for humanity's extinction. When she received Yishai's reply, Shiyuebai didn't push the issue. She entered the newsstand from the back. Before the Wasteland, the newsstand was tiny. Once it was stocked with goods, it could barely fit 2 people. But now, the newsstand had been heavily modified by Guai Guai. He'd combined 4 newsstands into one, creating a new, much larger space. This 4-in-1 newsstand was now big enough to hold several vendors at once. When Shiyuebai walked in, the floor was piled high with merchandise. Besides Da Zhao and Squadiao selling at the window, 2 other vendors were busy with customers. Another 4 were inside frantically restocking the shelves. Besides Da Zhao and Squadiao, no one here recognized Shiyuebai. One vendor stood up from the floor, pointed at her, and asked, "Hey, how did you get in here?" She paused, then looked Shiyuebai up and down. Judging by her build, this must be the fat princess from the Shi family. The vendor's face broke into a smile. Everyone knows the Shi family lived at the very core of the base, but no one knew what the innermost area was really like. Even those living inside the first wall never revealed any details. But one thing was certain. Everyone living inside the first wall now held management positions in the base, including, but not limited to, distributing daily meals to the laborers. Not to mention the very heart of the core, the area known as the Tongzi frame. Rumor has it that those living in the Tongzi frame were the decision-makers of the base. So what if Shiyuebai was fat or had odd hair? She lived in the Tongzi frame. "What brings you here? Are you looking for something to eat? Just let me know what you want." The vendor smiled, rubbing her hands together, and showed Shi Yuebai the ready-made food on display. Shi Yuebai glanced over, expressionless. "I'm not here for food." She took a look around the 4-in-1 newsstand and quickly grew irritated by the vendor's eager attempts to please her. Da Zhao hurried over, nervously wiping sweat for the vendor and trying to smooth things over. "There's still a lot of stock to put out. You go back to work.
I'll take care of things. Auntie, let's talk outside." This vendor really had no sense of self-preservation. Couldn't she see Auntie's icy face, barely holding back her impatience? Luckily, Auntie knew the vendor was just doing her job. Otherwise, with her temper, she'd have punched the woman before she could even finish her sentence. Shi Yuebai followed Da Zhao out of the newsstand. Before Da Zhao could say anything, Shi Yuebai spread her hands. This isn't all that interesting. This was her first time, since arriving in the Wasteland, seeing such blatant flattery on someone's face. Before the base was established, when survivors saw the members of the Shi family, most looked at them with open contempt. Maybe they didn't understand just how desperate the Shi family's situation was. Why were they still struggling to survive in the Wasteland? Perhaps it was because the Shi family had it so much harder than everyone else. No survivor could believe the Shi family had survived on their own strength. It wasn't as if Shi Yuebai hadn't experienced flattery before. Back when she was among the Wu clan, she'd had plenty of hanger-ons, always eager to please. But those same people would stab her in the back without hesitation. So seeing faces like that never gave Shi Yuebai any sense of satisfaction. If anything, it just made her more annoyed. "You all get back to work. I'm going to plant some sanchi." Shi Yuebai turned and, with a few shriveled seeds in her pocket, headed towards Xiaoyaba. Da Zhao called after her. "Auntie, don't go too far. If anyone tries to mess with you, just beat them half to death. We're short on laborers these days." Watching her aunt walk away without looking back, Da Zhao shook her head but smiled. Over time, as she studied with teacher Shi, Da Zhao felt like her understanding of the world grew every day. Recently, she'd started to grasp just what had happened to the world and how desperate their family had once been. The more she understood, the more she realized how much her aunt had done for them all. Watching her aunt's plump figure recede, Da Zhao's eyes grew moist. She had seen her aunt's soul. She'd also heard from Xiaoyaba that before the Wasteland, her aunt had been very beautiful. So for her to end up like this, she must have suffered greatly. Da Zhao wished she could do something for her aunt. In fact, many people wished they could help her, but they were just ordinary people. They had no idea what they could do for an ability user like her aunt. Shi Yuebai was, meanwhile, completely unaware of Da Zhao's feelings. She went to the supply yard and dug out a hoe, one of those ancient tools of labor. Pang Jiangang and the others had also found some energy-powered digging machines and such. But now, with so little energy left, they couldn't run those machines anymore. Instead, these old-fashioned tools had become more useful than ever. Shi Yuebai couldn't guarantee she'd be able to grow the notoriously finicky sanchi seeds. Back when she lived among the Wu tribe, her environment was an endless, sprawling desert. Even if it wasn't technically a desert, the land was so severely desertified it made no difference. No one bothered to farm, and no one tried to change the Wu tribe's environment. After all the races were busy fighting and killing, scrambling for the last remaining resources. Shi Yuebai herself only stopped fighting when she arrived at the Wasteland. She hefted her hoe and walked to the edge of the rice fields. What used to be a large empty lot was now piled high with golden sheaves of rice. It looked just like a massive mountain of rice stalks. Any laborer passing by couldn't help but feel uplifted, because this meant the base had plenty of food and it was all fresh. It was far better than those expired processed foods. This area wasn't somewhere just anyone could enter. That included the laborers who'd been brought here by all sorts of means. The only places they were allowed to go were the large open area outside the second wall's gate and the space outside the third wall. A select few laborers, those who'd proven themselves loyal to the base,
could stand across a foundation and gaze at the golden rice fields. Shi Yuebai hefted her hoe, hooked an empty planter box with her right foot, and filled it with soil before planting the sunchi seeds inside. Along the edge of the rice field, planter boxes filled with osmanthus trees lined up in a row. There were also some empty planter boxes stacked nearby, blocking the already narrow path. Shi Yuebai casually shoved the sunchi planter box in among the osmanthus trees. She looked around and found a dirty plastic bucket tied with rope and walked over to the edge of the foundation. The snow melt water in this foundation was much lower than when she'd planted osmanthus here a while back. Clearly, the little mute had been working hard lately. While Shi Yuebai was away, the little mute hadn't given up on planting osmanthus. All the osmanthus trees lining the foundation had been planted by the little mute alone. Shi Yuebai had heard the little mute even spent her own money to buy a bunch of empty sachets. She'd made several sachets and given them to her son's classmates. As Shi Yuebai fetched water, the little mute was tossing plastic buckets into the foundation. Beside her, more than 20 plastic buckets were stacked up. Each one was filled with murky, yellow-black snowmelt water. Just as she turned around, she saw Shi Yuebai's chubby figure. The little mute immediately asked, "What are you doing here?" She remembered Shi Yuebai. Back then, she hadn't known what kind of place the base was, so the first time she was dragged into the Tong cell, she'd done something mortifying. Every time she thought about it, stripping in front of so many people, thinking she knew what she was doing, she wished she could go back in time and strangle herself. So the little mute definitely recognized Shi Yuebai. With her size, Shi Yuebai was hard to miss in the Wasteland. Among survivors, you'd never see a fat person. Shi Yuebai easily picked up a bucket of water, shot the little mute a look, and snapped, "Mind your own business and get back to work. Why are you worrying about me?" At the sound of her voice, the little mute's eyes went wide. You're that ghost woman?" No doubt about it. The little mute had been bossed around by that ghost woman every day, and the experience had left her with a psychological shadow. She could never forget that voice. Strictly speaking, the ghost woman's voice wasn't unpleasant. In fact, it was crisp and melodious. Even though she'd been terrified when the ghost woman ordered her around, the little mute could never bring herself to hate her. Maybe it was because the ghost woman was not only beautiful, but her voice was nice too. But now the little mute pointed at Shi Yuebai in shock. "How did you end up like this?" After a pause, she added, "Wait, how did you become a ghost woman?" When she first met Shi Yuebai, she'd been even fatter than she was now. The next time she saw her, Shi Yuebai had become an incorporeal, red-dressed ghost. After that ghost disappeared, Shi Yuebai reappeared before the little mute, once again plump and solid. So the little mute had every reason to suspect something had happened to Shi Yuebai recently. Shi Yuebai swatted away the little mute's pointing finger. "If you've got time to waste, you should focus on planting your rice. The more rice you harvest, the more red flags you'll earn, and the better your life will get." With that, Shi Yuebai ignored her and carried her bucket back. She poured the snowmelt water straight into the planter box with the sunchi seeds. Shi Yuebai didn't know much about farming, so her methods were simple and rough. She dumped the whole bucket in at once, nearly splashing water everywhere. The little mute jumped aside, then dumped the 4 big plastic buckets she was carrying into the rice field. "What are you planting this time?" After they'd managed to grow an osmanthus tree, and then so many more, the little mute was extremely curious about whatever Shi Yuebai was planting now. She ignored the buckets she just dumped in the rice field and ran over to Shi Yuebai, craning her neck to peek into the planter box. Shi Yuebai said nothing, clearly not interested in talking. But after being mute for so many years, now that she had her voice back, the little mute seemed determined to make up for lost time. Seeing Shi Yuebai ignore her, she kept pestering. "What is it? Is it another flower? A rose? A chrysanthemum? Or maybe a Chinese rose? Let me guess. Is it a lily? I love lilies. They smell so nice. Shi Yuebai rubbed her thimples. Can you please shut your mouth? No way! I finally got my voice back, so I have to talk all the time. The little mute shook her head and followed Shi Yuebai to fetch more water at the foundation. So what happened to you recently? Did someone beat your soul out of your body, or did it just float off while you were sleeping? I heard from the older folks that some people in comas are just souls that wandered off. Do you think I'm the luckiest person ever, getting to see your soul leave your body? Shi Yuebai was about to lose her mind from the chatter. She grabbed another big plastic bucket and went back to the sanchi planter. These are sanchi. When they're grown, I'll grind them into powder and sell them. I'll definitely make a fortune again. So shut up and don't distract me from making money. The little mute quickly shut her mouth and ran off to the side. But Shi Yuebai didn't even get a minute of peace. The little mute turned her head again and asked, "Do you know why everyone calls you the fat princess? It's because they all say you have a bad temper, and honestly, your temper really isn't great. How about you tell me then, how do you earn little red flags by planting this?" Shi Yuebai rolled her eyes. "You're not even planting anything. If you actually want to plant, then I'll tell you. I definitely will. I need to save up little red flags to buy a house under the turret." The little mute was hoping her husband would save up enough little red flags to build a house under the turret, but that was probably impossible. Her husband didn't even meet the requirements to enter the planting zone. He could only follow his parents-in-law, living on that patch of empty ground just outside the main gate of the second wall. Now, as soon as they woke up, their job was to pile up bricks for the wall. They couldn't even get the job of fetching water from the foundations. The lair might look small, but in reality, there were quite a few different types of work here. And not any laborer could pick up a job easily. Many jobs had requirements, and the conditions were especially strict. The little mute was an exception. She'd been personally assigned by Shi Yuebai to work by the rice fields, planting rice. But most of the other laborers could only take on tasks that matched their own innate qualifications. If you wanted the job of clearing melted snow water from the foundations, you had to have lived in the lair for over a year. So the little mute's husband and his parents, whether in their main job or side gigs, could only keep piling up the wall. That kind of work only earned little red flags bit by bit, one little red flag for a day's hard labor. But at the same time, they had to keep using fortified water. Even so, the three of them had managed to save up a few little red flags. But compared to what the little mute earned, even if you added up all the red flags from Ye Hong Lang and his parents, it still wasn't as much as the little mute had. Not only could the little mute increase the rice yield and earn red flags for that, she could also grow osmanthus trees and make osmanthus talons to earn even more red flags. She'd even discussed with Ye Hong Lang and his parents about growing some osmanthus trees in their spare time. But they didn't have the space to plant osmanthus trees. Even if they didn't have the time to take care of them. But the little mute was different. She worked at the planting facility. She was the only one there. She stuffed flower boxes into every nook and cranny, making use of every bit of available space, and managed to plant quite a few osmanthus trees. The key was that she would water the rice and water the osmanthus trees at the same time. Taking care of the rice made it easy to take care of the osmanthus trees. That way, she could earn little red flags much faster. But in families like theirs, only the little mute had these kinds of opportunities. Seeing that Shi Yuebai was ignoring her and just busying herself, the little mute followed along and helped water the notanjan seeds. When the notanjans sprouted tender green leaves, the little mute happily said to Shi Yuebai, "So what's the next step?" Shi Yuebai took out her communicator and sent a message to Nong Yasi asking how to process nodo ginseng. The little mute crowded over, waiting with Shi Yuebai for Nong Yasi's reply. After a while, the little mute urged, "Why hasn't she replied yet?" "Why don't you just send her a voice message yourself?" Shi Yuebai rolled her eyes. "Why don't you send it? You think I have unlimited call credits or something?" The little mute opened her mouth. "I'm just giving you a suggestion.
Then why don't you give me her contact number? I'll go buy a communicator and ask her myself. You could buy communicators at the newsstand. The price was way cheaper than the ones issued by the city management. In short, it was something a laborer could afford. But the lair-issued communicators could only contact people inside the lair. Once you left the third wall, the communicator was useless. You could only receive messages or calls if you were inside the third wall. A communicator that couldn't contact the outside world was pretty useless for the laborers in the lair. But now that she thought about it, the little mute decided it was worth buying one. After all, Shiyue Bai had one. If she bought one too, she could call Shiyue Bai whenever she wanted. That way, she could get first-hand insider info from Shiyue Bai. Like now, this Nodo ginseng planting was first-hand info. No one else knew that the lair was planning to plant Nodo ginseng on a large scale. It was definitely the higher-ups who'd asked Shiyue Bai to run the initial experiments. Now that the trial was successful, the next step would be the processed Nodo ginseng powder. That's a traditional Chinese medicine that stops bleeding. With this, the lair could sell it to mercenaries. Not just mercenaries, any survivor in the Wasteland could use it. After all, getting hurt is an everyday thing for survivors. Before the Wasteland, if you got hurt, you just went to the hospital. But after the Wasteland, with shortages of medicine and supplies, even a minor wound could be fatal. Thinking about it this way, the little mute felt that growing Nodo ginseng would definitely earn more red flags than making Osmanthus talismans. She was so excited she could almost see countless little red flags rushing toward her. The new house under the turret was practically waving at her. Shiyue Bai glanced sideways at the little mute. Hey, is this my Nodo ginseng or yours? Why are you so invested? If I had all the free time you do, I'd have grown a whole forest of Osmanthus trees by now. The little mute just smiled at Shiyue Bai, unfazed by her bad temper. Right now, all she could see were those countless little red flags. Why would she care about Shiyue Bai's attitude? Just then, Shiyue Bai's communicator chimed with a ding. The little mute nudged Shiyue Bai with her shoulder. Hurry, hurry, the message is here, check it. Shiyue Bai grumpily poked her chubby finger at the communicator screen. She opened Nong Yesi's message. In the message, Nong Yesi explained how to make Nodo ginseng powder. The little mute stood next to Shiyue Bai. So you have to use the main root, wash it clean, and then dry it. I'll go check. Without waiting for Shiyue Bai to say anything, she ran straight to the flower box where Shiyue Bai was growing Nodo ginseng and started digging up the roots with a little trowel. Beside the main root of the sunchi plant, there were many small branching roots. The little mute girl pulled off all those tiny rootlets. Her eyes shining, she turned to look at Shiyue Bai and asked, "These rootlets can all be used to grow new sunchi, right, Yue Bai?" Shiyue Bai simply took the rootlets that had been pulled off and replanted them in the flower box. Seeing this, the little mute immediately placed the main root of the sunchi on the ground. She leaned in, her face full of flattery, said to Shiyue Bai, "Yue Bai!" Shiyue Bai jumped to the side. Although she looked quite large and imposing, the way she jumped aside was surprisingly light and agile. "Are we really that close?" Shiyue Bai said bluntly. But the little mute was even more shameless. She moved a couple of steps closer, acting overly familiar. "Oh, come on, we're already so close. Back when your soul left your body, you were with me all day, remember? I'd never tell anyone your secret. That's a secret just between the two of us." It's said that sharing a secret brings people closer together. The little mute grinned. "Bestie, if I help you dry the sunchi roots, can you give me one of the rootlets?" Shiyue Bai threw a rootlet at her. Take it, take it. Why are you sticking to me like a plaster? It's not even worth much." Shiyue Bai could just plant them casually, water them with a bit of melted snow, and the sunchi would sprout. She really didn't see what was so valuable about them. But the little mute treated the sunchi like a treasure. She happily took the rootlet Shiyue Bai had thrown her, and then ran to the edge of the rice field, found an empty flower box, and planted the rootlet in it. These empty flower boxes could be bought at the newsstand. One small red flag could buy 10 large flower boxes. There were also all kinds of pots in different sizes. There was an endless supply of these materials. Even though all the survivors in the base were growing flowers, it was said that less than a tenth of the base's stockpile had been used. Apparently, there was a laborer whose body had been strengthened to the point where he could smash a stone with one punch. He'd always been scavenging at the front lines.
This time, he'd brought back more than 10,000 plastic flower pots. Although the quality of these pots was poor, they're the kind given away for free with flowers before the apocalypse, those 10,000 pots still earned him a lot of red flags. The little mute was envious. Everyone in the Wasteland knows that only by venturing into uninhabited areas could you find large amounts of supplies. Whether it was daily necessities, medical supplies, or even food, you had to go where there were fewer people to increase your chances. Her physical strength wasn't great yet, so she couldn't leave the base. And furthermore, the base's secrecy rules were extremely strict. As more and more survivors gathered at the perimeter, including some who had migrated from other cities, the base tightened the requirements for laborers to go to the front lines. Unless you had a certain level of loyalty, even if you were strong enough, you wouldn't be allowed to leave the base. The little mute really wanted to prove herself. She was absolutely loyal to the base. At the same time, she understood the leadership's decisions. After all, this was a paradise. She hadn't felt depressed, anxious, or afraid for a long time. Everyone probably felt the same way. This place was so wonderful. Unless you were crazy, who would want to ruin such a paradise? So everyone consciously obeyed the secrecy rules. Their communicators could only be used within the third wall. Beyond that, there was no signal at all. Everyone understood, and no one made a fuss. The little mute cheerfully started planting the sun she rootlet. She followed behind Shiyue Bai, and together they went to the foundation to fetch melting snow water, just like they used to. So along the way, Shiyue Bai listened to the little mute chattering on and on. By the end, Shiyue Bai had gotten to know her on a whole new level. From the time she could remember at age 3, all the way up to her life now, Shiyue Bai learned everything about her. Even about her in-laws and her husband, Ye Honglong. Shiyue Bai now had a full picture. But although the little mute talked a lot, she was actually quite efficient at work. Very soon, Shiyue Bai and the little mute had planted dozens of flower boxes with sanchi. They harvested over 100 main sanchi roots. The weather had been good these past few days, so the little mute laid out the 100 or so main roots to dry by the foundation. There was a nice flat stone there. It used to be part of the riverbed, and there were some huge stones that Shiyue Bai and the others had left by the foundation, just in case they'd be useful in the future. Right now, they were perfect for drying sanchi roots. Once this batch of sanchi roots are dried, I'll grind them into powder and we'll split the red flags we earn 50-50. The little mute calculated out loud. She didn't want to take advantage of Shiyue Bai. She knew Shiyue Bai probably didn't care about red flags. She wasn't here to grow sanchi just for a few red flags either. But since they'd watered, planted, and harvested the sanchi together, the little mute wouldn't take a bigger share just because Shiyue Bai didn't care. Shiyue Bai had no objections. She just glanced at Shiyue Bai and said, "We'll split this batch, but I won't help with the next one." Now that she was back in her body, she wanted to go see the front lines. After returning to her body, Shiyue Bai felt a clear difference. Her strength had at least doubled. This was because when she had been moving the garbage mountain, she had forcibly shattered all the meridians in her body. That allowed her to use her strength to the fullest. While her soul was out of her body, her physical body had repaired itself. The meridians she had shattered had formed naturally flowing channels inside her. Before, only the meridians in her arms were a bit thicker, and her strength could only flow naturally there. Now, her strength could flow throughout her body, making her much stronger than before. After saying this, Shiyue Bai turned and walked toward the storage area. The little mute hurriedly called after her, "When I finish making the sanchi powder and exchange it for red flags, how should I give you your share?" "Just hand them to Daja or Shaja at the newsstand." When Shiyue Bai returned to the front line once again, she found that it had changed drastically. Her most immediate impression was that there were simply too many people here who didn't belong. In the past, most of the activity along the defense line was from mercenaries. At most, there would be a few civilian teams like Gongchung's or Baihangsungs hanging around the edges. These so-called scavengers would follow behind the mercenary groups. Once the mercenaries had driven off the mutant beasts, they would move in to search for supplies. Occasionally, they'd deal with a stray mutant beast or two. But they were never the main force fighting on the front lines. There weren't many civilian teams with even half-decent combat ability. And what's more, teams like Gongchong's and Baihangsungs were burdened with a lot of dead weight. They didn't spend much time on the front lines. Every so often, they'd make a trip up front. And they always kept a close eye on the mercenary groups. Only after the mercenaries had cleared an area would they move in en masse. But now, the front lines were crowded with survivors everywhere. With the relentless high temperatures day after day, more and more melt snow had accumulated, and the original big city was now completely submerged. It was said that only the upper 5 floors of the system building
and spirit-gathering arrays Shi Yue Bai had set up on the front lines had long since been absorbed into the mercenary camp. Ordinary survivors were no longer allowed in. Holding the osmanthus talisman Chan Yang had given her, Shi Yue Bai felt the stench around her dissipate significantly. She marveled at the change. This was something you'd never experienced back in the old lair, because now the old lair was filled with osmanthus trees. Yue Bai, over here, Chen Yang called out, waving her over and leading her deeper into the mercenary camp. Shi Yue Bai followed him inside. The man who'd tried to buy an osmanthus talisman earlier watched her go, a thoughtful look on his face. Everyone knew that ordinary people weren't allowed into the mercenary camp. Anyone who could get in was definitely not ordinary. This included the children who used to be active on the front lines. They'd go out during the day to scavenge and then return to the mercenary camp. Those kids were always clean and well-dressed, a bright spot on the front lines. But as more and more survivors crowded the front, the kids stopped coming out. No one knew if they were still in the camp. Some bold survivors tried to climb over the iron barricades the mercenaries had set up, hoping to see what treasures might be inside. But before they could even get their footing, the patrolling mercenaries would rush in and beat them up. Shi Yue Bai followed Chan Yang into the camp. Inside were some laborers who'd been teleported from the old lair. Shi Yue Bai recognized most of their faces. They were the most loyal fans of the old lair. When they saw her, they all greeted her with smiles. Shi Yue Bai nodded back, expressionless. Yue Bai, this is your tent. Yue Bai, what brings you to the front lines? Is there anything we can help you with? A few mercenaries gathered around, beaming with enthusiasm as they looked at Shi Yue Bai. Shi Yue Bai's main reason for coming to the front lines was to check whether the spirit-gathering array she'd set up there still had any spiritual energy left. This array supplied spiritual energy to both the teleportation and healing arrays. Once the spiritual energy in the vicinity of the town was depleted, neither the teleportation or the healing arrays would function. Fortunately, Shi Yue Bai had come not long after returning to her physical body. She squinted at the thin spiritual energy lingering in the spirit-gathering array. If she'd been even 2 days later, the array would have been completely drained. Now that there were more people at the base, the mercenaries were constantly returning there. Whenever it was time for the mercenaries to rotate out for rest, they'd fly straight back to the base. They treated it as their own home. The base gave them a natural sense of belonging.
Of course, many of the laborers felt the same way. There were also many loyal laborers at the base who teleported to the front lines every day to search for supplies. So the teleportation array was used frequently, and the healing array wasn't idle either. The spirit-gathering array was like the battery for all these arrays. Now that the battery was almost out of power, things weren't even at their worst yet. The worst-case scenario would be if someone happened to be in the middle of teleporting, just in that split second. The array ran out of power. That could tear their bodies apart. They might even fall into a spatial rift with no telling where they'd end up. But such unlucky incidents were rare. Shi Yue Bai hadn't encountered it herself, except for that one time. With her usual cool indifference, she greeted the mercenaries around her, then walked over to the spirit-gathering array. She still carried her usual long staff. She tapped the array with the end of her staff. The fat energy in her body flowed smoothly through her sturdy meridians, out through her hands, and down the staff, into the array. Ever since she'd returned to her physical body, her meridians had been unblocked, so converting fat energy into spiritual energy was much easier now. Shi Yuebai poured 50 jin of fat into the spirit-gathering array in one go. In just a dozen minutes, she'd slimmed down to 425 jin. If it had been before, with her old conversion speed, it would have been impossible to burn through 50 jin of fat in such a short time. But now, she could do it easily.
We're excited to tell you that we now have a membership plan for you.
If you are interested, click on the link in the descriptions box.
If you like this video, please click on the like button and make a comment below so the video would get more views.
Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to get the next series or the next episodes.